Could you start to summarize the New Age Deception lecture you've been presenting in various cities around the country?
Absolutely. I've given a presentation now a few times called New Age Bullshit and the Suppression of the Sacred Masculine. And I apologize if that language isn't allowed on the AM and FM affiliates. What this presentation is, it's dispelling a lot of false so-called spiritual teachings of the movement known as the New Age movement. It's feel-good pseudo-spirituality. And it's being propagated by many, many, many teachers out there so that they can't actually make any real change happen in the world. And therefore, the sacred masculine of action leading to real change in the world is suppressed, hence the subtitle, The Suppression of the Sacred Masculine. It was originally 10. My new presentation, which is going to be out very soon, that I gave in Asheville, North Carolina last weekend, it contains 15 New Age deceptions, which I'll briefly outline here. What I do in the presentation, for those of you who want to go and check it out on my website, whatonearthishappening.com is my website, and you could see this presentation there, is I outline the deception, and then I balance the deception with what I call a New Age correction. This is the correction to the erroneous spiritual teaching, or the deceptive spiritual teaching, that is given by the New Age community. And then I talk about the real intended meaning, or the real spiritual message that needs to be understood regarding that concept that they are teaching in a distorted sense. So here are the deceptions in a very brief outline. The first is ignore the negative. If it's negative, I don't want to see it, hear it, talk about it, certainly not discuss it with other people, because then I'm bringing people down, when in fact ignoring the negative is what creates further ignorance and chaotic outcomes in society if we just ignore reality. Like I like to say, you can ignore reality, but not without consequence. You have to respect existence or expect resistance from the universe. Respect the existence of that which is, or expect resistance from the nature of everything. Expect resistance from the universe itself, creating negative experience in your life. So that's ignore the negative. Never get angry. Okay? There's no purpose or role for the emotion of anger. And I talk about we need righteous indignation if we're going to create real change to motivate us to take action. Number 3 is we're all one, so it's all good. This is moral relativism. Everything is good. There's no such thing as right and wrong. Those are subjective judgments that have nothing to do with something that's objective and existing in nature. Well, there is objective right and wrong. And the reason that we're living in a prison societally is because people don't understand the law of freedom, that as moral behavior in the aggregate of a society increases, freedom for that society increases, and as immoral behavior increases, slavery increases. So morality and freedom are directly proportional to each other. New Age deception number 4 is you can never really know. This is called solipsism. To obtain actual knowledge of anything is not really possible. It's all just subjective, and it's all just opinion, and everybody's viewpoint is equally as valid. The notion that someone else's totally uneducated opinion, totally uninformed opinion, is as good as someone else's multiple decades of research and knowledge. Okay? So that's solipsism. 5, it's all an illusion. Nothing's real, so nothing matters. Well, at some deep level of non-differentiation, down at the quantum level, yeah, everything is one. I get that. But that doesn't mean that nothing matters. The experience here is why spirit incarnates in the physical domain. This is a construct for learning and experience of the essence of who we are. So that's New Age Deception 5. New Age Deception 6, evil is necessary. So many New Agers believe this nonsense. This is a misapplication of the understanding of polarity, that polarity is one thing expressing itself in different scales of differentiation. And that doesn't mean you go into one polarity and one form of polarity and stay there, which is what evil is. Okay? It's a misunderstanding of the laws of karma, like people are somehow being punished for what they did and we shouldn't step in and stop evil when it's happening. Like you see the injustices in the Hindu caste system and they say, oh, it's all karma from past lives. This is all nonsense. And it's a misunderstanding of free will. It's a dismissal of free will. Evil is not something that has to happen. It's a choice. It's a behavioral choice. Number 7, accept everything and never resist. And that's what it's all ultimately about. The whole New Age movement's a religion to get people to stand down and not take real action in the world, not use their masculine energy to make things change. New Age deception number 8 is the watered-down version of the laws of attraction. Again, natural law is the real law of attraction and how to apply it in your life. This watered-down version, the secret as it's propagated by the New Age movement, I want to get what's mine. I want to have the better job, the better clothes, the better house, etc. It's all very ego-oriented, service to self-oriented, whereas the real law of attraction is not only service to others-oriented, it's service to truth-oriented. So the real secret is natural law, and understanding that helps you to come into contact with the real laws of attraction. Number 9, no one is ever to blame. Blame does not exist. Yeah. And what this really teaches people is that responsibility doesn't really exist, and there's no such thing as moral culpability. People who are actually responsible for harm that was done to others. And we have to understand moral culpability in a very straightforward and streetwise way. The person who took the action is ultimately morally responsible for the harm that was caused by that action. So there is such a thing as blame. There is such a thing as culpability. It exists. I'm not saying to just dwell in that and let that eat you up, but certain people are to blame for harmful actions that they take. Common sense. Number 10, the false notion of forgiveness. To just keep excusing people endlessly for wrongs that they do. That's not real forgiveness. Real forgiveness is a two-way street that involves an apology, first and foremost on the part of the wrongdoer to the one that they wronged. And to claim that they're not going to do that action again. They're going to desist in that harmful action. Then you can forgive them. That's real forgiveness. Somebody has to offer something first, an apology, and then you're forgiving them. You're saying, I accept your word that you're not going to do this anymore. And therefore, we're okay. We're even. I don't have to take any action against you. I'll give you another chance to act right. That's 10. 11, chaos should be feared. No, chaos is actually a teacher. Making mistakes is one of the best ways that we learn. Number 12, truth doesn't need to be defended. You hear this constantly in the New Age circles. Yes, truth does need to be defended because it's constantly under attack by lies, mind control, disinformation, etc. Of course, we need to speak the truth at all times and places because truth is constantly under attack in the modern world. 13, enlightenment's only about changing yourself and feeling good all the time. This is that notion of the New Age religion as feel-good spirituality. If you're enlightened, you should never feel bad. You should always feel good. It should always be making you uplifted like you've just done some kind of great drug. No, that's not what enlightenment is. As a matter of fact, enlightenment can be very, very, very uncomfortable, especially when most other people are still dwelling in total darkness. You have to use that discomfort to motivate yourself to educate other people because that's what the real great work is the education of others. And most people don't want to do that work. They look at that and say, oh, my God, that's what you're telling me because I have this knowledge. That's now my responsibility? Yeah, that is. When you have knowledge, your responsibility is to educate your fellow man. And most people don't want to hear that either. Number 14, love is all you need. No, knowledge you need. You need courage. You need willpower to act properly, in the world, to take right action. So there's other things you need other than love. Love is not everything. Care is very important, and it is the ultimate generator of our experience, what we care enough about to then take action upon. Don't get me wrong. Love is the expansive force of consciousness, and it is absolutely required, but it's not all that's required. And this is another subtle deception that you hear constantly propagated by the New Age. And then finally, number 15, I had a little bit of fun with this, making some jokes about all the different variants of saviors that are going to come to rescue us. New Age Deception 15 is that a savior is coming any day now, So I went into all the different saviors that are prophesied to come and save humanity from its own ignorance in my last presentation on this topic. Listed all these saviors and said, they're just tripping over each other to come and rescue us from ourselves. We have to do it. We have to do that work, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to be done for us externally. When you look for that, you're just externalizing your power to some mythical entity, deity, or force that isn't interested in propping you up and being responsible for your spiritual uplift. that's the New Age deceptions in a nutshell.
Absolutely. Mark Passio, radio host, independent researcher, and director of the site whatonearthishappening.com. Thank you very much for being on the show.
Having to teach people the basics again over here. You know what's worse than a co-opted movement? A co-opted movement that thinks it's still pure. Today, we're cracking open the Thelemic Trojan horse that rolled into the One Great Work Network, driven by a crew of pretenders who've traded truth for theatrics and turned the temple of natural law into a back alley sideshow of self-worship. The One Great Work Network isn't just drifting off course, it's sailing full speed into a black hole of moral relativism, MLM-grade pseudoscience, and weaponized narcissism mistaken for shadow work. You can't promote natural law, a system grounded in objective moral truth, while also cheerleading a cult philosophy that literally enshrines "do what thou wilt" as divine decree. That's not spiritual rebellion, that's weaponized moral relativism in a robe. Thelema's foundational creed is that every individual is a star guided by their own true will. Sounds poetic until you realize it's just a libertarian ego trip laced with Egyptian cosplay. True will becomes an excuse to avoid accountability, to justify anything from sexual deviancy to predatory cult dynamics, all while pretending it's initiatory. What happened? We started with moral clarity, natural law, cause and effect, don't lie, don't steal, don't initiate violence, simple, eternal, timeless ethics. Now we've got crystal slingers, carnist propaganda, and snake oil peddlers threatening people like they're the MS-13 of Telegram. Why do truthers from Mark Passio's network keep threatening violence against me and the other people on my show for pointing out actual moral contradictions? Derek, Seth, Jerry, John. You don't win arguments by making threats, smearing dissenters, or dogpiling anyone who disagrees. The One Great Work Network doesn't cultivate moral warriors. It manufactures inflated egos and broken mirrors. It breeds narcissists who mistake unhealed trauma for cosmic insight and rage for righteousness. And it all is allowed to metastasize under the deafening silence of Mark Passio himself. Because when you build a network and refuse to hold your own house accountable, you're not teaching natural law. You're enabling the inversion of it. The funny part is when he does speak, it's to add an eighth hermetic principle to the ancient seven, like he's patching a software update to his MacBook Pro. Care, he calls it, as if he just discovered compassion in 2012 and needs to staple it to the hermetic law like a bonus track on the end of an album. Care is not some lost principle. It's not some law Hermes forgot after smoking a blunt. It's already woven into the seven. Mentalism. Care is the focused will of consciousness. Vibration. Care is the frequency of love in motion. Cause and effect. Care is the motive behind right action. Correspondence. Care reflects above and below. Your micro choices matter cosmically. So what's Mark really doing? He's adding branding and shaming people for not doing the great work exactly like he does. Mark seems more interested in protecting his New Age priesthood than actually applying moral logic. You can't be the town crier of objective morality and still hand the mic to chaos magic nihilists who believe ethics are subjective rituals. You've got Will Keller and Logan Hart pushing hydrogen water pseudoscience, selling healing frequencies to desperate people in predatory marketing techniques, sidestepping ethics like it's a game of dodgeball. Then you got Sethikus Boza literally selling rocks and mystery oils for hundreds of dollars a pop because apparently morality needs a shopping network. If the only defense your followers have is ad hominem, violent threats, and secret chat rooms plotting my reputational sabotage, you already lost the spiritual war. You've replaced care with control, truth with theater, and wisdom with cosplay. Morality doesn't require hydrogen water machines, mystery schools, cloaks, swords, or podcast cults. It requires consistency, courage, and integrity. It requires being willing to speak up, especially when it's inconvenient, especially when the poison's coming from inside your own home. So if you're tired of watching this supposed truth network mutate into a narcissist factory with a wizard hat on top, you're not crazy. You're just seeing clearly. And yeah, we're still here, live and open, so anyone could come up and speak their mind or defend themselves. How's it going, everyone?
Good.
Yeah?
Your volume's a little lower, eh?
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it better now?
That's perfect.
Okay, I was just
That's
a little
gonna
far away.
hurt you for 5 hours or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Good intro.
Thanks. How's it going, Aryan? How's it going, Alicia?
Good.
So, Aryan's really low too. You want to turn your mic up?
Yeah, I'm silent. Yeah, you can hear me?
A little bit.
Wait.
Yours is lower than normal, Jeffrey.
Okay, let me go in and
If we're just,
change
if you can
something.
put it, when you go close, it's fine, but that's not going to work. So if you want to just be
Check.
When you go close to it, it's fine. But when you're
Okay.
sitting back, I'm just letting you know it's audible, but it's just less.
Okay. So anyway, 2 weeks ago, we had a pretty awesome Kabbalion reading with Noah and Darren and Allie and Vivek and Alicia and I was just there kind of running
And
the
Jeff.
running. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff Hammond was there and turned out to be a pretty interesting conversation if you're into metaphysics, I guess, and really, really, really deep, awesome stuff. Hey, Vivek's here. How's it going, man? We were just talking about last week's study party. What did you think, Vivek?
It was good, really good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What was
I just woke up after looking at your notification because it's really late here.
it's
early in the morning.
What
So
time?
thanks for waking up, man.
now it's 5:19. Just give me a second. 5:49.
Oh
Still
wow.
early. Yeah. So how is it going?
Pretty good. Yeah, so I honestly was I had completely no idea what was going on for most of that discussion. You guys are way fucking smarter than me. I was able, it was almost like I was listening to someone speak Spanish and I was like, okay, I could kind of decipher what they might be talking about by some of the words, but I had no clue what was going on. So I was really just kind of running the StreamYard so everyone could have an awesome, rare discussion. But it seemed very interesting. It seemed very rare. And it ended in a very cool way. Like there was no, oh, someone lost or someone won. You know, we all recognize that we're all friends here and that, you know, there is that evil is the enemy, you know, and that we're definitely like, it was definitely a cool experience because so often, especially on this show, we have people come up and it's this carnist versus vegan thing. And the carnist always leaves mad. And, you know, we don't really ever get anywhere. So it was really cool. And I know I talked to Noah, he felt the same way. Like it was awesome. It didn't turn out exactly like we thought, but it turned out being pretty rad. And we're going to continue those types of study groups because I want to figure out what you guys are talking about because I have no idea.
Yeah. Actually, it's not like somebody is more intelligent than other. It's like some people have a different experience. So we already had that experience and we already tried to figure it out. It was just like that.
Yeah.
It was a great opportunity to see the communion of different experiences coming together. And at times they were at odds, but in the end, I think as we talked about, everyone's ultimately looking for the truth at the top of the ladder. And so it's just how we get there and what our end goal is collectively. So I share what you're saying there, Jeffrey. It was at a high altitude And I appreciate everybody coming together and sharing that knowledge, and so that others can hear it as well. It was really, I appreciated it very much. Thank you. And for getting up at 5. And I know Ariane, he's in Europe time. He's 6 ahead.
2
2
a.m.
2 a.m. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So
Thank
anyway,
you also for letting us speak here, for giving us a platform.
yeah, man, we're happy to have you. Okay. So last podcast, we hey, Magic Vikings in the house. What's up, Brian?
I was trying to catch up on where we were, so I heard the intro and stuff like that, and I have to confess, but go ahead and how are you guys doing?
Good, man.
Right on, right on. So where do you want to start with? Maybe catching up with last week.
So this Sunday, today is the podcast that I normally do Sundays. The last one was just kind of a study group. So this one obviously is a little bit more freestyle.
Cool.
We just kind of, I don't know, we watch cool shit and talk shit about people, and it's kind of fun.
When necessary.
Allegedly, that's all I do. It's all we do over here.
When prompted by insanity, then it compels us to show it.
Yeah.
Well, then we're like minds, and like I to, I mean, I do. I joke on behalf of, at the expense of others all the time, mainly to do with like veganism or, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. This is kind of a safe space to do that. But you have to obviously, be using the trivium and stuff like that. Oh, Big D's in the house. We got a full house again tonight. So anyway, last podcast, which was 2 weeks ago, we were about to watch this, but we had already done like 5 or 6 hours, and we were pretty pooped. And this piece kind of it deserves a little bit more attention than that. So this is a piece that Jana was in the chat last week, and Noah was on the show. This is something that they did together, that I guess might be like an extension of demystifying the occult.
Yeah,
maybe,
or a response
to Mark's lecture, whatever you want to call it. And so
something about maybe that talking about last week. So as they say, kids don't do all this pharmakia at once, but so I do. I'm whatever. I apologize for getting things a little mixed up, and then my mind just takes it and goes with it, and then I just continue to go down this loop of something that I kind of made happen my own. I kind of where it started was Vivek said it's your ego, and I thought he said you're evil, so I was like, oh well, I'm pure evil, let's do it. And then I just kept on going. That'll happen, right? Just don't.
That's why we need emotional control.
Yeah. Well, don't do. Like I said, don't do all the pharmakia at once, and if you do them at all, do them one at a time. But anyways, I do apologize for many things. Of that, just putting the going so far with my ego, like kind of showing my point as if there's no other point. I have some social issues and whatnot, so I'll just leave it at that. So thank you for letting me say that. So I'm down to watch.
No problem, man. Awesome. So yeah, we cleared that Viking is not DM Hutchins, correct, Hyperlink? I thought he was. He thought he might have been for a second, just because he came up in conversation earlier in the day. But anyway, so yeah, we're gonna watch Noah and Jana's thing. Listen to it. I think it's just a listen. I don't think it's a watch. Where does this thing start? So I'll read the intro. This project unfolded from a conversation I had with my husband Noah Kimball. So it goes into different territory than I would have gone into naturally by myself. With his insights, I made some startling revelations regarding my misconceptions about the dark occultists and likely and higher evil in general. And so we happily bring you a collaborative effort, as I have put the results of our dialogues into writing and video. There are many myths on the nature of good and evil, and specifically higher evil, from Gnosticism to Christianity to modern occultism. We imagine the takeover of Earth by a dark ruling class who has higher intelligence and spiritual knowledge used for evil. We have the Gnostic idea of the archons, higher beings, the demiurge, who created our prison planet, to the biblical Lucifer, the highest angel before his fall from grace and rebellion against God. Some believe Lucifer is the prince of the world. Manly P. Hall believes that dark sorcerers of Atlantis took over the light occult priest class to rule over humanity with their higher wisdom, preventing individuals from initiation into the mysteries. Some in the New Age believe the rulers and empires are reptilian fourth dimensional entities, and others that they are able to trap our soul in reincarnated cycles on Earth. In the natural law community, it is asserted that the dark occultists have discovered natural law, Hermetic philosophy, and then use that understanding as a weapon against humanity, tricking the dead. Is this true? Is occult philosophy a neutral tool for good or evil? Can those embedded in shadow even understand it? Do the light occultists have a true adversary? A mirror image at the opposite ends of the good and evil polarity? Are both camps battling to save or destroy humanity, or either occulting or de-occulting natural law information? This video essay is about using higher reason to free ourselves from religious and occult mythos, as well as from the mystification of the dark occultists, with the why and the how they achieve what they do, and from what level of consciousness. Whew. So is it here? Correct. Got it.
Demystifying the Dark Occultists, a deconstruction of higher evil, by Jana ESP and Noah Kimball.
Oh, I might have to stay on.
Click pause and play again.
Introduction. The purpose behind this article is to investigate the nature of the dark occultists. And while we will cover many topics and go on some tangents, this is not a comprehensive exploration of those topics, but explored to the degree that it supports our thesis. After deep diving into conspiracy research several years after the false flag event of 9/11, I, Jana, often thought of the rulers of empire as having some type of special intelligence, as being evil geniuses, if you will. The more I pondered their devious plots, the more I would think of them as brilliant. But not in a good way, of course. During a conversation with Noah, my husband, the errors inherent in these presumptions became apparent, and so I present the fruits of that discussion that I have integrated with my personal research on the occult. While I have written and put the information together, because this is based on some of his insights, corrections, and additions, we happily bring you a collaborative effort. Some interpretations of Gnosticism seem to acknowledge this idea of higher evil, as with the concepts of the archons or fallen angels, as the demiurge resonates with the biblical interpretation of Lucifer. These beings evolved to angels, simply another term for higher beings, but fell from grace because of their lust to become God, the highest being. For a long time, conspiracy researchers have postulated that the Illuminati, which means illuminated ones, was the occult order at the top of the pyramid of power. Mark Passio has used the term dark occultists instead, which is more encompassing. This small group of people, occult essentially, with unknown identities, operate the entire control system behind the scenes, pulling the strings of all politicians, leaders, and man's institutions to destroy, regress, and negatively alter mankind. We are currently in the midst of their depopulation agenda. Passio believes that the dark occultists have hidden the knowledge of natural law, a body of spiritual knowledge, to trick humanity into being their slaves. These dark occultists use this knowledge for their personal benefit, to enslave mankind, while light occultists provide this knowledge to free and benefit others. This really resonated with me, as I was already open to the idea that the ruling elite were more than just ignorant, power-hungry psychopaths. It seemed plausible that as sorcerers they could play a higher-level game against humanity, using occult spirituality as their weapon of choice. Even though quite immoral, this evil cabal seemed advanced in particular ways that the average man is not. But now it is time to question and investigate these assertions and deconstruct this idea of enlightened evil as a whole. Do dark sorcerers use natural law science to their advantage? Are they part of the Illuminati? Manly P. Hall suggests that the black magicians of Atlantis and Egypt hijacked the ancient mysteries of the light occultists to enslave the minds of men. Is this true? How we characterize the dark occultists matters in our understanding of spiritual laws, the self, and the conditions of this plane of reality. Are we exaggerating their power and knowledge and giving them more credit than they're worth? But before we begin, let's address the question, what is our method of truth for even obtaining any knowledge about the dark occultists? Those stuck in left brain imbalance and empiricism will argue that unless we know these individuals directly, we cannot know anything about them. It would all be speculation. However, this paper is not intended for the left brain imbalanced, but for those studying the trivium who should know that with metaphysics and rationality, we can extrapolate, deduce, induce, and abstract further knowledge from the empirical facts given, which in this case are the deeds of the ruling elite, within their financial institutions, networks, policies, regulations, laws, planned events, agendas, etc. While analysis of these facts are not within the scope of this writing, a plethora of books can be found on these topics. Hopefully the assertions made herein will be self-evident and common sense for those who have done their homework. Holistic evil? One reason why human beings struggle to see a tiny conspiratorial group pulling the strings of humanity through integrated systems of control is because they are mentally imbalanced. Those who are left-brain imbalanced have compartmentalized, fragmented thinking and will struggle to detect or discern the patterns of connection between man-made institutional hierarchies and their unified goals. Today we live in a transhumanist technocracy and pseudoscientific dictatorship, but these imbalanced individuals perceive political and economic events as unorganized, unconnected, fragmented, and haphazard. Lacking psychological awareness, they may even claim that we can never know the motives of individuals. But if that were true, then no detective case could have ever been solved without hard physical evidence. By a person's deeds, may we know them. On the other hand, those who are right-brain imbalanced can dissociate from reality, live in a fantasy land oblivious to facts, and be blind to even the most concrete of political and economic realities. They are often solipsistic and deny the existence of objective reality, thinking themselves to be de facto arbiters of truth, living in the false reality of their projections, desires, and delusions. We see this often in the New Age, where all is said to be love and light. While the media presents false narratives in the news to keep the left brain stuck in their imbalance, entertainment and soon virtual reality will keep the right brain imbalanced, dissociated from reality. While it takes some balancing of the mind and other things like laborsome research to understand the existence of an evil cabal at the top of our worldwide systems and accept it as an irrefutable fact, this awareness is not a hallmark of developing holistic consciousness, as some may believe. To understand the consciousness of the global elites or dark occultists doesn't require holistic intelligence, but is related to spiritual awakening, as we will later get to. Most awake to the global conspiracy are not spiritually awake. It is important that we preserve the meaning of holistic consciousness as the consciousness one must possess through evolution to understand and embody occult philosophy, which encompasses the 7 Hermetic principles and the alchemical science of transformation. While those who perceive the conspiracy may not be truly holistic, neither is the evil cabal holistic. When we examine it and distorts our understanding of true initiation and the nature of evil, those who are right-brain imbalanced can dissociate from reality, live in a fantasy land oblivious to facts, and be blind to even the most concrete of political and economic realities.
My bad.
They are often solipsistic and deny the existence of objective reality, thinking themselves to be de facto arbiters of truth, living in the false reality of their projections, desires, and delusions. We see this often in the New Age, where all is said to be love and light. While the media presents false narratives in the news to keep the left brain stuck in their imbalance, entertainment and soon virtual reality will keep the right brain imbalanced, dissociated from reality. While it takes some balancing of the mind and other things like laborsome research to understand the existence of an evil cabal at the top of our worldwide systems and accept it as an irrefutable fact, this awareness is not a hallmark of developing holistic consciousness, as some may believe. To understand the consciousness of the global elites or dark occultists doesn't require holistic intelligence, but is related to spiritual awakening, as we will later get to. Most awake to the global conspiracy are not spiritually awake. It is important that we preserve the meaning of holistic consciousness as the consciousness one must possess through evolution to understand and embody occult philosophy, which encompasses the 7 Hermetic principles and the alchemical science of transformation. While those who perceive the conspiracy may not be truly holistic, neither is the evil cabal holistic. When we examine their deeds, we find nothing elevated about the rulers of empire. There is no reason to marvel at their accomplishments, as they are the predatory scum of humanity, the lowest of the low. We commonly hear people say that these elites are playing 5D chess against the masses, as if they have acquired some type of hyper-intelligence. But their plans are quite one-dimensional, as they are rather unintelligent simpletons, and thus very boring and uninteresting when we get down to it. Just as an animal devours their prey from instinct, these demonic human monsters also act from animal instinct rather than holistic intelligence. They are compulsively driven to destroy, and there is no holistic thought about this predation, let alone conscious thought. Thought is only used as an expedient instrument to fulfill their base instinct, to dominate. Their single agenda is power over humanity, and all their systems are built around this one drive, desire, and motivation. There is little to no nuance or complexity to their psychological makeup as a whole, with regards to an elevated state of consciousness. In the natural law community, many assign some type of developed power to the concept of dark unity, another useful term brought up by Passio. They may regard it as the achievement of some level of internal growth or integration, as the alignment of thoughts, feelings, and actions, which even though aligned to the dark side, is still some type of self-made alignment. Yet, aligning all parts of oneself to the contracted agenda of dominance requires no spiritual strength or development. In actuality, an average person who is conflicted between their thoughts, feelings, and actions is more evolved than these base individuals, who simply submit all of themselves to an evil impulse. There is no ability in that submission, as it is the opposite of self-mastery. The dark occultists are simple beings, and that simplicity should not be confused as being holistic. Their cult has social cohesion, collective unity, because each cult member will live and die at the altar of global domination, and while it seems like religious commitment lies beneath this, it is merely the basic instinct of the reptilian mind-brain. All cognitive dissonance can be suppressed through hyperfocus and sheer obsession. Just as a coke addict lives and dies for coke, so will the dark occultists play out their addiction to rule, and this becomes their sole energy source and prime object of lust and purpose. We must understand that addictions aren't merely of the body, but also the mind, and its agendas of any kind, good or bad. Even alignment to a good cause can become troublesome for the occult student if he turns that into an addiction and source of energy, motivated by compulsive obsession. Nothing is more the enemy to developing holistic consciousness than neurotic addiction. While there exists the polarity of positive and negative, always inherent in ego and shadow, even in the holistic person, and all the way up evolution, this negative is not the type of evil we are discussing here. The hellish evil of violation and destruction through bondage and coercion of imposed systems of control. In order to understand and live in harmony with natural laws, the knowledge of eternal and absolute virtues of truth, goodness, freedom, beauty, and love, one must have developed holistic consciousness. While the right brain tends towards false religion and the left brain towards the dissociated intellect, holistic consciousness is a mind rooted in correct metaphysics and rationality. There is no such thing as evil holistic consciousness, as evil manifests in lower consciousness and in the vibration of shadow, darkness, dominance, violence, and false power, where there can be no higher mind. The higher is holistic. Consequently, we must question the true level of understanding of natural law the dark occultists who reside in this lower state of being have. Using natural law to enslave? Many in the natural law great work community believe that the power of the dark occultists lie in their knowledge of natural laws, and that their active suppression of this information is their primary tool for controlling the masses. This is a worthy theory to consider, for knowing about the dark occultists, their methods and ideologies is important in our pursuit of truth. While this proposition fulfills a type of mythological fantasy that, in a sense, glamorizes the dark side, as consisting of powerful sorcerers who are awake and trick the dead, the reality may be much different. When we say that someone knows natural law, we infer they understand it. Information becomes knowledge within an individual through understanding. Knowledge in itself is a fixed body of information, metaphysics, while the knower pertains to the consciousness of the individual in relation to said knowledge, epistemology. How much does one know? A person can have information that they can memorize or repeat without actually knowing that information. They may know the words, but not grasp its meaning or the interrelationships between concepts. Now we must ask whether it is possible to have understanding of something, but act in a way contradictory to that. There are two main positions to take on this, regarding the relationship between understanding and action. The first is that one can understand something, but take actions completely contrary to that understanding. The other position is that this discrepancy between thought and action only occurs when one doesn't have adequate understanding in the first place. With regards to the first position, we can acknowledge that a person may have some partial understanding that creates hypocrisy, but we must give more weight to the second position because it holds true to the principle of mentalism and is holistic. And we are talking about a holistic subject matter. When a person is not acting properly, it is because of his ignorance, not because of his knowledge, as all actions stem from mind. Our right actions in the world depend directly on our knowledge of them, including knowledge of self, others, conditions, and principles. One may think that he knew better than to take that action, when in fact he did not truly know. He knew too little, he thought he knew, or he had partial knowledge or false knowledge. True understanding naturally brings about action in alignment with it. To see accurately is to do rightly. To unpack this more, holistic seeing, accurate perception of right and wrong, is acting, making the right choice, right action. To know is to act. To have correct knowledge leads one to right action. In regards to occult knowledge, there is a threshold of understanding that must be met before one can consider themselves an initiate, and the dark occultists do not meet that criteria. This doesn't mean that the initiate stops growing or becomes perfect, but that he knows the difference between good and evil to a sufficient degree to understand what it is in manifestation and embodiment. The only time he would not know the morality of a situation is because he lacked pertinent information. To understand natural law, one must exit the cul-de-sac of moral relativism. To truly understand the objective good means that you understand the good, both in highest principle, the absolute good, and as it manifests in relative degrees in our world. To understand moral natural law is to seek to be and do good. There is no getting around this. No person committing horrific atrocities in the world could possibly understand natural law. No one understands objective morality and then seeks to do evil, for the very understanding implies that they know what the correct choices are, and that even in complex situations, they can still be discoverable. It is a common misconception that occult knowledge is simply a tool that can be used for good or evil. To address semantics, we may say that occult information can be used as a tool, but occult knowledge cannot be, as to have knowledge requires understanding. Using natural law information for your own ends can only be the display of ignorance of that information. One with an understanding of occult knowledge would never use it for their self-serving ends towards egoic power, because such knowledge is an end in itself. It is not a methodology or tool. It exists for its own sake, as to describe the nature of reality, as that understanding alone is the gold. And the nature of reality is the absolute good. If the dark occultists perceive natural laws as a form of enslavement, as a cosmic prison, then they do not understand cosmic law. Freedom is a principle behind this cosmic reality expressed through evolution. The true prison is ignorance and ultimately fear. Knowledge is freedom. It is the egotist who finds objective morality to be a prison upon free will. Do what thou wilt. Not because he understands objective morality, but because he doesn't. He or she sees the concept of moral law to be blasphemy, as it infringes upon one's lower will, dark side, and reckless pursuits of power. To be in rebellion against natural laws is to glorify ego identification and be beneath its understanding. Who are the dark occultists?
2 chapters. We'll be watching that continuously over the next couple months. How's everyone doing?
Good, good.
What you doing, Darren? You there?
Good, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Vivek.
Yeah, actually, people have a lot of misunderstanding. Can you hear
It's
me?
very simple, but people complicate it.
Yeah, we're good. Anyone else? I can't hear. Oh, let's see.
Talkifying me, man. It was
I can't hear Brian either.
Oh, really?
Felicia, are you there? Ariane, you there?
I think it's us.
Okay, let me.
I can hear me.
It's
I
working.
can't hear Vivek.
Let me
but-
back out and come back. I can't for
Can't
some
hear
reason. We
anybody.
can't hear anyone.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
Can you hear me?
You want to talk?
I was muted. I muted myself.
Mhm. Yeah.
What?
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Can you guys hear us? Brian, you there? I didn't even pull us up. We were sitting there in the back for 5 minutes. So anyway, well, look at the sword right in the middle. Hey, Ariane, you there? You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now we're good. Okay, we're back. Killing the show. So ENL is dead officially. The last show was today. Everyone's blaming me for killing it. Because I simply pointed out the fact that most of the members in the chat are actually, people who have no idea what natural law is and are still very much statists and moral relativists at the end of the day. Everyone kind of, once I started opening up my mouth in the group, it just went to pieces. A bunch of people left that were just complete like it's like that half the people over there, they use the natural law, the word, in their rhetoric, but then you look at what they're saying and it's complete new age bullshit. Like, and there was a lady that was literally like preaching, she was recommending we read books from guys that literally started the new age movement, and she was just like co-opting the word natural law for them. And then we had the hub, all the bottom feeders from the last How to Become the True Media class, not this one that's going now, but the one before. All these people that have this false ego high that they're on, showing up. Like, I just have all these tattletalers that are going around to any group I go in and tattletaling about me. But no one seems to, everyone I engage with, I ask them, instead of ad hominem, why don't you take something that I've said and talk to me about it? And poof, crickets, gone. It's happened several times. Anyway, so I'm the big asshole because I ruined a natural law podcast. And I just don't get it because I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. So it's pretty weird.
Well, if you are creative, then it's, people don't really know how to take it because you're creating, something different than most people say it. You're going to be the only one that says it that way. So, it might be.
Yeah, I mean, I attacked some people that are in the hierarchy, the social hierarchy, and they're ahead of me, allegedly.
Whatever ahead means.
Whatever ahead it means, according to the social hierarchy, they're ahead of me. And so I've had, we got a reaction from everyone with the last couple of videos. Mark reacted, Will reacted, Logan reacted, Brandon Martin reacted, Sethikus Boza reacted, Darren reacted, St. John reacted, and we're going to be going through all those videos today. They're doing damage control over there. As far as I can tell, I've had there's been several videos, there's been several posts where these guys, like they're very vague when they talk shit about me. They don't want to say who it is. They just make it sound like
signaling.
Yeah, like there's way more going on. When it's just me kind of calling out a couple people, they're like, oh, everyone's infighting and I have this opinion about it. And really, I'm just going, why are there moral relativists, openly proud moral relativists in the network? It's a little weird. Go ahead, Alicia.
Well, I feel like we're having a deja vu here,
I
because
know.
what you were doing, I wasn't watching all of them, but whenever I would come on and watch on YouTube the ENL show, what I witnessed is you were trying to guide them into what natural law actually really is. And so this is collaborative. You can call it a bit of mutual mentorship, where actually people who are on the One Great Network are not even following it and demonstrating it, which is the deja vu is what we saw with Will Keller on the How to Be the New Media class, out of class, behind the scenes, the same thing. And so people are learning incorrectly. And so if you've upset the apple cart, then the apple cart was rotten to begin with, or had issues, is all I can say. So, you know, it's funny that they didn't like it.
Yeah. It is very strange that they didn't like it.
They doth protest.
And like Ali and I were talking about it the other day, we're both of the 2012 Ron Paul thing that happened, which really triggered the whole based movement, or like any kind of like libertarian popularity, which is very popular right now. Being a libertarian is very popular right now, and it wasn't back in the day. You know, Ali and I, like, we went to events where there was 7,000 people, you know, there for Ron Paul. Ron Paul, you know, did these debates with all the other guys and just smoked them every night. He got like Delaware to cheer legalizing heroin, and like by the end of all the debates, I know I'm talking about statist shit right now, but the end of all the debates, all the candidates were like in love with Ron Paul, and like everybody was like, whoa, this guy's really cool. And we were very you know, I had done a lot of grassroots activism for Ron Paul, and so when we got delegates and they unseated them and literally beat up some of our delegates at one place, like completely, you know, decided to just change the rules and take our guy down. We became very disillusioned. We became completely disillusioned with the electoral process and the government, the reality TV show that is the American electoral system and the presidency and all this stuff. And it's like, I feel like there's been a couple generations from then, and these guys, these people that are flooding the truth movement now, you know, they didn't live through that. And they didn't have their guy taken away. They just kind of are always voting for the lesser of two evils. And that's what happened with Europa Natural Law. The majority of that group decided to, let's just get a little government. Let's just promote little government, tiny government that we can control, right? Which is a total pipe dream, because once you invent a government, it becomes a vacuum and becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it's, you know, completely out of control. So, you know, like, we're just going to get some people that understand natural law into government, and then everything's going to be fine. This is what everyone was pushing over on Europe and natural law. And I was like, are you guys out of your fucking minds? Like, this is not what we're here for. Why are you in this group? Why are you in this movement? Why are you saying natural law if you don't understand that it means anarchy? You know, like, no slaves, no masters. That's what it means. It doesn't mean, we're just going to let a certain group of masters exist and we're going to control them because natural law, you know? And so that group is completely destroyed now. And I really commend Nemo, the guy who runs it, because he stuck to his guns, and he was like, holy shit, I didn't understand how ridiculous half these people in my group are. Like, these people need a lot of work. I didn't realize. I thought we were all natural law practitioners here, but obviously there's a bunch of people, you know, pushing statist bullshit in these groups, statist propaganda, and they're also promoting carnist propaganda, the same people, strangely enough, you know. And it's like, and then I get in trouble and I get blamed for destroying the group for calling it out. And I was very nice about it in the beginning. I don't start off all crazy, you know, like I start making videos about you if you've ignored me or blocked me and like completely blown off when I've asked a simple question, you know, like that's like if you try and block yourself from me, I'm just gonna go higher and bigger. So it's best that we just talk, you know, and like none of these dudes have even hit me up in private, let alone come to the show.
But I don't think truth is crazy. So I would kind of autocorrect the way that you're saying you're crazy, because you're not crazy. It's your duty to put the truth out there, and this is the truth, and to call out the bullshit. And if they were wired properly, then they would be receptive to this, and they could think it through, and then they could go, oh, and choose with that information to change or not to change. But they're just locked. They're shut down.
The next couple of chapters of Jana's thing.
I wanted to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
It's glad to hear what you are saying, because I have been dealing with these people for 5 years and I've experienced the exact same things. So when you're saying that I'm acting a little bit crazy, it's not that you are crazy or anything you're saying is crazy. It's where these people want you to. It is called reactive abuse. The more you are going to react, the more they are going to build upon that. So all the things, what they say, and all this cognitive dissonance and everything else, I've been through all these things. And this is their actual game. These people, when they talk about any natural law and in this and that, that is all bullshit. These people are actually sadist and mentally ill. I call these people what they are, truly. They're mentally ill. Mark Passio is mentally ill. You have to say it like this, you have to see it like this. Then everything is going to make sense. And when these people are talking about New Age, they don't have the slightest clue what New Age is, what Hinduism is, what Buddhism is, what any other thing is. What they do is they steal a little bit from here, a little bit from there. See, let me talk about New Age a little bit, if you allow me. Hinduism in India, people, mostly Western people, they interact with Hinduism through Vedanta or something like that. And they talk about all this other stuff like Shiva and all those things. So first of all, Hinduism has a lot of flaws. It is like that. But everything that is coming out of India is not Hinduism. Like, for example, I explicitly told these people that I follow Buddhism, and Buddhism has little or nothing to do with any Hinduism. So these people, they don't understand anything. They mix everything and they attack that. So if you look into all these stupid people's stupidity, so you will see that it is more about their internal objects. They have internalized something and they have labeled something, and they want the whole world to see things through their internal objects. That is a solipsistic approach of looking at work. But then again, these people have read these definitions on internet, that solipsism, this and that. So they don't understand what they are talking about, and they project and they do all the things that they blame others for doing. Actually, these people are very solipsistic, and they don't even realize sometimes. I think, as far as my experience goes, I think they do it on purpose to satisfy their sadism. Like whatever the hell they are doing, they will blame you. Whatever they are doing, they will blame you. But you are doing that, but they are doing it. So it's really, really deep and really, really insane. And I think they do it on purpose. So there's this morality, ethics. It is all for show. It is all for creating content. None of these people have any morality or ethics. I can guarantee this.
Would it be fair to say, to add on to that, Vivek, that basically they are hiding from their own shadow and their own, I mean, they just don't even want to see this for what it is. They are refusing to do the work, to even look at it. They're
They're lost idiots.
It's truth converted.
They are lost idiots. They have, like, they were insane people, and then they found all these things, and then they started to attack people with all these definitions and everything else. And automatically they think, without doing any real work, they have become the authority on these things just because they read it first. It's something like that. Yeah.
And then when given a platform for some of these people, they feel like this is they are empowered to speak this, and that everything that they speak is with approval. I mean, and this is where we can talk about what is approval from the person who owns the website or not. I mean, it's causing chaos.
I'm not sure about their anarchy aspect, because there are a lot of things, so I don't understand. I don't want to judge anybody. For example, Boza, he supports Hell's Angels or something, outlaw people.
Yeah, we were going to talk
So
about that.
they are criminals, and he's talking about morality and ethics. So what the hell is that?
Yeah.
You are literally like supporting some criminals, I would say,
Statist
as far
criminal
as I'm
group.
yeah, as
Rules
far as
for
I've
thee,
read.
but not for me. It's all outward pointing, but not actually, and memorizing the
Yeah.
words of the spoken principles, but not applying that to self and
No,
going inward.
yeah, that dissociated from the reality actually,
Yeah.
and everything is for you because they are the great lord. They are behaving like elites right now. To be honest, they are behaving like the people they pretend to fight. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been funny because like this week we just got so much attention because of those last 2 episodes. Holy crap. And I don't know, like, because it kind of all started, it mostly started with Derek Bartolicelli and him, him and him yelling at Oscar. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Oh, by the way, so it's funny, Oscar, that's what I wanted to say. So in the next couple chapters of Jana's talk, she talks about shit, it totally just blocked my mind what we were just talking about. Brain fart. But yeah,
Derek and Oscar.
Oh yeah, Derek and Oscar. So Derek kind of triggered things, and then what was Seth Boza? Is it this one? Occult Secrets of the Abhorrent Psyop. Okay, I believe this one. So Brandon Martin, I don't really know who this guy is. I know he's on my Facebook. He posted about me like 7 times in 2 days, right? Like he wrote this big, long, he's one of these word guys who thinks they're really, really cool and smart because they have a huge vocabulary. And he's likely, he likely has some help writing this stuff. But anyway, he made a response, or he posted something basically saying, oh, everyone's fighting. We need to all get along. We need to not attack people that are in the movement because we're already, blah, 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 blah. All this nonviolent communication bullshit nonsense. I don't know where he learned this from. He definitely didn't learn it from anything off the network or from Mark, because that's new age bullshit. You should be able to call out anyone if they are doing something wrong. And he's like, oh, you're just nitpicking. And I'm like, no, I'm not nitpicking. Doing a multi-level marketing scamming people, saying that if they buy this Chinese machine and breathe through it every day, they're going to not have to go to the hospital in the future. That's bullshit. That's not nitpicking. And even if I was nitpicking, we should, to these guys that are on the network who represent everything that we've put all this effort into, we should be nitpicking them. They shouldn't be fucking around and having missteps when they're, where they're at. So I don't really get it when all these people and everyone who came after, everyone who went after me for mentioning that Derek needs to work on his presentation a little bit because he's on the network now and he can't be having emotional outbursts on podcasts. Like, that's not good. And that's all I said. I was just like, hey bro, don't forget your shadow work. You get you're being watched by the public now as a representative of natural law and Mark Passio. So like, you might want to work on and everyone flipped out. on me and said, "Oh, stop breaking down people in the network. You're trying to destroy the network." And I've never once wanted to destroy the network. Only want to make the network better and these people better, but they don't seem to want to be better. They seem to be completely obsessed with their egos. And now that they're on this cool network, they can't stand that someone came along and said, this network kind of fucking sucks. And these people on it are all kind of a joke. You know, like the best guy up there is Benny Wills, because Benny Wills is from the Ron Paul movement where we're from. That's why he's one of the best guys up there. If these other guys, like, they missed all the basic shit, and we have to go through all this basic stuff again to teach these guys shit they should have learned 10 years ago.
And then can I ask something just for clarity? So when you talk about like Brandon Martin making these Facebook posts talking about you, are they naming you specifically?
No, they won't name me. They won't. They have to be vague about everything.
I think that's part of the problem and part of the tactic to where this communication is happening with non-specifics, and it's not, these issues are not being addressed head on, which is indicative of something nefarious. Just because it's like, okay, if we're addressing people, we're talking about people, so like Brandon talking about you, you know, name names, from what I've
specific.
Let's be specific so we can be clear on definitions, clear what we're disagreeing about, clear who we're disagreeing with. And so living in sort of this gray area and making these what's the word, these like
self-serving posts,
these
on
like
Facebook.
Cryptic posts that gets a lot of likes.
Great.
Yes, because they're not, it's, if you don't understand the context and who these people are talking about, then it sounds like it sounds like the rhetoric of the natural law community and the Mark Passio followers, but it's not specific. And so there's none of these instances are ever to be able to be addressed. The Will Kellers and the Logan Harts and the multi-level marketing schemes are never directly addressed, because they use these words and these, like, again, these cryptic posts that seem like, hey, it kind of sounds true, it sounds good, but if you knew the context, you know, people might have some different opinions. But I just see that it's sort of like hiding in the shadows, and communicating with not being specific. It just seems to be a tactic. And again, it's solipsistic, it's relativistic. It's like, let's be very objective, let's be very forthcoming with what we're talking about, our definitions, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, something I just wanted to clear up.
So I go in these groups and they're just like, oh, all you do is talk shit. And it's like, that's why Nemo was going crazy in the natural law chat, because everyone was just coming like Sarah Cross. Oh, Jeffrey this, Jeffrey that, Jeffrey this, Jeffrey that. You know, like, oh, he just talks shit. He just, but never actually addressing something I've ever said once. And I begged her. I was all, hey, I would love to have this conversation with you. Since you're talking to me directly right now, I'd love to have this conversation. When you say that I take words out of context, what am I taking? Whose words am I taking out of context? What are those words? Let's talk about this. And she splits. Whoa. Just like anyone else, Derek. Whenever I talk, what about me irritates you? What triggers you? What words that I've said that trigger you? But no one wants to talk about that, because they're only defending the social hierarchy. They don't have a reason to not like me.
You are not worthy to respond to, because you're not one of the cool kids sitting at the One Great Work Network table. So therefore you are not. It's just a tactic that they use.
Just block them
to avoid people from looking at anything you say. It's just a variation of ad hominem fallacy, really, when it comes down to it. Oh, this guy's crazy. You don't listen to what he says, but then it's like, well, why not?
What do they call it? The monkeys something or other again?
Flying monkeys.
Flying monkeys.
Yeah,
it's called entrainment. What they are doing with your energy right now, they are trying to entrain you to react, to be in that reactive mindset.
Right. Yeah,
because the game is very dark and evil. I have been through this for 5 years, and I've understood all the aspects of their stupidity. Yeah. Actually, what these people truly are, these people are illiterate losers. That's what Mark Passio is. That's what Sethikus Boza is. That's what any other of these people are. In reality, that is their core. If you have to see all the past all the bullshit of these people, You have to see their core, and their core is dark and it is full of sadism. Mark Passio, he drives sadistic pleasure when he attacks people using this virtue signaling about people, and he's coward. Mark Passio is a coward. Sethikus Boza is a coward. They are cowardly losers. Actually, that's why they cannot ever say anybody's name. We people are mature because we are calling them out and we are holding these people responsible for their bullshit. So they don't understand this thing. They don't understand because their childish mind cannot comprehend this thing. That's what is wrong with these people actually. They never grew up. They're living in their fantasies, they're living in their
Yep.
stupidity,
With
they're
their
living in
swords
some
and
sort of
cloaks.
deluded space. Yeah. And they think and they think they have achieved something, they have become something. When you when Mark Passio started to attack me through Sethikus Boza's bullshit, Sethikus Boza called Mark Passio to attack me. These losers. So he was saying that search your name on Google and search my name on Google, and crickets are chirping. So I said, because I'm not into this insanity like you. I'm not an insane person, so I don't have to create all this drama for attention seeking. Right? So these
Yeah.
people, they don't understand any of these things. When you try to have a conversation with them like a mature person, they will never ever partake in that. And they would always say that you are violating some law of correspondence or something, because what these people do is
Breach a contract.
what these people do is they want your image to be seen through a narrative that they can control,
Very
that
controlled.
they can see you through.
Yes.
They don't
Yeah.
talk in terms of ontology. They don't talk in terms of what has actually happened, what has actually went through. They don't want to listen to your reason because they are already narcissistic. They're already in the cloud. So they don't see you as anybody. When you talk with Mark Passio or all these people, they say, I used to be a Satanist. I used to be priest. And you're trying to tell me, maybe I'm not talking in terms of Satanism. And then Mark Passio, all these people, they were Satanists. They were Christians also at some point. Maybe, I don't know about you people, but I was never Christian or Satanist. And they started to call me that, you're Satanist, you're Christian. I was like, how stupid do you have to be to talk about people like that? So that's insanity. Yeah.
And I think
Yes.
it's really, sorry, I think it's so appropriate and helpful to apply the psychological blueprint onto this in order to have some objectivity. And with that, you can see the predictability of it. It goes in a cycle, and they have they have very few gameplays. It's just it's almost like the same thing on loop, and you can predict it. With each character that's involved in this, they'll have a slightly different nuance. But
because they are programming you through repetition. They repeat. That's how they prime you, or they condition you. They want to condition you through the objects. Like, you should react in a certain way so that Mark Passio will be Mark Passio and he can teach you. He can be a teacher, and you should be a eternal student. As long as Mark Passio is alive, he will pretend to be a teacher somehow, and you should behave like the role that he has assigned to you as a teacher, as a student. And you should ask exactly how he wants you to ask, so that he would look good in front of people, so that his deluded fantasy will be satisfied. It's something like that.
Yeah. What's up, Jeremy? How's it going? We're roasting some moral relativists that are hanging out in our circles. So it might be a little vague, but good to see you up here.
You too. I'll just hang.
Do it.
Jeremy, at least it's not non-vegan marshmallows we're roasting here.
Yes.
True.
Yes.
For those who know what we're talking about with that example this week.
So it's funny because Jeremy's here, because if VGT wasn't around, there'd be a lot of podcasts that have no one in the chat, especially Stefana Johnson, Funnel, Will Keller, Derek Bartolocelli, Europa Natural Law, all these groups. For some reason, the people from the One Great Work Network don't support their own people. And it's always me and Alicia in the chat and Allie and Bracky. It's all this stuff. So anyway, we were asking, so Will Keller's been doing this show with this lady for a while now, and we're usually always in the chat. And so she left it open for questions today, and we asked some questions, and Miss Stefana didn't really sense the questions as being mildly hostile, controversial.
Yeah.
So she went out and asked them to Will. And Alicia, do you have your timestamp for yours? Because Alicia asked something that was asked on the air, as well as I asked something that was on the air. And and Will Keller here. This all started with Braxton asking Will Keller, how do you kill animals in a way that's aligned with natural law or something like that? I don't remember what exactly he asked, but he asked Will on a live stream a very poignant question. And instead of answering the question, Will, says he's vegetarian, but makes really dumb excuses for being a carnist, which he's still a carnist. Christian Carb Strong is in the house. What's up, buddy? Where you been? This fool's probably been riding his bike all over the place.
Mine is at 132 if you need that.
Okay, 132. So anyway, so we asked a couple questions that are questions I've been asking a lot of people lately. I've been going to any of these guys' live streams and asking them, how do we hold accountable people in our movement if the social hierarchy of the movement is protecting them? I've asked, I think even once before, I might have asked Will this, and he might have said something about it. But it's just kind of, who did we ask this to who totally bailed on it? Oh, I asked Oscar this question on the show a couple weeks ago, and he totally sidestepped it because it's not something anyone wants to talk about. Nobody wants to admit that anyone who could be into natural law could still be a Satanist. And you got all these guys that are doing this stuff just for ego. These sword-carrying, cloak-wearing douchebags that are cosplaying wizards and charging people, like selling stuff and just being new age scammers under the guise of the natural law movement. And then they're mad because I'm pointing it out, which is something Mark's been telling us to point this shit out as long as he's been doing work. So it's going to be fun seeing this conversation in the chat. So anyway, this is Will Keller getting asked a question from this lady who's been pressing Will. She's been interviewing him for a while. And I think she senses his bullshit a little because she's often pushing him. And I've seen him get really upset. By the way, look at his cool hydrogen machine behind him. Yeah. That's that $5,000 hydrogen machine that he's selling from China to people. Because in order to be aligned with morality, you need to breathe hydrogen water through a Chinese machine that's plugged into the wall. Freaking morons. So anyway, so this is hilarious. This happened yesterday. Okay. Here we go.
Then I'm going to get those answers from you. And I'm going to go over here and just make sure I'm not missing any questions. This is from Jeffrey Phillips. How do we hold bad actors in our community accountable if the social hierarchy of the community is protecting them?
Oh, Jeffrey. So you want to police the people that are activating and taking action? I would say you would need to focus on yourself.
So right off the bat, instead of just answering the question and not making a big deal about it, he makes a big deal about it. And first starts off with, you want to police the people in our movement, which fuck yeah, everyone should be policing all people in every fucking movement. Are you out of your mind? Like, you think these guys got this from Mark. I get special rules in life because I call myself aligned with natural law. Awakened. Like, these guys are out of their minds. So he thinks, and what I've gotten from all these people on the network, they're all, Jeffrey, you shouldn't be attacking, you shouldn't be policing people within the movement. And it's like, what? So everyone just gets everyone just gets a free ride and is able to do all the harm they want. And I've had these people, they're like, oh, Well, okay, I hear what you're saying about the multi-level marketing scheme that they're doing, but I really like their content. And I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, what have you learned so far? I don't understand. But this comes from New Age nonsense, this nonviolent communication, be nice to everyone, let's all just get along. All these people are on this network are screaming this at me right now. Stop calling us out, Jeffrey. You know, like I've been doing this almost 2 years now, and it's finally catching some action.
They want to maintain that good guy persona. They want to be good guys in front of people, in front of camera. But
They think that network's so cool.
Yeah, the actions they are like they are actually Satanists. Still, they say that other people are Satanists. Some dark ones are doing it. Actually, these people are actually Satanists in that sense.
Yeah. And Will has so little self-control that he couldn't even just answer the question with like a stock answer. He had to start attack. Like he starts off by saying, "Oh, you want to attack people," and then he had to tone it down and actually answer the question so he didn't look like an unhinged dildo.
Well, I think it's important too to so the definition of awakened, right? What does it mean that someone, if they are awakened, what do they have to do? And does that, whatever they do to be called that, does that excuse then immoral behavior or lying or grifting or other possible transgressions against natural law because they are teaching and engaging in the great work, therefore overlook everything they do and just they get a free pass to do whatever? It's the lack of discernment or even like having an appearance of discernment is what's concerning to me.
Shocking.
Yeah, it's concerning that again, it's not engaging specifically with the exact definitions of these words and these principles that we say that we're living by. Again, it's like you said, Jeffrey, it's new age bullshit. Oh, we're awakened. It's not a one and done thing. The same thing with shadow work. It's not. Bro. Yeah, it's like it's again, it's okay. These people who have the stamp of approval from a network, therefore we 100% know that they're all good people. It's like it's it's concerning. It's concerning. Like how much it's the ridicule of even questioning anyone who's on the network or who's in this friend group or who's into natural law and says the right words. Like people's actions dictate morality, not just the rhetoric on their content.
Yeah,
and especially they're doing a multi-level marketing scheme. Like it's not like they're just selling some product. Like even it's so wild. But go ahead.
Well, did you want to continue?
No.
What we're seeing across the board with each character that has been addressed on the show is they're all the same, and then collectively there's systemic tribal enablement or group enablement.
Yeah.
And instead of doing the right thing, which is even if it's behind the scenes saying, "Hey buddy, like can we have a talk here?" They might not want to do it live on air, but it just doesn't happen. It's cricket chirps.
Yeah.
And I keep saying it's truth inverted. It's not the goodness, it's the bad. I don't know how else to say it, but that's what we're seeing.
When you get a chance to question them, then they say you're policing them.
Yeah,
I mean, exactly.
That's what they've all been flinging that at me. You're trying to police us, Jeffrey.
Mm-hmm. But they
What
won't.
are you, gods? You're not gods.
Because no one else is. If I'm the only one, then I'm the only one. That's fine. I'm not doing this to be friends with these guys.
So who did it before you? I mean, I don't know the history at that time. Was
Jana?
it Jana and Noah?
Jana
right.
and Noah,
so is this the next wave, however many years later?
Yeah. And that's why they are so triggered, because they had this happen to them before. Sure. So the second me and Bracky showed up, they were so triggered already that they couldn't even have a conversation with us. Oh God, vegans! Oh God, the vegans are here. Even though it was different vegans, and they could not have the conversation. They just had to start spewing, dumb things Mark has said about vegans, like, oh, vegans are militaristic or whatever. It's like retarded. But anyway, let me get back to this video.
Over here and just make sure I'm not missing any questions. This is from Jeffrey Phillips. How do we hold bad actors in our community accountable if the social hierarchy of the community is protecting them?
Oh, Jeffrey.
I could not. I'm never
you
going
want
to
to police the people that are activating and taking action.
Yes.
I would say you would need to focus on yourself.
Oh,
Truth
I have.
always prevails, and patterns speak volumes.
True.
If there is
True.
a bad actor in a community, discernment, logic, and reason will expose the bad actor indefinitely. People need to observe and judge actions of individuals, right? So if there is a bad actor, it will become obvious to people by what they talk about, how they act in the world, etc.
Interesting.
So that's my answer to that guy.
To that guy.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Great to see the others in.
Yeah.
This has been a 10-part series, and this is the final episode of their 10-part series together. And they're going to parlay this. If you're going to talk about that later, then I won't mention it. But what they're going to parlay this together, what's going to happen after this is a little paid monthly subscription situation. Don't know how many are going to sign up. Now, Stefana seems to be quite literally, she's in search of knowledge, she's being humble, she's being vulnerable. And we've seen this in episode after episode. When Will doesn't answer her question, she scratches her head. She's very perplexed. And then but wait, and she tries to dig deeper. And he's just incredibly evasive. And what he does say, it's almost like listening to Deepak Chopra on repeat. I don't know if any of you have experienced that. I can't stand listening to Deepak. But this is what we're seeing. And I mean, it's no secret. She's had experience with Scientology. And so with that, there's going to be this questioning in her psyche. So she's in this really vulnerable place. And I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't know her. I'm open to being, incorrect in some manners here. And if so, I apologize. But when you come from a cult background, there's already there's a trauma there, and there's a psychological trauma that's going on, and so she's already exposed to that. And now to go into the spider's web of Will, God help her, she has no idea that, like, come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. She has no idea she's about to get zapped again. And this is just heart-wrenching to see. And I'm not trying to be all emotional or anything, but like, damn, this woman really wants what's best for herself and the people around her that she's influencing.
Yeah, I mean, why would you need a 10-part series of anything? Holy crap, that's really long-winded. And every time I've listened to it, they're basically kind of going over the same stuff, but that's irrelevant. So where was your timestamp, Alicia? Go ahead.
132. So as you find that, Will in this moment, and it came much later, my question, because I immediately put it into the chat box because he said there's a pattern. What was it? What did he say there? There's a pattern to behavior, and patterns will reveal themselves. So that is the prompt for my question that she's going to read.
What was it? 130?
132. I hope this makes sense.
That he has the seminar.
It does.
So I'm going to put that out there. I will add that to the YouTube notes in the description. And then I have no doubt I will have Will back at some time for a live YouTube at some point when I just can't figure it out on my own. Clearly, Will Keller is incredibly intelligent, competent, knowledgeable, and experienced. He's gone through it. He's doing the work and does it regularly. So please make sure you're reaching out to him. Go to willkeller.com. Incredible body of knowledge that he has there. Incredible resources. So see willkeller.com, and then all of his social media. He puts out such great social media. So make sure you're following him there. And anything else
now
that
watch
you
his
care to
eyes.
say? Well,
I think you did a fantastic job. I think
course he did.
What you're proposing with the community is important. People seek this. They seek the like-minded individuals to come to commune with. This is what a community is, right? To either as a support, as a guidance, whether that be tech to activate, create their own content, whatever it may be. We can look back even on like the Scandemic era where the freedom cells became extremely popular, but there's not that many people that understand natural law and objective morality. So having these kind of communities where people can unite and inspire each other to act in the world, I think that is the main component. So
I think it would be
fantastic.
amazing. And to have that as a root, have that as the soil and fertilizing the soil with that, what could sprout from that would be amazing, I bet. I mean, I could just some of the questions I see or the comments in the chats always inspires me. And so I think, I want more
it's
of
always
that.
us.
I want more of this. In fact, before we go, so
That's
I will
not new age.
just answer is it to Marcy. Yes, we'll make sure we
Watch
get
his eyes.
PDF, the list of books.
He's all.
from
Not another
Will.
question.
And then is Alicia asks, is blocking people a pattern, Will?
Here's another one, Alicia. Sure, yeah. If you're going to come into a space that we've created and you're going to act a fool or an ass, absolutely, you can be blocked. So.
Okay, so
my Lord!
Are these? So I'm not super. I don't.
She's
usually
all
interact
whoops.
with
They're
them.
on your channel, is what they're asking, because I have them blocked. Because they don't make educational content on.
We
their
don't
own.
make educational
Try to
content
infiltrate
over
other
here.
people,
We just talk
and
shit.
They want to police.
We don't
They
scam
want to be
people.
statists
Yeah,
within
that
certain
checks out.
communities. So,
Yeah,
and that's
what
a
is that
fact.
about? What
That's
is
a
that about?
fact.
What?
It's jealousy. It's incompetence on creating their own educational content and trying to inspire others. They focus on anyone that they choose and they want to break them down. They're embodying the energy of involution. They have low teachability and cowards. For sure, 100%.
I resent that remark. We're
That's what it
learning
is. And here's the
at
thing:
light
it's like
speed
I
over
could block
here.
you on social media. The type
You
of
really
person I
reckon
am,
these
I don't go
fools?
back and forth on this artificial
crazy are these
reality
people?
of social media platforms. I'm a face-to-face type of person.
What?
I am who I am in real life, eye to eye, and that's how.
Did this
how
guy
I
admit to
kinda
blocking
handle-
people and then say that
He's a face-to-face guy.
I'm a face-to-face guy?
Oh my! The guy's never hit me up in private or in public about what's going on. He's a face-to-face, not an internet guy. Or is that just saying that he wants to beat me up, like all these other guys are saying they want to beat me up?
He's afraid.
Maybe that's what he's saying. He's saying, "Oh, I'm a face. I'll fucking see you."
If you were
Yeah,
a face,
honestly, I think he's got like what they call it, a Heimlich syndrome. Like where he's got such an echo chamber that like he doesn't know other ideas, and then when it's something completely out of his box is said to him, it's like, oh, how dare you?
Yeah.
Well, if he was so concerned about social media, he wouldn't have bothered to block you. He just wouldn't be on it. He wouldn't be reading it and getting triggered by what.
Exactly. Nothing I say, nothing I've ever said should trigger any of these people. They should love the things I'm saying. Just like Mark. Mark should love my podcast. What the fuck? He doesn't? He actually
Should I repeat what I got blocked for?
Yeah.
And this is on the How to Be the New Media student forum. And where we had an issue before that was not moderated by Will, in accordance with natural law and helping to guide people what that's all about. And so at that point, Darren had posted something, and then I said on there, this group has been in, I haven't read this in forever, so I'll be reading it kind of like, what did I write? Well done, Darren. This group has been infiltrated and the gatekeepers are not keeping students safe, Will et al. But because of his privilege and the One Great Network, those on it are afraid to step up and say something. This was an issue last semester, so keep your eyes open. Stay vigilant and don't shoot the messengers. Thank them. This is designed to take you further from the light, not closer. Petty tyranny in action.
Yeah, well, they're so Mark, obviously, because he wants to keep money flowing, has told his moderators to stand down from anything. Don't criticize anyone on there because that's going to hurt my bottom line. And so what has happened over the years, as you have what I was talking about earlier, carnist rhetoric, proud carnist rhetoric being presented on the One Great Network, scams, all kinds of stuff. So you have to, like, if you're gonna do it, you got to do it. You can't just do this. Oh, I'm gonna do it. Money, one eye is the most important thing. I'm gonna let people just get shit on in my community by moral relativists, and I'm just gonna let it happen. I don't know. Was this done?
Yep.
Apparently, they don't like tough love when you
engage-
return the favor.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
With trolls, with
I don't engage
parasites.
with trolls.
I don't allow my energy to be fed to them. And
Very
that's
nice.
how I
Funny.
function. And if that hurts feelings, sorry,
Bullshit.
go to a different channel, go
Bullshit.
somewhere else.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
stop being a little baby. That's what I say.
Right on. Right on. Okay, awesome. Yeah,
Maybe
so,
like then he
so
blocks
there
them.
you go.
He calls them babies, then
I
blocks
ask you
them.
about Dennis Gilmore,
Yeah.
because I
You see that thing called truth that's behind him there? He avoids the truth like the plague.
No, that sign says so much. That's like being, oh, trust me, we'll tell truth. Like, these guys aren't even self-aware enough to see that they look like clowns, like absolute clowns.
It's
That's what they
programming
are.
inverted. Programming inverted.
Yeah.
Yeah, he used the word teachability, which, and by the way, I'm not in this world. Like, I'm sort of outside of it. So I'm just observing, but the idea of teachability to me sounds like grooming. To me, it just sounds like, oh, you're the problem because you're not open enough.
Damn.
Like, you can't be taught by me. So you're the problem. And I can see this woman who's with Will
It's valid.
is completely groomed by him.
Yes.
And she's completely submissive
Yeah.
to him. And
That's what they are. They are groomers, actually. That's what I have experienced with these people. They
It's
try
the
to
church
groom
of
you
Will.
into their cult. Yeah.
Sorry I interrupted you. It feels
Groom
like
you
it's
until
the
they
church of Will.
send you a hydrogen machine.
Ariane, pull out the hydrogen machine.
So Ariane is director of theater, just so Jeremy knows.
They're actually
during the stream I was on, we
They're-
were watching one of those videos of the
Oh, is that hilarious?
yeah. It might have been this guy because he looks
Yeah, it was
familiar.
him.
Okay, nice.
When they were talking about teachability, they are actually saying that you are not taking our trauma because they trauma bind you people. And I mean, people who come to their cult, they trauma bind them. They are trauma based mind controlling people. Actually, this is what's going on.
Yeah.
People, if they really look into all these things, somebody should ask Mark Passio, why is he screaming on people? What type of morality, ethics, anything else, natural law is that? So that much is enough. Why are you screaming at people? Why are you treating people like they're your subject or like you have become some sort of lord? Tough love, he calls it tough love. So why don't he like tough love back when people give him? Why he blocks them?
Yeah.
If you don't like
Valid.
it, shut it off.
So what I think happened was in response to Derek, in response to me triggering the whole network this last month, Seth Boza made a video kind of like, hey guys, like you're falling apart really easily, like you're kind of making this network look like crap because you're all getting triggered by someone who's
he was gaslighting his own audience. Actually, that's what he does. When people expose these people, they create a sub layer for their stupid followers.
Yeah,
sub layer so that they can control the narrative.
So
they won't let their own people to analyze things from a independent point of view. They will always create a sub layer.
Jeremy, you'll crack up at this shit.
I mean, I like this part.
Yeah, with John Travolta.
Yeah.
Dune. Movie Dune.
Well, it's pretty dope, actually.
It's an insanely long intro. Actually, our intro is pretty long, too.
Welcome
that
back.
movie will make you
Welcome
question
back.
shit.
Boza. Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of White Dragon, back again on another segment. Jumping into things right away here. Some things I want to address are going to cut through all the fucking bullshit. The main topic I'm going to start hitting upon is fear. The entire motherfucking realm, as we speak, is absolutely saturated with it all across the board in ways that I have never been able to pick up on before in terms of where I am and how clear the actual grid works and field are where we are.
Said both harder.
And
I
to
say
that,
shit
when
too.
it comes to fear as to its definition, this is an unpleasant emotion caused by the assumption that something or someone is a threat and is a danger and is likely going to cause pain and harm or basically fuck up any particular situation that individuals are directly.
For one, what's the weird editing that there's like clips every 2 seconds?
It's like those MTV reality TV shows, or just reality TV shows in general, just like for the short attention span. But yeah, he does those quick edits.
And might I add, this is one of Mark Passio's best guys. His favorite guy.
He's definitely a 5-chord.
Yeah, he's scared of his own words. When he says something that he does not want people to see, he clips them. That's why there are so many cuts.
Yeah.
Because he's a bumbling, he probably bumbles and wants to be perceived as being more concise.
But he runs everything off of the KISS syndrome. You know, you got to keep it
Boza is
simple.
scared of me, actually.
Yeah.
He's scared of me, and he's talking about fear here. He's very, very, very terrified from me.
It's
Trust me.
this, yeah. It's that same.
They're getting attacked by several angles, and they're reacting to it because the things we're saying are true.
Yeah, they are. That's what they are scared.
Yeah.
Actually.
Involved in. And it's to note here, as I've said over and over again, that fear is not a human emotion. It is a lower spiritual force that is invoked upon the mind. And again, mind is your entire beingness on a multidimensional level as a cause point to its actual definition. So there's the definition. Next, let's get into the actual fucking etymology of what fear is. And where this word we all throw around and actually fucking know what it is actually came from. The Middle English word fere was taken from the Old English word fairer. Both mean calamity, sudden danger, peril, sudden attack. As it also from the Proto-Germanic
what was that
fear,
pause?
which means quote unquote danger.
What the
and is
fuck
also
am I watching?
sourced from the Old Saxon word far, which means to ambush.
Dragon.
Quiet. He's a white dragon.
And if you take it further back to the Old Norse far,
Beat it
which
up for you,
means
Rose.
to harm, cause distress, and to deceive. As with the Dutch word gevar and the German word gefahr here. They
I hate
both mean
doing this
danger.
because I make these
And also
guys
meaning to try
sound
something by
better
taking a risk.
by speeding them
There's
up.
always fear involved in taking risk. Feran means
Nobody
to
has time for
terrify
them.
and frighten. Go back to the Proto-Germanic verbal form of the root fear, which cognates to include the Old Saxon word feron, means to lie in wait. As with the Middle Dutch word veren, which means simply to fear. Along with the Old High German word feren, which means to plot against, and then bring it back to the Old Norse word fera, which means to taunt. And that's what I see out there, all across the fucking board. All you motherfuckers being taunted to fear.
Shit.
There's so many different measures and things I can get into specifically that are the cause point to this. But you have to recognize that you are being taunted. You are being mind-fucked in context of all of this shit. So as to the senses in terms of the state of being afraid, again, it's an uneasiness caused by the possibility of danger either to something real or an assumption to something real that may or may not even be fucking real. And then with it all on top of it, you have its meaning in terms of religious trauma-based mind control. Fuck, brother. It's this feeling of dread in terms of a pseudo-reverence for the god of monotheism or anything else for that matter. You know, when these assholes work to put the fear of God, quote-unquote God, or any kind of fear into someone's mind, which is meant to intimidate and cause people to become cowards on top of everything else. And see, this is actually a common religious phrase, the fear of God, that has actually been used since its inception, especially since the time of the Crusades and the Inquisitions.
Oh my God. So yeah, this guy thinks the Hells Angels is really cool. An organization of criminal status from the military. The Hells Angels was was started from military people coming back from Vietnam or something, and or World War II. And so he thinks it's really cool to emulate the Hells Angels.
Yeah,
as Vivek said earlier.
He used to be a Christian pastor too. Out of all these things, this person used to be a Christian pastor. Can you imagine?
Oh, like he was serious. Like I thought he was from like a first Bill and Ted movie, like one of the things you watch from a short clip or something on the recording. Like what the fuck was that? Just the way he talked, like you had to speed it up, and it was still slow as shit.
Yeah, and he charges for courses. Christian,
1700 something.
He charges like $3,000 for courses.
That's a real thing. Like that guy really charges people.
It's initiations into his multi-tiered Freemason style group that he's starting of fucking retards. Yeah. So this is Mark, one of Mark's best guys. He sells rocks. He sells rocks. So this guy's like basically illiterate. If you go and look at his website, it's all just nonsense, illiterate garbage. But then he's got all of his guys that like him. He's got his guys emulating him in being illiterate. Like it's the funniest shit I've ever seen. Like they like write in all caps and like all this stupid shit because symbology or whatever. Like, but anyway, so where was I?
So this is relevant because this video
wild.
Talk about how it's responding to what it's responding to.
So Seth is responding to Vivek and I going after everyone and getting everyone to react. I think he kind of called out to all of the fools that are reacting not in the right way. No one should be reacting to me. If you go and react to me, you're showing your cards that you're pretty not confident about what you're doing and yourself and all that stuff. So obviously, at least Seth knows enough to not just pile on and make your typical, we need to stop tearing each other down type of video. And he at least was trying to encourage the dumbasses to stop being dumbasses. What's up, Jules, mate? Jules is in the house.
Yeah, actually what he does is what Sethikus Boza is doing from past 5 years, ever since I tried to like challenge his bullshit. He has created 90 videos over the period of time. All those videos he was attacking me so that I will not expose what he actually did. So that's what he's doing. These people are fooling not just like people they have scammed, they are also fooling people who follow them. They are constantly gaslighting them. They don't want those people to see the truth.
If it gets out that they're a criminal, they're screwed. You know, like, how am I going to act like I'm this person on this network if I'll rip you off for $300? You know, like literally.
800. Yeah, he ripped off $800 for me. Actually,
Seth Boza is selling rocks, rock the size of your hand, for $320 because it came from Seth Boza. He's literally selling bottles of oil that's mystery health oil for $300. Literal fucking snake oil. See, he's holding it right here.
Right, yeah, there. That's a picture from his website.
Right there of the bottle, the tiny bottle that he's selling for $300 to these morons who follow him.
Ariane's got it too. He's got all of the
He's got all the products. And let's not forget Seth ripped off Braxton. Told Braxton would be on the One Great Worth Network after doing his course. That never ended up happening. Vivek got ripped off and threatened. You know, why are these guys threatening all of us? If they're so secure about where they're at and they're these gurus and they're these badass shamans, like a shaman doesn't get triggered by someone asking them a question. The
Oh,
shaman would take that
Jeffrey.
question and see it as something they could learn from, like some sort of exercise in learning.
It's not teachable.
Yeah. And then to have this guy get asked about blocking and have him be like doubling down on it. And it comes straight from Mark Passio, because Mark Passio doubles down on blocking people all the time because Mark thinks he gets special. He gets to be treated a special way because he's done a bunch of YouTube videos that have gotten fucking nowhere. Like, not the greatest teacher. Sorry.
Worst teacher. If he ever taught in school or anywhere, people like kids would have hated him because he cannot even come to the point directly. He has to abuse people first so that he can feel within himself. Because Mark Passio, I think he has something deeper going on. He does not feel his own existence unless he demean other, unless he puts somebody down. Then he gets into that field where he can actually connect with his whatever the fuck he says. There's something deeper psychologically going on with all these people when they attack people like that. I'm from India. Why the fuck they had to attack me to begin with? And like it makes no sense at all. No sense.
Like, I don't mind like all the harsh stuff, like Mark yelling at everybody and but direct it at somebody. Don't fucking just fling it out and then ignore the fact that the things you're saying, you're attacking, you're talking shit to people for doing a certain thing, and the people on your network are doing it, and you're not sending that message to anyone in general. Just the trash apes. Fuck all the trash apes. And it's like, no, call out the fuckheads around you that are fucking scamming people. Come on, dude. Like, make an example out of them. Use your petty tyranny and your forced shadow work. You're always telling us to use this shit. I use it on your people. They all lose their fucking minds. And then Mark's like, oh, this guy's trying to like act like he's my friend, like, because we were like supportive of Mark throughout this whole time until he fucking told us to fuck off and throw us underneath the bus. Like, he should love my fucking show. Should love this shit.
Power claim.
He should love that I have called out every single person on his fucking network. He should fucking love that shit. He should be like,
I hate to point out
these guys flip out, and what happens to all of them after being finally called out by someone.
I hate to point out the psychology of the situation with him right now, because when you get that far into that mind setting, the reason people like him doesn't have friends is because he has turned relationships into transactions.
Yep. Why is he friends with fucking white pride crazy people? I'm confused. Slav.
Number 2.
Yeah. Slav. Will Logan Hart. Why is he friends with Logan Hart?
Hey, Jeffrey,
moral relativists. What's that?
Are we talking about Mark Passio, the guy you were showing me?
Yeah.
The seminar. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he started a network like 6 years ago, which he should have never done. And, he's trying to make money off of his being as big as he is. And so his whole message is in the fucking trash now, basically. And there's a lot of people who really learned a lot from him, and we're all kind of upset that he's thrown it all. He's basically flushed it all down the toilet with this crowd that he hangs out with now, that he lets coattail off him. And these guys got big because they're around Mark, and now they're scamming people with like MLM scams and shit. And Mark's not doing anything about it, but he's the guy who taught us how to be moral, like, what's going on here? He's the one who taught us about, the moral relativists being Satanists. And the whole thing is we got to convert these people away from that shit.
Well,
and so the fact that he lets the stuff get away on his own network, it's just utterly fucking shocking to all of us. And he's doubling down and defending these guys. And I've told him about these guys. I've told him about the scams. I've told him about sketchy people around him, and he hasn't done anything. And so it's kind of telling, I just
want to point out that he kind of did the same thing that this Seth guy did, where he spent a good portion of the talk that you showed me, honestly, like 30 minutes of it, basically explaining the concept of open-mindedness, but doing it in a sort of condescending way, in saying that, you know, if you don't take my message, there's something wrong with you. You're not open enough to this message. He also did the same thing that Seth just did, which was to spend a lot of time on the etymology of words, which was to kind of give the illusion that I am an intelligent person, because that's what Seth was just doing. He was just breaking down. He's filibustering and wasting time, telling us the etymology of these words that we all know the meaning of. We don't need this. Stop wasting our time.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it at the time, but that was something that I observed about Mark Passio. I'm sure that there are beautiful parts to his message, but I saw that in that video.
There's a reason for Boza to do this thing, because Boza does exactly those things. He trauma-based, fear-based bind people. And when people, to confuse people, like if a person is abusing you, and then that person the other day, he's tried to go somewhere on camera and start to talk about those abuse, so nobody would question that person. So that's how he hide behind. Boza says he has an invisibility cloak. So that's his invisibility cloak. Boza is an immoral person. Yeah. Boza, I have never seen more immoral person than Boza. I don't know Passio personally, so I cannot talk about him. But that's the main game of Boza. First, he will do all sorts of crazy things because he follow Aleister Crowley. So they will do all sorts of crazy things, and then they will pretend like nothing happened. And everything that you are going through, it is your fault. He's just trying to help you. Once the process has you, it has you. So it's something like that. Yeah.
It's a really good point that you make, that a lot of these characters, and I call them characters,
Yeah.
do follow Crowley. They follow Aleister Crowley.
Yeah.
So
anyone who says Thelemite and they're not talking shit about it, sorry. I've seen Will say it. I've seen Logan say it. I've seen all these, Brandon Martin, all these guys. You guys need to get the fuck out of here. Like, this is bullshit. Thelemite is the opposite of what we're doing here. It is moral relativism. It is, I get to choose what's moral at the end of the day. That's not what we've been doing here. So why is this network collecting these clowns?
I think it's the idea, because Mark sort of pushes this too, this whole idea of understanding how the elites control the masses and reverse engineering that for freedom. And that's kind of missing the whole point of the core teachings and principles. And I mean, just the whole idea of natural law. And this kind of goes back to Jana and Noah's essay, to where we look at the elites or the dark occultists as having this power, like embodying holistic consciousness, when really they don't. And so the goal is to have that holistic consciousness and align with truth and reality, not to learn the modalities of the dark occultists to try and like reverse engineer it to make it work for us, so we can have our, you know what I mean? Like, so this, like, a group can wield power to make freedom happen for the masses. It's like, it's missing the point. It's learning, like dwelling in the darkness and the shadows is not how, it's the opposite of shining light and arriving at truth. But yeah, it all goes back to the Thelema thing. Aleister Crowley. I mean, Mark goes into, he talks about Thelema being something that's, you shouldn't get into the in the beginning of your journey and your studies. But even still, I think it's just, I see it harming a lot of these people's journeys, and that's just taking them to assuming that they are on a journey and don't have malicious intent. Because if you do have malicious intent, then of course you would study these things, because then you can, that power differential of, the etymology of words, we can learn all these meanings, and then that is power. But it's all bullshit, really.
Changing the meaning of the word.
Yeah, or that too.
Yeah.
And whether, for those that are watching in the chat, if whether or not they understand the network and Mark Passio, what we're talking about, overarching this, you see this in so many different schools of education, groups, whatever, this cult mentality. And I think that's what we're up at. This is one of the things that I'm trying to figure out is this cult mentality. I got this book. Now, I'm told that it's written by somebody who has links with the CIA. So I say it with that on there. It's this one. What is it saying? Combating cult mind control as well. So coming out of what we're doing. It's so easy to get caught up in this, especially when you come into a group when you're trying to cut yourself open and come down to the base chassis of it and rebuild and understand the dynamics of the world and life and stuff. When I studied Kabbalah 17, 18 years ago, long departed from that, it was a lot of that, and that's a cult as well. So it was big on ego. So they get you when you're most vulnerable and most open, and that's when you have to be really careful.
Yeah. So yeah, on with this new age bullshit. So I'm gonna watch just a couple minutes of this. I won't do anything really long, but this is going along exactly with what we're talking about. Our buddy Derek Bartolicelli, Chris Nelson.
Yeah, cheers, Brandon. And
I have respect for. Chris is very loyal to Mark and very loyal to doing the great work. And I almost feel bad with him. I almost feel bad for him, how much work this guy does and how much he's doing Mark to a T, because it's a lot of work and it's a lot of responsibility to hold yourself to that. He's like what Janice said, like this type of mentality breeds workaholism. And I think that Chris, especially being a father, I think he puts a lot of time into this stuff, which is really cool because he makes a lot of cool slides and he's very concise about everything and has very, he's a very smart dude and he's been around for a while. Yeah, full base. He's been around for a while. He's not just like one of these noobs that's showing up acting like they know everything. So anyway, he just had some interesting things here that I have some opinions on.
it kind of reminds me of
we'll see what Derek has to
we had
say
on Dissolving the Divide in regards to the inner divides of how things are in balance.
I'll speed this up,
right?
Because these guys are real slow.
It out.
Yeah, obviously going off this chart, whether
Yeah,
it be
Derek doesn't know how to present himself yet
also
again.
not properly aligned with their emotions. Their emotions can be
He's trying to channel a spirit of Boza.
Away from
Exactly.
rational
He's
thoughts,
always trying to do that.
Where's the balance, right? And as
Ali,
you're saying, like, take the time, breathe, meditate on these things, recenter, recalibrate, and so there's so much to be. I mean, we could spend the whole hours on the whole inner divide and stuff. Not to go on another episode of that, but in regards to that great work and what people really need to excavate from themselves, getting the lead out. Beat that lead. Good old lead beater, right? I like that.
Lead
pseudonym.
beater.
But
what?
It really helps one eradicate the competition one has within themselves in regards to wrestling with all these thoughts that aren't necessarily theirs, and they're able to gain control and
his thoughts are his.
Propagate more of their own conscious thoughts that are going to stabilize their emotions better, which is going to have a more consistent, composed behavior and with those actions that follow suit, right? So
I'm gonna speed it up even more.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that short and sweet. Actually,
that was on 1.5.
Still writing down a couple notes that have in regards to your title of this chat. Yeah, let's have a bon balade. Are we walking on a path?
This next slide he has. This is straight up new age bullshit here. I don't understand how Chris doesn't have the discernment to see this.
Are they holding hands?
They are holding hands because they're all on their own path, and you shouldn't mess with people that are on their own path. You might be on a higher path than them. They're not ready yet to be on your path, so you shouldn't mess with them. This is what I've been given by every single person on this network. Stop messing with everyone, Jeffrey, whether you're on a higher path or lower path. Stop messing with everyone because everyone's on their own path. Sure. So unity on the path we walk. This whole unity thing. Noah Kimball said a couple of weeks ago during one of our podcasts, it takes a lot of shadow work to get past the idea that you need a community and unity or whatever. Something, I'm paraphrasing him, but we don't need community. Sure, it's great and nice and everything, but the prioritization of community and socializing is destroying everything. So there are different positions to morally unite. You can unite at the same rhythm level or try to force a divided unity. If we want to climb and unite together on the same level, when the people down below need to rise up to where the people above are. The uphill climb is more difficult. It's easier to stay with current knowledge, choices, and behavior to walk, live the same way. So it's funny, like he was agreeing, and a lot of this content was like kind of agreeing, but then when he goes to my question, because I asked the same question that I asked Will, like, how do we hold people accountable in this community if the social hierarchy is protecting them? And he kind of backtracked and contradicted himself. So I think he had, he was muted.
Yeah,
Sorry, yeah. I
Yeah.
myself. Thanks for letting me know.
No worries.
Yeah. So this was part of the first presentation I ever did.
Oh my God, this is way too quiet. Yeah,
Um,
this is worthless. We can't even watch this.
What is with these people and this mandala and all that stuff? This is not New Age.
But so yeah. So what I'm going to be talking about.
That's what I think. That's what we're figuring out, is that all these people are New Agers, and
yeah, they are.
None of them have the most basic concept of anarchism or natural law or any of this stuff. They're just using it to sound cool, to serve their own egos.
Yeah,
So
anarchism version is like purge, not something else. They are like more like purge. Yeah.
Since Chris talks so goddamn low and monotone, I'll have to paraphrase what he says. He's basically like, there's no point in trying to force people if they're not ready on their own path, blah, 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 blah. Who are you to say that they're ready to go to the next thing? I say the same thing right back. Who are you to say they're not ready yet? Every big epiphany I've come to in my life came from one person having the balls to have a tricky conversation with me and challenge what I actually believe. So this whole idea, and then on top of that, saying, "Oh, there's no point in going after people," no point in nitpicking people in the network. How are these? Are there not tons of people watching this situation that are going to learn as by an example of a real life situation happening? This is what I've been doing this show for. We deal with this stuff live on this show. So the fact that Chris doesn't think that it's important to use people as examples in real time as they're doing bad behaviors is just absolutely wild. And who's he to say that anybody's not ready to take a step up on their path yet? It's ridiculous. And then it goes right back to all these people. Why are you tearing down at people in the network? Why are you tearing down people in the network? Well, there's not enough of us for you to be tearing us down. For one, I have no power to tear someone down. If I call someone out on their bullshit and they are destroyed by it, then good for me, I guess. They needed to know that information. So it's this fucking New Age bullshit, and these guys don't have the discernment. And I don't understand, because I've watched Mark's shit. Mark's pretty fucking clear about all this stuff. So either none of these guys are really watching Mark's shit, or they're just watching it, like an NPC watches something where they don't actually understand. They don't critically think about it. It's just, I'm just going to try and I'm going to listen to this to try and memorize some cool one-liners to use on people on the internet or in one of my videos, or to put into my AI to do whatever. But I don't get this. Let's not criticize others bullshit. And you saw during the Kabbalion reading, you saw little rascal Oscar get up there and ask Jana about the value of criticism and criticizing people, and like he was gonna try and bust me or something. I'm like, bro, like, she's in my chat, Noah's on my show, obviously they agree with how I've been dealing with things, like, come on. And Jana had some awesome answer to his questions. But these people, I just don't understand this. We got to be nice to everyone. You got to be super nice. It's Mark, the New Age smile. Oh, let me just say it with a smile, like.
He was making fun of me actually in that.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
That's funny.
He thinks I'm new agey, and he does not understand the meaning of new age, and he thought that when I was talking about, like, these people are so insane, so I was talking about these, like, I was telling these people, tell things in a coherent way, don't just bark at people or attack people, just tell the people, at least tell them the stuff that you want to say. So he misinterpreted this whole thing, all these losers, in the hubris that I'm trying to make people like very nice and this and that, because they automatically thought that Buddhists are nice people, but they don't even understand that Buddhism is the only religion, quote unquote religion, that says that life has difficulty as well. Buddhism is all about all this thing, like you have to be strong enough to face good side as well as the bad side. So in equanimity, like, do not react when you are too happy, do not react when you are too sad or like under attack or something. Try to be balanced. So this is what Buddhism is. But these people, out of their stupidity, they connected it with some your vibration. I don't know how many things they have connected. Whatever that thing called law of attraction. They think that Buddhism is law of attraction or something like that. It is not. Whatever the hell Passio thinks that he's teaching in name of natural law, actually Buddhism is more like that. So they don't understand because they already judge you. They already try to fit you in their internal objects. Yeah. Then they project.
So the other funny part about this video is we got yet again another example of Derek Bartolocelli losing his cool live. So Alicia and I ended up in the chat here, and Derek has us blocked on his. So when he's on someone else's group, we're able to get to him, just like we got to Will Keller yesterday because he went on someone else's channel. So Derek saw that I had asked that question, and Alicia there, and Alicia's been very critical of Derek's behavior also. And so Derek had a little hissy fit right here.
Trying to do what's
without
right
even saying anything to these guys.
The proper heart-based humanity, more freedom for all.
And this is him on 2, by the way.
Type of stuff. So, cheers.
So he just bails, and they're like, "Where'd he go?"
All right. Well, we're gonna get to say goodbye. Bye-bye. So, you want to say something?
So, I can point out 6 emotional outbursts that I've seen Derek do live, and I don't watch any of this shit. Trust me, I don't watch any of this guy's stuff because it's completely boring to me. But anyway.
Well, we also, on that podcast, we got a question in on, I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was this one, to Chris Nelson, and fair play to him that he asked the question. It was fascinating. It was something about the influence of tribal enablement, which would be group enablement. And he put it to them, and it just went right over their heads, which is just fascinating that they're just either it's a hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil situation. That we're trying to put the mirror to them yet again as a group dynamic, and it's just cricket chirps, cook, 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 and then they pontificate, and then they go on their diatribes, and they're not even addressing the issue, which is that they are doing this.
Yeah, and it's like, bros, turn your freaking mic volume up. These 3 guys podcast all the goddamn time, and we can't even watch their production. We can't even watch their content because it's so quiet. It's like, dude, Chris, you have the most quiet, monotone voice ever. Get a better mic or turn up your mic, please. Like, these guys just talk like this all the time. They talk like this. And like Jeremy, you could probably give them advice, radio guy. You know, how do these guys project their voices better when they're doing content? Because it's almost unwatchable, all of their work. And they're spending all this time and the shit's just not turned up.
Yeah, why? I don't know. Just speak louder. It could be just that simple, or turn up the microphone. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh no, but hell, I know it's late where he's at because we did a recording.
Okay, but it's still very low.
Yeah, just take
like listen to Chris. Listen to this. This is turned up all the way.
Yeah, we don't have those, thankfully, but I've heard about
got that up here in the North, boy.
You just can't hear them.
Big flies, they're huge. They're like twice the size.
And these guys just podcast after podcast after podcast. It's like, bros, turn your.
Hell, I can't stand flies. And I remember
pay some attention to your production. Pay some attention to your presentation. Get better at this stuff over time. Like, don't just plateau and just use the same crap. And like, these guys aren't even like paying for their content to be on YouTube in 1080. They're still doing shit in 720, which means they don't care about their work enough to even put it in fucking HD. And I'm the asshole. I'm just trying to help everyone. So, oh, Jules is here. Sorry, Jules.
And to that end, are we also seeing patterns here across the board? Patterns of similar behavior?
Yeah. So Derek made this video a couple weeks ago, and I didn't see it at first. And I'm just gonna watch a little bit of it, just to kind of I don't know. It's a very educational video on the person we're dealing with, and I'll probably just start it here.
That need to be years ago when my soul started inquiry into this place. So many beautiful gems
love this guy.
need to be, unearthed from the underground, as far as that underground conscious music, not just hip hop, but all types of things. And you're familiar with my channel, you know that hip hop's kind of like the go-to type of thing. And
by the way, so just for like Jeremy, while Mark was considering me to be on the network, he put this guy on the network. Not that it matters that much, but it's just
I felt prompted to do this video.
That's wild.
When I heard this song. And geez, yeah. I had a good
what was that?
Cry about these sentiments.
Crying.
It does make me weep. Knowing how powerful we are and the potential that we have.
So look at what he wrote right here. I never cried over the monkeys on my back. He's called me the monkey on his back many times. So he's making sure that you don't know that we know that he's not crying over us right now, but it's something else. He's more sad about the state of the movement.
Is this the guy that was saying you shouldn't tell people who are you to say where they are on their path?
Yes. Sort of yeah, this is one of those guys.
Well, this is very ironic because he's talking about I'm weeping now over how much power we have. So, and then he's saying everybody's too weak to be on this journey. So I was going to say something. I can only really say this in the context of vegan activism, but you can extrapolate it to whatever. But you have this. There's this concept called soft bigotry of low expectations, and you can apply that in many ways. But it's essentially basically selling people short. I was watching this video today. I think Alicia was there, or you were there. It was by this channel called Solar Sands, and he was making this great video about animal agriculture. At the end of the video, he said something like, if you can't go vegan, go vegetarian. If you can't go vegetarian, reduce your meat. Basically, sort of implying his audience is weak. And I'll tell you a little story. You mentioned radio. When I left radio and turned to animal activism, one of the things I did was go to my old station and encourage them to cover the topic. And I had this idea that some of the most compelling audio you could hear on the radio that would constitute what would be called a driveway moment in NPR world would be the sounds of pigs in gas chambers. And I talked to a very good friend of mine, and I told her about this idea, and I will never forget what she said. She said to me, Jeremy, our audience can't handle that.
Yeah.
And to me, that just epitomizes the weakness of the media and this guy's ideas that you're selling everybody short. Everybody is a big boy. Just like you said, when you were talking about this, you've had change when people had the balls to confront you on something and they didn't treat you with kid gloves. And it's the highest form of respect when you're telling someone something that you think that they are capable of doing. I've said this before, like if I was talking to someone who I thought was just a complete moron, I wouldn't spend the time trying to convince them of something because I have such low expectations of them. So if I am trying to convince someone of like the vegan message or something like that, then it means that I think highly enough of them that they'll get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was in a group with this guy, this Europa Natural Law group, where he was comfortable enough to be like kind of a bully over there. And whenever I saw him kind of, have these outbursts or, I would say something. And he was in this group with all these, like English people and people from Europe and stuff, and they just let him do it. And so he completely had an outburst on someone who interrupted him on a live stream, but like it's like a live stream like we're doing, everyone gets interrupted on these things, but he like had like a meltdown over it live. And this is like the 5th time I've seen him like have an outburst. So I was like, bro, please work on your shit, work on your appearance, work on your presentation if you're going to be representing something that I have in my heart. Basically I was just like, bro, don't forget the shadow work. You're like, and he flipped out, and then this whole avalanche of like nonsense has happened since then of just all these new agers coming out of the woodwork defending him when I'm just asking him to be better on camera, like.
Yeah, you can't be thin-skinned to be on YouTube. You're going to get tons of criticism, like no matter what you say.
And these guys cannot take any. They block at the drop of a hat. All these guys. This guy's got me blocked. Will's got me blocked, and all for just asking questions, dude. My podcast is live and open. You could come up here anytime and say anything to me about my behavior, anything. And these guys proudly say that they block people, and they think that they're in a better position than being completely transparent about everything that they believe in. Like, give me a break.
Well, they're cutting their losses with people who aren't teachable enough. So they have identified that in you, Jeffrey. So maybe
and
the
these
problem
people,
is you. Maybe the
these
problem
people
is you.
go around and they go, I do this and I do that, and this is how I do things, and I do this and I do that. And I'm just like, oh my God, like you people. And then the stuff that the actual content that comes out of their mouth is just nonsense. It's egoic nonsense. And it's like, and then it's statist and satanic, and you're on the network. What? You're on Mark's network. There should be ninjas up here. There should be ninjas on the network, not a bunch of people that just had enough money to put some clout by their name by paying for a course and having Mark acknowledge them and being like, I'm on Mark's network, therefore I can do interviews with big people and stuff. And this is where our whole movement, our whole message gets diluted when these morons come along and emulate us badly. Like, that's not how we're going to win anything. Badly emulating something over and over again. That's the definition of insanity.
Can I add something?
So back to Derek. All right, go ahead. Nothing?
Yeah.
You want to go, Ari?
Yeah, I want to add something. Just
add something, bro.
About this, there's one presentation about it was in Anarcho or something, and Mark Passio was bold, like as usual, and he said, "You know where the anarchist movement is?" And then he says, "This is Trumpy the hamster, you know. This is Trumpy the hamster. He's all chumped up, you know." And said, they are all chumped up. So all the Wilt, Keller, all this stuff, they're spinning because I don't know their logic. If you put your stuff online, you should expect to get feedback, and get criticism. So why you get offended and you think it's a police kind of approach? You put yourself out there, be ready to get some response from people. But if you're secure enough to yourself, you know what you're doing, you know the truth, then you would respond in a mature way, right? But if you're
Exactly.
not sure of yourself, then you're gonna get, "Oh, Jeffrey, all this bullshit," right? Then
Yeah, it's very true
something,
because, like, oh, sorry, continue.
yeah. So something is, there's some kind of fear,
Yeah.
fear of seeming that you're maybe ignorant in some ways of some things. No, you're perfect. We are all perfect, No, we are not perfect. We're humans. We make mistakes. So be humble. Be gratitude for the criticism. Thank you for the criticism. Let's grow together, right?
Yeah.
But then their narrative falls. They engage people with the narrative, with a fantastic image of themselves. So when people try to challenge them, when people give some feedback, so that narrative that they are trying to fit into people's head, they are trying to program it into people's head, it falls. So that's why they get triggered. None of these people are mature. These people are like worse than high school kids, in honesty. Mark Passio included. They will talk about endlessly about behavior, this and that, but you just need to look at their clip of 5 minutes. That is enough. Just 5 minutes, look at their clip, and you will see their behavior. So I don't know what definition of behavior these people have and what they are trying to do.
It's just shame.
Yeah.
That you respond like that.
Well,
like, even if the criticism's wrong, it's still, sorry, Jeremy, but just even if the criticisms are wrong, coming from a mature and stable standpoint, it should be taken advantage. The criticism, whether it's correct or incorrect, it's a opportunity to teach and discuss and further refine and learn. Whether it's yourself or for other people to learn from the poor criticism. Blocking and, again, speaking from in the shadows in this cryptic way, it's not from a mature, confident standpoint, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And these people are like always, I don't want to debate. You don't want to debate? Then what do you want to do?
Yeah.
Just bullshit each other?
I don't know this,
I don't
but
like
to
debating
me-
like you, Jeffrey. What do you mean you don't like debating like me? You don't like a debate is two intelligent people looking at the evidence coming to a conclusion.
Or even if it's not two intelligent people, even if it's one dumb person and one intelligent person, or two people not, or you're somewhat intelligent, it's
good
still
faith to have a real debate.
right. Well, that's the thing. It's as long as people are coming at it from good faith.
Yeah.
And that's why you would block and withdraw as if you're not in good faith, whether deep down you know it or you're trying to convince other people or yourself of something that's other than the truth. It's just it's not in good faith. Yeah.
Well, you know how in like social media, when people get into it in the comment sections, like it's ratcheted up to such an extreme level where like mild criticism becomes like an attack, like you become mortal enemies almost. Like it's almost like they're products of that.
And then they show up on the podcast here and they're super nice. We got these carnists that I'll be all right, come on my show and debate me. And they're just raging psychos in the comments. And they show up here and they're super nice. They say the same shit. No, well, you're a different guy. You're different. You're not a, you're not a metard, as I would call. Metards are people that aren't open to anything. You know, like
Right.
you're open to
Yeah, well,
stuff. You tried
when I worked in the
veganism out.
industry, when I worked with chickens on the farms and whatnot, we had close to 500,000 birds on that facility. You know, and they were talking about sustainability and practice and whatnot for the future and ethics. And they're all the farms in Australia are converting to free range, but not for an ethical purpose. More so, it's just to get more money out of it, I think. Because if you look at barn birds versus free range, you know, in-house boiler birds versus outdoors, they're double the cost with that. And we've got egg shortages. People like the farmers now that are like working these farms, it's not going to be sustainable, I don't think, in the long run. Same with cows, sheep, dorpers. We got massive droughts. Water tables are running low.
I mean, there's like a permaculturist there who live there, and permaculture will solve that drought and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
But people don't want to do permaculture, right? So,
Irresponsible harness practices. People, you know, all these farmers are just stuck on doing shit the wrong way, and they take any change as being, oh, the vegans are taking over, fucking shit's going down. You know, they're trying to get rid of meat. You know, and it's just like, no, just stop doing things the wrong
it's
way.
not sustainable. Nature's biting back. We just had an abattoir. So down the road where I used to work in Port Wakefield, there was an abattoir there. So that's where they take all the animals and process them. And I had friends that were working there in those abattoirs, and you've got halal sections and whatnot, specific ways that they have to, dispose of the animals. Kosher, all that shit. Bro, they have all the same meat, same animals going through. They're not doing any of that. There's no kosher, no halal practice, and then they get
all bullshit.
And they're being shut down.
Halal is haram.
The more abattoirs that close down, the more. You know, we had a truck that tipped with 250 million bees on it, for fuck's sakes. All these hives just got tipped on the highway.
That happened here too. How weird. I think
Road
777 knows one of the guys that helped pick them all up.
Yeah, here you go. Look at this. 250 million bees, bro. They tipped onto the road.
That happened in Australia?
Yeah, bro. So, and the government's coming out, they're forcing everybody to treat their fucking hives for varroa mite and other things like that. And they're doing it every 4 weeks instead of like every 3 months like the US is doing. We got planes flying over, spraying for fire ants, they're cloud seeding every day, like hectic.
Industrialized beekeeping is definitely unethical.
And glyphosate.
Everybody is but they're taking care of the bees. And it's like, they don't need us to be taking care of them.
Yeah, man.
We just need to stop polluting their environment.
Yeah, I could show you footage as well, Jeff. Like, again, down the road from me, we've got a lot of the military, they take up massive chunks of the coastline. And down the road from me, again, we've got a place called Port Parham military base. And what they do is they set off ordnance underwater and whatnot. And this young lad, he's going out there to do an investigation, like a UFO investigation, because we have something called the Min lights. It's these weird lights that show up in strange patterns and whatnot, and we get blackouts after it that can last days. It's happened in 2016, 2008. Strange, but the fish in the water there turning up dead, man, coming back with like 2-3 heads on them, extra fins and shit. So this young lad, what's he done? He's grabbed the water from the beach and he's just sent it off for testing down in Adelaide.
Did the frogs turn gay?
No, I don't know about the atrazine and that, but what I know is they reached out to him and said, we can't release the information pertaining to the chemicals in the water. It's restricted by government. Don't drink the water. Don't fish in the water. Don't swim in there. And it's like, fuck. It's like, man.
Yeah. So back to old Derek here. I've never seen this side of Derek. I've only seen egoic Derek and rage Derek and kind of awkward guy on a podcast Derek. So this kind of took me off guard. I think Bracky mentioned that I should probably watch it. We're not going to watch all of it, but this first part I think is kind of important in learning about Derek and maybe how we should deal with this situation.
Yeah, I felt prompted to do this video when I heard this song. And geez, yeah, I had a good cry about these sentiments. It does make me weep, knowing how powerful we are and the potential that we have, and how we're not able to currently combine forces for whatever fucking reason. And there's certain camps of certain truth speakers and researchers and whatever whatever indifferences they might have, like all a good amount of their followers are going to side with them, and so they're not in support of another, and there's no cross-pollination, and there's you know what I mean, there's no
I mean, what I think he said there was,
Like being competitive.
people we're fighting each other instead of something. And it's like, dude, no, like, and it's like, he's like, I don't know why we're not getting together. It's like, Derek, when you scream at people for any reason, if you jump down people's fucking throats, it turns people off, bro. Like, this is my only problem I ever had with Derek was the second I was in a chat room with him, he flipped out on me way fucking hard. Like Richter 9, like how Will and Logan react to us. Like it's like long, deep-seated shit. Yeah, more extreme than those guys even, because those guys are kind of like, I think they think it's kind of funny what I'm doing at the same time, but I think what I'm doing is affecting Derek the worst, and I think I need to address this in some way, and learning this about Derek here and hearing him vulnerable instead of just being a prick. It teaches me a lot about him, because all I know is Derek is him trying to stick up for the social hierarchy and him not doing a very good job at it. And him just kind of, because the first time he got his chance to say something to me, he knew I had gone after Will and all this stuff. And he's just like, you and your vegan links and blah, 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 like just went nuts on me. And I was like, well, nice to meet you too, bro. And so he addresses this here. But this started our whole beef, and I went on ENL 5 or 6 times. We riffed off of each other, talking natural law. I saw Derek. Most of Derek's presentation is not that great, but I saw him scream. I saw him kill it sometimes. So I know he's got it in him. But it was strange watching him react to me being on the podcast, because he knew that he had to stick up for the social hierarchy around me. And so it was pretty ridiculous. So we'll just keep this going.
Movement towards unity to actually create this, truth, spiritual community type of
It's
thing.
not something we need. We don't need unity to know morality.
New Age.
It comes down to
just
exactly like the
New
infighting,
Age.
and just on an individual level. And
community
also prompted to do this video because I seem to have
community dilutes morality,
falling outs with certain people, no matter how compassionate or patient or
getting along, like the community getting along. That means everyone's brains are turning into one brain. That's not how it's supposed to be. Unless it's
hive mind,
yeah,
cult mentality.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's missing the point, or choosing to miss the point. And when he's talking about, what did he just say? Can you go back just like 30 seconds? Because he just said something, and it's the opposite of how he conducts himself. So again, just like with Will Keller, what they say is not how they act.
They're all big projectors. Oh my God, these guys project so much. I've been told that I'm childish by these people who go around and tattletale on me to other groups. I'm the childish one because I've called out the scam that's happening right underneath everyone's nose. Like, that's fucking wild. Like, the audacity for these people to double down on this shit in front of everyone. And that's why Nemo flipped out so much. He's like, oh my God, you guys are saying this shit in public? Like, holy crap.
And credit to him.
This is Sethikus actually. What he's doing, he's not being authentic if you can really observe him, because I have this, I don't know. Whatever the hell he's doing right now, it is theatrics to fool people, to gaslight his
theatrics for sure. Yeah. Definitely theatrics. The whole almost crying thing, like, oh my God, that's like manipulation 101.
Right.
It comes down to just
that
like
was
the
fake.
infighting, and
that
just
wasn't
on an individual
genuine.
level. And felt also prompted to do this video
Thanks,
because
Ty.
I seem to have falling outs with certain people.
Oh,
No
really?
matter how,
But I'm the asshole.
passionate or patient or,
Compassionate and
articulate
patient.
and clear I could be, and trying to be like respectful.
What?
He's
Those
not.
5 things he just listed, those are his biggest problems.
Exactly.
Lack of
That's how
respect.
That's how they Darvo, DARVO, they role reverts. They will be like they are the fucked up people, but they reverts. They make you their scapegoat, and they steal your aspects of a good. Like if you have some good aspect in your personality, they steal them and they make them about themselves. That's how they have been doing this thing. This is the ultimate quote unquote mind fuck with these people.
This is someone blowing smoke up their own ass.
It's narcissism.
Narcissism, in simple words. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we talk.
It's narcissistic. It's a narcissistic tendency. I don't want
narcissistic
to
personality.
call him a straight ass narcissist because I'm not a therapist and I don't want to diagnose him. So it's definitely a narcissistic tendency to behave that way. To just completely deny that you were the one acting the fool during that whole time.
I have studied psychology and I know this is not tendency, this is their personality. This is actually the like flaw in their personality. This is their personality now. This is not something one time or two time. This is actually their personality. So they are narcissists.
Yeah, this is exactly how our dictator president is behaving.
Yeah,
He's like,
definitely.
Everything totally inverting the truth all the time, like crazy.
Yeah.
And I always say
Go
you
ahead.
can't talk sense to crazy, not implying that they're crazy, but when
really
it's
can't.
about logic, it's like
really
knock, knock,
can't.
knock, 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 nothing.
Yeah, you really can't.
Lights are on, but
Man.
no one's home.
Debating logic with a crazy person is the definition of insanity. Like, you're just as crazy as they are if you're doing that.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Oh, Jeffrey.
That should be a meme. Oh, Jeffrey.
Oh, that's going on the soundboard for sure.
Doesn't always work, and then you got to bust out like the king or queen of swords type thing, in regards to being having self-defense for yourself if people are going out of line and disrespecting you and talking out of shit and whatever the fuck, right?
What?
Has it happened to you?
Meet me, bro, in real life.
Yeah, these things do suck. Apparently, it comes with the territory, as people say, right? But
yeah.
With the
can
spotlight
people not
territory?
hold something near and dear in their hearts, especially since the dawning of the Rona? And how many of us are still here? And on this pathwork of not falling for all the dull Illuminati's tricks and the cabal and all this shit, right? Do we lose sight of that? Are we not trying to, be brothers and sisters in arms, the warrior and warrioress, really coming together to make positive change in this world,
This is mind
Not necessarily. That's not necessarily my intention. I don't really see that as being necessary. That's definitely not like something I'd make a video solely about. That's for sure. I'm not trying to make friends. I mean, I'd love to be friends with these guys, but I'm not going to change anything that I say to be friends with these guys. So these guys are so baffled. They're like, Mark Passio is gonna get mad at you, right? You know that, right?
Like you care.
Great Lord will get mad at you.
Yes, great Lord Mark will get mad at you, and he might not put you on his network.
Jeffrey, you need to make more videos where you take walks like this and then just kind of rant and cry. Yes, and cry while talking about you're crying because of how strong you are.
Emotionally manipulate any of your viewers.
Add some Shakespeare to it, drop to your knees, boo.
That's basically what he's doing, dude. He's doing tons of that.
He's
I just want us to get along. He's doing the Rodney King thing. Can't we all just get along?
Why is Jeffrey mad at me?
Wait, where's
I think I defined the ego pretty well first from before when
Ariane,
you
we have
started.
to name your ALF character.
So, yeah, just think about it. How many people in the world do you know that are actually talking about spiritual principles and walking the talk and really trying to make an effort to
not many
bridge some gaps and just do the right thing and have that as your forefront in your mind as your daily operation, you know?
Yes, there are not that many people doing natural law. There's definitely not many vegan natural law people, but that doesn't mean that these people get an excuse, get a pass at any bad behavior, especially when you're going to be teaching people. Because if someone teaches me something and I see something about their person that is contradictory to what they're teaching, that puts me off to that person. I don't respect them anymore. So how the fuck are we supposed, Mark, how are we supposed to teach the masses if all your fucking teachers are fucking Satanists? And they're obvious Satanists. Like Will said, after time, you start to see who the real ones are. That's why we've identified you, dumbass.
It's a different set of rules for them, apparently, where they get
Mark,
to act like that.
Mark talks about it all the time. I don't need to respond to these people. I don't need to communicate like a human being. Sorry, babe, I'm screaming her ears out. We need to do like a fundraiser to get Allie some sound deadening earphones because I'm always screaming in her ear. But yeah, so it's like I don't understand, because all the focus in the network is to teach. It's not to do these things and lead by example. It's to go out and just simply regurgitate this half-ass version of Mark Passio's work out to new people. And that's not how we're going to get anything done. Oh, hey, Lubass. So I just don't get it. And this just all points to him being asleep at the wheel, him only caring about the bottom line, how much money's coming through the door, and not giving a shit about optics, like at all. And then he's putting guys like this up here, which Derek is fine. I love Derek. After this, I feel bad for him. I feel different about him now. Like I said earlier, I think what we're doing affects him more than anyone. That makes me feel bad. And I don't know if we need to focus on Derek much more, because there are bigger fish to fry, but he needs to, what he eventually says here is he's basically talking to me and saying, hey, bro, because I've pointed out many times the first time I met Derek, he flipped out on me. And so he basically is like, all right, bro, well, and Derek's asked me a bunch of times to hit him up in private. And me and him are having like a little ego thing about like, oh, who's going to hit up who? I don't think I should I don't need to prove anything to this dude. If he doesn't like what I'm saying about him on the internet, he should hit me up and correct me. So he's doing this whole like, oh, if I really, maybe we got off on the same foot. Maybe I was a dick and I wasn't getting along. We weren't getting along, whatever. Let's start things over. But he wants me to hit him up because he's on the network and he thinks that he's above me. And I'm like, you can fucking eat it, bro. But he's just basically saying, oh, let's start over. Let's just all get along. And that's not fixing any of the problems. Just ignoring shit and just getting along and getting past it and starting over isn't addressing the fucking problem that all of this started from. It's not addressing the elephant in the room that these guys are all fuck ups and they need to do better, because there are people out here that see through their shit. And some of us are loud enough to actually tell people about it and not just be, you don't have your little cloak of Mark Passio's, to hide behind.
because we can do podcasts and get people up here and talk about this stuff over month to where you guys all react. They don't get to just ignore us because that's the kind of activism we do. We put them in a position where they have to show us something instead of being able to just ignore it. No, we're just going to ignore this guy. No, you can't ignore me. Sorry. But
so
I don't know what that rant was, but I think, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know if I was on mute or not. I know that there's been a series of outbursts from Derek. So the question is, did this sequence of outbursts occur after he made it on the One Great Network, or was this a part of his personality before?
It was a part of his personality before. I don't think it's I don't think I don't think he's changed much.
Okay.
Now that he's on the network,
okay,
you know,
okay.
I mean, he might have like 10% more confidence. But I don't think he's like
ego.
Yeah, I think he had all this before that. And because the first time I talked to him was last year. Okay. And he just threw up all over me. And, you know, if that's how you're okay with presenting yourself to people that are in your circles, it's completely contradictory to what he's saying here. I don't understand how we don't get along. It's like, bro, you flung your fucking ego at me the second I met you. And then like kicked Allie and fucking Braxton out of the group because he had moderator of that group, like, or something. Yeah, like just Yvonne and him, because Nemo ended up taking his moderatorship away because of it. Like, that's like crazy. You can't control your emotions, bro. And everyone's like, oh, no, he's fine. And that's not how you fix problems, by blowing smoke up someone's ass, saying they don't have emotional problems when they're having outbursts, often in public, as a representative of something that is a network, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's just bad presentation, bad reading the room, bad self-awareness. And these are all things Mark talks about. So how is the, you know, why is Mark enabling these people to get further into their psychosis by giving them a big head, basically? Why would Mark think that would be okay for these clowns that have showed up to his network and knocked on the door and paid him money to be on it? Why would he think it would be better to feed these guys ego in not healthy ways?
So they paid money to get on the network?
You can't get Mark's attention without spending money.
Oh.
Unless you do 40. Well, you can't get. What do you mean we don't know? That's how his whole thing's set up. He's got. If you don't. That's why, you know, like, if you don't spend some money and he doesn't see that you've spent, so you've been in some of his classes, bought some of his merch, you know, like, you don't get. That's how all these guys who are selling stuff on the internet, selling stuff around their personality. Yeah.
Well, or
but you have to take,
directly or indirectly.
Like, after he started doing the How to Be the Media group, he, like, everyone from that group was on the network. You know, like, anyone from that group gets on the network, and it's like, okay, well, you take. And that group doesn't teach you how to be good at natural law. It simply teaches you how to put up a fucking podcast or something, you know? So it's not even like this. You took some 6-month class with him about natural law and shadow work, and you stuck through it and, like, passed the test, and you got this plaque, you know? Right. It's not that.
Right.
You're just throwing some money his direction, which means that you're serious. So he lets you ride on his coattails a little.
Okay.
But I mean, you know, like, it would be hard to get up. Like, I mean, look at everyone who's up there. All those people have been, you know, kissing his ass for a decade.
I think I have figured out why Mark Passio is doing it. I have watched Mark Passio and all these people because they have been, quote unquote, roasting me for 5 years. So Mark Passio hates these people as well, and he expresses it. That there is no freedom movement. There's no freedom movement. All these people, like he cannot say it directly, so he says it through virtue signaling. The thing is, if these lunatics they also leave Mark will, like, he's having some life crisis right now. His house got snatched from him. Somebody has passed away from his life, like some parent or something. So he is a little bit, he's not alpha at this moment. All these wannabes, they are trying to use, at least Sethikus Boza did it. Sethikus Boza is, yeah. So that's why Mark Passio is a little bit like when Boza was talking about his bullshit. So Boza was using this nostalgic stuff, like I was in your, like I created graphics for you, this and that. So they are in a way also fooling Mark Passio. So Mark Passio, he's vulnerable.
Will does all his graphics and all his slides. Like that's how you get by Mark. You spend money or invest time in him and prove it to him, you know, which
So that's why Mark Passio is not saying. Mark Passio knows these people damn well. If he knows any Satanist, if he is true about his words, so he actually knows this thing, but he's not, like, he's complicit with it, because if these people also left, who will support Mark Passio, and what will happen to Mark Passio in his cult of that One Great Work Network? I'm talking in context of that.
Well, the last 5 podcasts he did, I love him because he was just ballistic at what I thought. Well, yeah, and I thought he was talking about the people on his network too. So I was like, holy shit, this guy's hilarious. He's literally he just can't. I saw what he was doing. I was like, okay, he can't say specifically because he'll lose these guys' support, but he's ranting about all these dudes on his network. But then now he's defending them. So it's like, okay, so I was wrong the whole time. And he's actually just raging on the Jeffrey Phillips and fucking Vivex of the world who are calling out the morons on his network, which is calling out him for not having the discernment to figure out who the fuck is a scumbag and who actually has his back, because he obviously can't vet worth a goddamn. Because I've been like, Mark Passio prototype number 1 this last year. And he lets, Derek Bartolocelli, who can't control himself on podcasts on the network, and tells me that I need more work. Hilarious. Anyway. So Derek,
I'm no saint. I'm not perfect. I've had to check myself. I've had to, apologize, or, these types of things. And for all you guys out there, if you're listening and I rubbed you the wrong way, I'm sorry. And normally,
what did Mark say earlier in that video about apologies? Like, he half-ass apology and then goes out into the real world and continues being a douchebag.
Yeah, he just apologized, and now look at his smirk. What is he doing?
Yeah, look at his face.
No sincerity.
Look at his face.
Look
at his face, babe. Look at his face after lying, saying I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Releasing oxytocin with that face.
It's duper's delight. It's what people smile when they're lying. They know they're lying, so they know they're up to no good. So they get uncomfortable and they smile. That's duper's delight right there, if I've ever seen it. It's like all the crisis actors that go and do all the news interviews when there's mass shootings and stuff. They're all giggling first because they're liars.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if there's no initial disrespect towards me. I have no reason to talk shit to you. We have so much other things to do and worry about.
How it went down.
And for people to focus on people in the truth speaking community and kind of,
in case you didn't know what he's talking about,
their teeth or nipping at their coattails or whatever. Like, oh, you're not saying it right, or you're not doing it enough, or oh, you're not vegan enough, or
that's not what I'm saying, Derek. This is what they've been doing. They're like,
that's the internal object.
They're just minimalizing and completely straw manning what I've been saying the whole time. I'm not just nitpicking. I'm pointing out fatal flaws with the people in this movement. It's not just nitpicking. It's not just you're not vegan enough. Like Vivek's here. I don't think Vivek's vegan. Jules is here. I don't think Jules is vegan. We're cool if you're cool. If you're in search of the truth, that's cool. But like that's not what it's about over here. So like these guys try and minimalize this shit. Oh, you're just trying to make everyone vegan. No. Yes, but no.
not forcing down their throat like Mark Passio does. It's your choice. You have to pick
not
it.
manipulate. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. So I just
whatever the fuck, and yeah. Bear in mind that there's only a few amount of us in the world that are actually doing this and trying to do the right thing at whatever level we're at. You have that courage to do so, right? So, yeah, things to consider.
And me criticizing someone in the network or in the movement doesn't mean that person disappears. You know, like they're these people. Oh, you're criticizing someone in the network like I'm killing them, and we're gonna be down one person. No, I'm presenting something that they need to work on to be a better activist, to actually be taken serious. I'm not just making shit up and doing ego moves, like trying to like, oh, I'm better than these guys.
Yeah, you're going against their bullshit, so they don't approve that.
They do not approve.
They should approve it. Right?
They should very
otherwise
much
it's not
approve
true.
it.
Yeah, otherwise it is not true.
Mark Passio should love this podcast. I'm calling out all the fucking trash. We've called out all the trash apes. He should love it. He should be sitting back there doing this.
With
so it's
facts.
like,
with facts.
Yeah, with facts, with receipts, doing like
we are not like sitting like these people, like literally smearing people. We are using the exact fact.
Yeah, we're
we are
using
not
the
just
words
talking.
they say.
Yeah. Look at their podcast when they are with 2-3 people. They don't even know the person, and they talk shit about those people. Yeah.
And these people are giving me so much content. I have so many videos this week of just the stupid shit these people are saying on the internet while representing natural law. Like I have so much stuff. I have so many screenshots from so many conversations of just new agers claiming to be in line with natural law and understanding Mark Passio. It's insane. I have so much. I can't even show everything because it's hours and hours and stuff. And they don't even think like, hey, maybe we shouldn't give Jeff a bunch of new ammo to watch on his show. Like this Brandon Martin guy, like he just offers himself up to the podcast as someone to get, scrutinized. And of course we dig in and it's like, oh, he's a Thelemite. Great. Of course, the Thelema guys are going after me because they know the Thelema guys that are selling shit are horrified of this podcast and horrified of Vivek.
Yeah, they are.
We are exposing them. That's why Seth made that video. He's all, bros, calm down. Like, don't show your do not show how delicate your egos are.
Boza has been saying the same thing for 5 years, and I'm asking him, just do it. You will not see us when we do this and that. I said, just do it. Just be done with this. Because he cannot do it. He just capitalize on the fear that he's going to induce. And he cannot touch me. If Boza came into India, or if I ever met with Boza, there will be no Boza anymore. And I don't really condone with the violence.
He's a big guy.
There will be no Boza. Yeah. He's big, but he's not big. Yeah.
True. So yeah, and like Darren pointed out, that's why we're getting regular death threats from people from the network.
Boza actually used weapons to show me, to virtue signal me, that if you fuck with me, this will be against you.
No,
So
really?
yeah.
Yeah. We've gotten officially 4 death threats. This panel here, we've gotten 4 death threats from people on the One Great Work Network. And that's just in the last couple months.
We're on the right track.
I guess so. So, St. John, holy
Bring out
crap.
the death. Bring it. I have my weapon.
Oh, no. Where's your mask? Where's your...
My mask is off. I'm all transparent.
So oddly enough, like Alicia was saying earlier, it's like deja vu again. We're having to like go back to this to episode 42, where me and Alicia listened in to one of Mark's group after party hangout talks, and the amount of statist, new age, cowardly, right, would that be right brain imbalanced nonsense we heard from this group of aligned natural law practitioners was pretty freaking ridiculous. It started off with, it's okay to call the cops. Call the cops for any reason. It's totally cool. Instead of being a man and dealing with anything yourself, just call the cops. And that was a long time ago. Darren, we were having some issues with Darren. What was the point of me bringing this up? Oh, okay. So St. John was in this.
Who's not intending harm.
So like,
if he does any wrongdoing, he doesn't mean to. He's out of self-control.
St. John is another person who has volunteered himself to be put under scrutiny by this podcast, which one of these days, these guys will learn to not just do that, because we don't just like, we go pretty deep. So anyway,
and may I just add?
Go ahead, do it.
St. John, it has a life partner called Mystic G, aka Jerry. Jerry's the one who's issued the death threat, and who also runs a natural law children's camp school with Dustin, who has a PhD in psychology.
And these people have started a school for children, and they have a non-disclosure statement that you have to sign if you get your kids in, which basically means that you're basically turning your life over to them. And if you hurt anyone's feelings, they can take all your money out of your bank account. Like complete psychotic shit. Jerry regularly has interviews with aliens in her head. Just yesterday, Darren sent me something, her posting to the group, hey, if you guys are interested in ETs and natural law, hit me up because I'm going to be doing a class soon or some nonsense. Wow. So absolute crazy people we're dealing. Sorry, I'm yelling in Allie's ear again. Absolute crazy people. And these people are on the network, getting on the network. Mm-hmm. Pretty wild. So this guy popped up on my radar during this critique. Me and Alicia were listening to a bunch of Dill Holes be betas and support each other, coping and saying that they need to call the cops for everything.
They're trying to call cops on you?
No one called the cops on me. They were just someone was telling a story about how they had to call the cops on someone that was in their front yard or something. Okay. And he could have just dealt with it a lot better. But this guy and his comments really I noticed them quite a bit.
If you asked him, if he took a polygraph and said, like, did you intend to commit a crime today? He'd be like, no. And he'd be telling the truth. He's like, has no idea what's going on. So I'm not taking his presence any more offensively than I would a squirrel or a cat.
A situation like that doesn't make me say it's good that cops exist.
Shout
I'd
out
rather not have cops exist, and we're allowed to do it ourselves if we need to. But the situation is, cops exist, and they have some monopoly where if you do it yourself,
it was like he was more likely to get hurt dealing with the public.
That's absolutely. They were basically talking about whether you should call the cops or not, but everybody was like, yeah, you should call the cops. And I was just like, beside myself. Like, and we're going back to the whole Ron Paul thing I was talking about earlier, Ron Paul 2012. We all learned not to call the cops back then, you know? And so these guys missed that day at school. So they're still calling the cops as they're enrolled in natural law group classes, you know, where they're supposed to be understanding natural law. They're still calling the cops, though, because they're too lazy to deal with any kind of problems on their own. Absolutely bullshit. All this is all pussy cope garbage right here that these guys are saying. Oh, we aren't able to defend our own properties and because there's so many libs. Like, give me a fucking break, you fucking children. Oh my God. Like, this is just cowardly garbage. I need to call the police. I'm stuck in the system, therefore I have to call the police in these circumstances. Fucking pussies. These guys are pathetic.
I mean, because I know guys who like used to panhandle, and then I find out, oh, they got shot by a store owner. They got shot by somebody when they got a grip.
I knew a guy who got shot that was a panhandler. Therefore, I have to call the cops on every homeless person I see. Okay, I get it.
Aggressive with
yeah,
them, you know.
And if we could get rid of like cops,
because they're like fighting to cope right now. They're like, there's like 4 guys trying to talk at one time, coping right now. Like, no one's even saying anything. Like, Jeff half-ass was like, oh, we should never call the cops. No, you should never fucking call the cops. Are you not a man that knows how to deal with a situation? Are you not a follower of fucking natural law that knows how to deal with a situation that's happening in front of you? You have to fucking call the fucking crazy people, the Satanists, the fucking powers that be, the elites. You have to call them because you're too much of a pussy to figure out a uncomplicated situation. Having a guy fiddling with your back gate is not a hard situation to deal with. You show them your gun and they leave. Like, worst case scenario. Or you fucking talk to them.
It's also a security check.
What's going on? But no, this guy thinks he knows everything, so he thinks he can psychologically evaluate someone in a couple seconds and judge whether or not he should call the cops on him or not. Dumb fuck, stupid shit.
And
unbelievably stupid shit.
Government like violating rights to accomplish things. It would be nice to have some professionals that don't violate people's rights like cops do, but yeah, so they don't have to get hurt in self-defense.
And screaming bloody murder. He had Tourette's or something, and he seemed kind of scary. But sometimes he'd be fine. Sometimes he'd even talk to you like normally. It's like you have a lot tighter. But he understands that there's no criminal. Like it's just he's contradicting himself quite a bit. Quite a bit.
You know, like I don't want to go to college. I want to be a monk. I got a philosophy, and I was talking about yoga.
Sorry.
It's the people.
Yeah.
Please,
sure.
John, where you been? I want to ask you guys a question. Who amongst us in this group is a reconstructive surgeon?
I love this guy.
Amongst us.
Who amongst us, clown?
I'm guessing you, since you're the one asking. I don't know.
I'm not. Sorry, sir, but you're interrupting.
Hammond, killing it.
I'm just answering your question. I'm trying to take a guess. Maybe you are.
I love Jeff Hammond. He's hilarious. I love how he just answered that dude. This dude's rant he wants to go on. He wants to force everyone to sit through this guy's garbage.
No,
Can you hear
Correct.
St. John?
Okay,
Because
so
it's
let's
really
continue,
low.
Shall we?
Okay.
Who amongst us in this group is capable of putting out a house fire? None.
Putting out the house fire?
House fire. Who amongst us in this group is a reconstructive surgeon? Because when my friend, because I practice natural law and live by that code.
I practice natural law and live natural law.
Shot off by another one of my friends. There was no one that I could call except 911.
So instead of picking your friend who got shot up off the ground, putting him in your car and taking him to the hospital, you cried and called the cops because reconstructive surgeons exist. Like, so we have to call it's. Oh my God, my mom. So anyway, I don't know. I could barely hear him in that. So Derek, and because of what's been happening, the people in the One Great Word Network are doing damage control. Everyone's been doing lots of videos lately. All of a sudden, it was funny because when Brandon Martin was calling me out, I responded to him and pointed out his new age bullshit, but I but I tagged Mark Passio in it too. And so Brandon got really worried and rewrote his whole statement and like re-edited the whole thing because he was so wrong. And he knew he was wrong after he read what I responded. And the fact that Mark saw it most likely scared him so much. But anyway, so everyone's making lots of videos. Like Corey Endralat's making lots of videos all of a sudden because he got called out pretty hard a couple weeks ago. Everyone's trying to be model natural law practitioners. So Derek and this St. John clown end up doing a video together. I guess St. John and Jerry, the alien lady, met in one of Mark's classes. So everyone's super in a natural law people here. Like their whole life, their whole family, everything is all wrapped up in all this stuff. And so since they've wrapped up so much of their life in the whole natural law community, that must mean they're natural law magicians and they know everything. But the more we watch this guy St. John talk, it's a little funny, but this is hilarious.
They don't want us talking, Derek. They don't want us talking because we're bringing up something they ain't never seen before, and we're doing it in ways that they never thought we would be able to do it.
Yeah, you guys are
dude, I'm so
doing
excited
it real
to talk to you, man.
different.
I'm so sorry about all of the delays, but let's get right into
Can we hear?
introducing me and your show and the way it works, man, because they don't know what we've been through, but we're going to tell them.
No, and you've been through a lot, and you're involved in so much. Like, what the fuck? What is good? St. John, Penuel, Chidester III.
All these guys do is blow smoke up each other's asses. You're so cool, man. Oh my God, you're so cool.
Holy smokes! And you got that food forest abundancy, and saving all types of animals, and
Excuse my frankness, it's the Mutual Masturbation Society
to actually thrive, not just be in the area of survive, man. So yeah.
And you want to know why we can't get our technology straightened
Listen
out
how slow these guys are on regular.
And you're a tech wizard at the same time, man. Like, what the fuck?
This is not fair. I really feel like the cards are stacked against us.
Yeah.
What's up, Jeremy?
Hi, Jeremy.
Oh, I'm taking off.
Oh, okay.
You had your show before this one, so you've had a long night.
That's true. That's true. But I am probably going to go play some games.
Thanks for coming out and giving your outside perspective on things.
Yeah, no problem. Good to hang with you, and thanks for all you do, Jeffrey. And
go kill some video game monsters.
I'll do. I'll do it. Take care, guys.
Bye.
See if you see Justin Padini in there.
Who's that?
Oh no, he's just another one of the guys we go after who's way into video games.
Oh, gotcha. Cool.
Later,
all right. Well, have a good night, guys.
Yeah.
Night, Jeremy.
Oh wait, I forgot.
But for those that are just joining us and all,
we don't have to watch this because I actually watched this and took down timestamps.
Oh yeah.
We don't actually. I'm not going to actually assault your guys' ears with having to listen to these guys for longer than we have to.
What's interesting on this one is Derek introduced him, and then it was practically a 1-hour diatribe on St. John's part that Derek couldn't even get a question in because St. John was just talking about himself.
Talking about how cool he is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So first thing, 210. 210, he says, my name's St. John. Because, I really think we're doing stuff over here.
Introduction, man. Thank you so much, Derek.
Yeah, brother.
Man, I got so much respect for you. I'm so honored and proud to be the guy that's going to help push buttons to bring your music creativity to the world.
Your music creativity.
Wow.
Of making hip-hop compilations.
It baffles me. It baffles
these
me
guys
that we're in these positions where we're trying to bring truth and love and light to the masses.
I gotta speed them up.
And
so
we do
slow.
it in a way from our examples. And I don't know what to say, man. It's been my name's St. John for like the viewers that don't know, my name's St. John, man. Like I feel like we're doing something over here. And there's forces that are working against us. One is the mind control of the people, the masses of people
John.
who see what we're doing and
I really
still
think
have
we're
something
doing
negative to
stuff
say.
over here.
Unreal, right? And then the other thing, and I'm sure we're going to get into this, is we are here to deliver a message, a solution to those that are willing and just like awake and aware to change some things, man. And they don't want us doing it.
Very true. And like we've had our kerfuffles and
self-aggrandizing
that get thrown in the spokes of our wheels of positive motion and all these things. And for others to make a commotion about, like we all understand, like, whatever we do in life, there's always going to be someone that's going to criticize or hate or whatever. And it does kind of suck when you're when you're trying to do the higher path work and you're still getting, kind of sidelined by, criticism and all this stuff. It is what it is, but, we understand and are just aligned to the divine and keep
what does that even
energy
mean?
Focused and devoted towards that. And that's what I love.
What does getting sidelined by criticism mean? I don't understand these statements. So this guy St. John, who calls himself St. John Perpetual Childister III, Ark Garden John the Relevator, at 7 minutes 15 seconds, says that we need to get rid of labels. This guy that has 18 labels connected to his name says everyone should really get rid of labels.
I shy away from labels.
I shy away from
taking a lot of
labels.
heat and having a lot of discussions with a lot of important people in our movement about
He's
this
having
whole-
a lot of discussions
because I
with
think it's
important
the
people in the
labels that are
movement.
screwing everything up.
And he calls his girlfriend
I just had a
Mystic
conversation
G,
with
another
this
label.
Person
But
earlier
we need to
today.
get rid of
I saw
labels.
Someone have some post on it on Facebook today.
He's
and
not into
synchronously
labels.
Having a thought about it, even before all that, of just like, how do I present myself and thinking about, what I wrote in my bio on the One Great Work Network, which, I was recently invited on, that you've been on for since the beginning, pretty much. You work with Mark Passio quite, closely and all this stuff. Like, I don't want to throw these labels on myself, but I want to just highlight, what I've done in a sense, and people can kind of go from there.
What has he ever done?
Can interpret things
What
however they
have
want.
you
That's fine.
done there?
So you mentioned
Besides
Mark Passio.
make
I'm just going to
some
say a few
hip
things
hop
about my friend Mark Passio.
compilations
What an
on
amazing
YouTube.
man. The accomplishments he's made in his left pink.
He's been on a lot of panel shows, but he's usually not forming complete sentences.
What
in
is
them.
his work? Me and Darren actually making a podcast right now. We will show our work soon, and that is way better than any Passio, anybody else. But you cannot see these people's work. They only say these things for self-aggrandizement. Apparently these people are doing this thing for 25, I don't know how many years, and you cannot even see a single shred of their own independent work. Nowhere to be found. Any of these people, Mark Passio included. We will release the podcast. We will show you in a bit that what we are actually doing, and you will see each and actually you can still see. You can see it right now, but I don't know how to share this. Just go and watch that podcast for 1 second, and you will realize that what we are talking about actually.
It's like
So share the screen.
WWE up here. My
Yeah,
shit's gonna be better.
Can I share that?
Yeah.
Okay, let me try. Mozilla. Okay. Allow. So this is our podcast on Podbeans. This is our actually the address. And listen to first one, and you will see what we are talking about here.
All right.
Can you see this?
I'm excited. Yeah.
Or is it going multiple? Like I think it is.
Oh my
is
god!
it
I'm falling into the abyss.
This is
Yeah,
where you
so
get to pick one.
So I don't know how to do this, but I will just share the link in the
Share the
chat.
link. Yeah, we'll watch it after this.
Okay.
Or you can send it to you could
The backstage.
you can put it on StreamYard, the link.
Yeah,
So-
I'm trying to do that right now.
So St. John, who really thinks he's doing stuff, who really doesn't like labels, despite the fact there's labels all over everything he does. And 1044, St. John recommends only watching watching Mark Passio. St. John recommends only watching Mark Passio.
Saint Passio.
Saint Passio.
And I've always networked and tried to stay active in contact with people involved with the One Great Work Network, people involved with the How to Become the True Media, people involved with all the subgroups and side groups that were created out of that and all the various channels that exist. And this has been going on since 2018. So, like when you talk about morality, okay, when you talk about natural principles, natural law, universal law, there's many scholars, many readings that you could come across in your investigation of all that. But to be honest with you, the only person that I would suggest someone watches. Now, you might not want to start out with his later episodes. You definitely want to start in the beginning when it comes to his podcasts. But I will say, like, when it comes to the presentations, if you haven't watched all his presentations, you're going to fall short on something, because his presentations have inside of it very detailed, very methodical, very thought out delivery of the information that people need in order for us to advance to the next level as a species in our society. You know, like I want to see people come together in a way where it's A, voluntary, B, consensual, right? Consent. Look, it's one thing like, yeah, I want to get involved, I show up, right? But it's another thing to actually like work with the other people that you're involved with, right? And create things that are mutually beneficial to not only those individuals that you're involved with, but everyone else in the world. You know, like, and I've been spending the last year of my life really focusing on doing just that. I'm very grateful for many people that I've come across over the past several years. You, Derek, are on that list. It includes people like Mark Passio and many.
The rest one says whatever.
Yeah, so it definitely is intergenerational, and it's community karmic related. Okay, so like we here in the United States of America, we have our own karmic debt to pay to the world.
We have our own karmic debt to the world.
Can you guys hear me?
We have our own karmic debt to the world.
Yep. Can you hear me? Okay, just making sure.
We can hear you, Darren. What do you think about that? Do we have our own karmic debt? Do we all carry the debt that our government has?
We are the world.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel it every day. I get told I'm living on stolen land, all this shit, and I was just born here, bro. Like, fuck.
Nobody owns land. Nobody deserves any land because of any traditional anything. Like, that's all status bullshit.
It's a savior complex.
All we get is a fucking body, and that's a lease agreement for 100 years at best, if you take care of it.
So the next one was at 32. This one was pretty funny because basically they talk about how they were really planning on making a better video, but then they just decided not to because it's really hard making videos.
At the screen, and my camera went down. Just give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm still here. I can hear you and I can speak.
Yeah, no worries.
Give me a second. You know, we weren't sure, guys, just for everyone that's watching and listening. We weren't sure, you know, because we had so many problems trying to integrate our connections and speak with one another. We weren't sure if we were going to be live or if we were going to pre-record this and have some kind of snazzy intro that Derek usually does to welcome me using some of my old video clips, which is always awesome, by the way. Let me put that out there so that everyone knows. But with those situations in play, you know, like we hit the live button. And I said, yeah, hit the live, man. Let's just talk live and get, you know, some things out there for the people to see, man. Because, like, for us to take the time to edit videos and upload stuff and all this other crap that has to go on with us, like, it's not easy. It's not easy, and it's very time consuming. And I want you guys that are watching this broadcast right now to understand that there's a lot of effort that goes into creating these broadcasts and putting them out there to you. There's a lot of skill sets that have to be learned. There's a lot of knowledge that has to be gained.
And they decide to grunt, not do any of that thing.
Yep. Oh, Jeff, I shared that link, by the way, in the private chat, so you should be able to pull up the podcast page. We're on Apple, Spotify, and I sent you our main thing.
What you drinking?
It's called Rock and Rye. It's Fago, so it's like cream soda, cola. It's like half cream soda, half cola. Non-alcoholic.
At 40, he does about a 10-minute rant about the 8th principle, which we've we've already come to the conclusion is fake and gay.
The same general attitude of care.
My master, she's better than his.
You know, and you know that. Like, so for me, like to come into a situation and have care, proper care. Like, what is care? Care is the 8th principle of the Hermetic principles that nobody knows about. I had a little discussion in one of the chats the other day about there only being 7 principles, and I said, well, that's because you're not living the principles. Because if you were living the 7 principles correctly,
they are inventing things now.
Right?
Yeah.
If you were living those principles, you would already understand and be comprehending and utilizing the 8th principle, which is unspoken of, which is lips to ear, according to some of these writings.
Yeah.
And that's because you stopped after the guy.
Is he going to fight with the camera or what?
Yeah, he's going to karate chop the camera.
You don't say, here's the 7, put it on the wall.
Look at him.
Like, no, man. No, you have to take action. And through your action, you develop your own infinity.
Karate chop action.
Karate chop 8th principle action.
See, some of us.
Proper feedback loop.
Incels, imbeciles.
Yeah. So adding a redundant principle to the 7 principles, especially when care is included in like 4 or 5 of those 7 principles to begin with. As I said earlier, it's kind of a weird egoic thing to do, and then these guys just love pulling that out as their little thing. Oh, 8 principle. If you don't know the 8th principle, you don't know shit, man. You're not living the principles if you aren't living the 8th principle. Like what he just said. Holy shit. Faking gay.
Unspoken of. I mean, it is so important that nobody even talked about it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with care, but what the fuck are these? I mean, what type of hubris do these people live in, and what do they think of themselves when they talk about all these things?
Saints.
Yeah.
They are saints.
Patience, but
so I think so. St. Paul is like an AA guy, and like I was in like AA St. John, St. Paul.
Oh,
he's like an AA guy, so he's got a lot of AA started as like a pretty Jungian movement. Bill W., the guy who wrote the big book and started Alcoholics Anonymous, he got a lot of inspiration from Jung, but a bunch of New Agers took it over. And he's got a lot of these really dumb fuck AA garbage principles that he lives by. And this next clip is him talking about how if you're going to get a relationship, you have to be healed, fully healed first, and that your partner has to be fully healed first.
she decided that she wanted to pop up.
That's not
And
new age.
honestly, like I just posted in one of my Facebooks today something about relationships, and like people have a lot of trouble finding the right partner. And like here's a little relationship advice.
Here's some relationship advice.
You had a bad breakup or you're involved
from
in a situation you
St.
don't really
John.
want to be in. Here's a little relationship advice. First off,
the New
find out who you
Ager
are and what you're doing here. Fully heal from any trauma or injuries that you may
fully
have.
heal.
They are all right.
Fully
Do that first,
fucking
and then
heal.
turn around and put yourself into a position where you are actively involved with helping others.
The advice may be
Put yourself
good,
in a
but they're
position
not
where you're
taking
actively
it.
involved with pursuing the purposes that you came here to do.
Well, there's
Now,
no being
believe it or
fully
not,
healed.
People might not understand this, but
There's no fully healing
you
from
don't
trauma.
have to go
Sorry.
and work at a rehabilitation facility like I did, or a psychiatric hospital like
This
I
guy
did.
toots
You
his
can
own
literally
horn
be a person
the
who
whole
takes seeds
time.
and puts them into the ground and be part of helping others.
Fully
Okay,
healed.
so or you could be the person that collects the trash bag and takes it and disposes of it in a ecologically friendly way. It doesn't matter what level you're on, as long as your purpose is to do better things for the right reasons and you're informed, right? So with this going on, people find themselves in a situation where like they feel like they're alone or they're not doing these things or whatever. But this is what I'm going to tell you. First off, have patience with yourself. And this is just relationship advice. Have patience with yourself. Okay. Learn what you came here to do, fully heal, and have patience with yourself. Get involved with the people and the things that matter to you.
This is do service. This is AA.
Yeah,
Start your own AA meetings. Give
It's also
back.
the 13th step, right? Get in
Yeah,
a relationship
13th step.
with someone.
Yeah, but that's like after you do like a fucking there's definitely that's pretty
Pick up
good.
chicks at the meetings. I've been to them. I know. Oh, I know.
This is St. John adding the 13th principle to the 12 steps. That's pretty funny. So, and then 49, he talks about if you do right in the world will do right by giving you money.
But on this last one,
Joel Osteen.
he's also talking about relationships and how he has done all the work and now he is allowed to have this relationship. Meanwhile, his partner has given this group death threats.
Death threats.
And they
And
put
she
out a
believes in
podcast.
space aliens.
So these guys, St. John and Jerry, aka in his words, even though he doesn't put labels on things, Mystic G. And then so he and Mystic G did Cracks in the Foundation podcast about 14 days ago, whatever it was. Mystic G is going over St. John's behavior 20 years ago where he robbed from a store. Well, and how did that make you feel? And why did you do that? Meanwhile, 7 to 10 days prior to that, she'd done that to this group, to you guys, the death threats.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insanity 101. And then to suggest
Delusions.
that they're clean in terms of, they're now able to have this partnership. It is a whole other threshold, a whole other level of what's good for them is not good for everybody else. It's unbelievable. Mind fuck.
Delusions of grandeur.
I mean, they've both healed to a point to where they both agree that physical violence is a good response for words they don't like, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
because segueing into that, so I during one of Chris Nelson's yesterday, Chris Nelson had another video, and I was in the chat, and St. John shows up, and I tag him. I'm all, oh hey, St. John, the cop caller is here, and what comes out of his mouth? Reconstructive surgery, bro. And I'm like, oh okay. Like, oh yeah, didn't Alicia? You sent me all these, right? I should probably just read them. So, to make a long story short, St. John threatens me, or not threatens me, but challenges me to a fight. Yes.
Did you ring the police, Jeff?
I criticize his opinion and his statements around calling the cops. He, in response, let's fight. So he goes to Facebook, puts up he's all, sign the waiver, bro, sign the waiver. So he puts up a physical waiver, puts my name in it, does this post, tags Mark Passio, tags all Brandon Martin, all these dill holes that I've been dealing with, tags all these guys, and is all, oh, I'm a blah, 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 blah. And so I respond, I'm all, well, I'd like to just have a conversation with you about what I was talking about. You know, I don't know if physically, rather than harming our bodies by fighting over ego, I'd rather just have the conversation about cops that we originally started with. And then we got Derek Bartolocelli, and they're all, yeah, this will be awesome, because Derek threatened to beat me up on site a couple months ago. Derek said, oh, if you're ever seen, oh, you'll get your ass beat by anyone on the network. If anyone on the network sees you, they're going to beat your ass. I'm like, okay, Derek. So Derek's threatened us. Jerry's threatened our lives. See, she said, I will come fucking kill you. If I see you, I will kill you. Jerry, the space queen, the fucking alien queen, who's fully healed,
and
no,
teaching children,
no, yeah,
running a children's school, children.
No name tags. What's he talking about?
We can't hear you, Darren.
Labels.
No labels. No
it's
labeling.
Like the
Everyone's
natural
got
law
no
marshals.
labels.
You're on the top of the most wanted list, and the natural law marshals put a warrant out, and they're like real big mad, bro.
Yeah, they're big mad
because
now.
rights, you know, because morality.
They are all mortified right now, and they are all splitting. That's why they're spewing all this stupidity. So
I didn't even want it to be like that originally. Like, I was literally just trying to tell people in the class, like, do you know that actually channeling aliens is really bad for you? And they were like, no. And then at the time, I thought, well, maybe the teachers like Will and everybody else were like sincere. So I'm like, hey, man, can you tell these people that, like, if they know them, they need to know themselves, and then they can gauge like what's good and not good. But like nobody wanted to listen, so then they just started like attacking me. But the reason I brought it up is because I was genuinely concerned for them, because I've seen the videos and shared the videos of them channeling, and I'm like, bro, this is dangerous stuff. And because it goes back to Crowley in the last couple centuries, like this whole New Age movement and the alien channeling is like it's related to like the blackest magic of the last millennium, okay? Because Crowley worked with L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons. Okay, Jack Parsons worked with the Nazis and developed NASA and the rockets programs.
We should talk about this
Crowley,
alien stuff too at some point.
Yeah,
because
and
a lot of things are happening in this.
There is stuff. Yeah.
There is some true stuff. People are experiencing these things, and then there are these charlatans who are using all these things to scam and abuse vulnerable people.
Right.
So
And the problem is that like these otherworldly beings don't. Okay, so they weren't born here, so they're technically foreigners, right? Why are they here and what are they doing? Like, what if they're not coming out in the open, but they're like manipulating like humans? Especially, what I'm saying is most of the communications with government and aliens are through occultists that were part of the British aristocracy in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And a lot of them were also tied to Adam Weishaupt and the Thule Society. What I'm talking about is the Grand Orient of France, Annie Besant, H.P. Blavatsky. These are real things, and I'm trying to tell these people this is dangerous. I'm not telling you it's fake because they don't have an ontological existence. I'm telling you it's fake because they don't have your best interest at heart.
Yeah.
And so they didn't want to hear that. So, I mean, they can't see it until they're willing to like maybe consider that they could be being misled.
Didn't Crowley get Thelema from Helena Blavatsky?
Actually, he got it from the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn plus Blavatsky plus other things that he had studied. So it's a lot of things and channeling. See, there you go. Iwas. He went to Egypt. He channeled an entity in the Great Pyramid. Do you know who that was? It was probably Set or Typhon, like the actual like devil. Like, it's just an ancient name for an ancient Egyptian deity of pure hubris and
That type
extreme
of-
intellect. Like a very destructive, but like, okay, Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma, Lucifer, the light bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Is it he who bears the light and with its splendors intolerable binds foolish, feeble, and selfish souls? Doubt it not. That's how you get lured in. You're told that you're a prophet. You're told that you're going to usher in a new age. You're actually given some psychic or magical powers, and that's how you give yourself over to this.
all our
And
gods are aliens, but I don't know what
Yeah.
to do with it. I was born into
Right.
this. All our gods are aliens in Hinduism.
Anunnaki.
And, not Anunnaki per se, but are they Anunnaki? I'm not sure. I have not read all the stuff about where all these things are linked, but I just
You're
understand.
supposed
from
to
my
know
own-
everything, Vivek.
True.
But Crowley went rogue. I mean, he even left the original order and created.
Crowley
It's the
actually
only way you
abused
go.
Hinduism. Crowley
When
actually
you
studied
channel.
Hinduism and he abused it.
Mm.
He abused certain things that were kept from general public so that they won't be abused. So Crowley, what he did in his narcissism, he stole those things and he abused and he channeled the crazy Coronzon or whatever demon he talks about. So he used those techniques and he conjured something really fucked up in his narcissism. Toward the end, he was really fucked up and he tried to join Buddhism, that somebody would save him, but it did not work out for him later on.
Yeah, like seeking these beings with sacrifices or chants and stuff is very dangerous. If you work on yourself and you study things, most of the more beneficial experiences and accounts that I've heard of or studied is that if it's your destiny to meet one of these beings, they will come to you. But when you go in the middle of the desert and you call something and you're not ready, it's ego based, and you're gonna get what you pay for. These people didn't want to work on themselves. They wanted knowledge without hard work and effort, and they got rewarded accordingly.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, I know these beings and I know about them, and it's potentially like the most dangerous thing. You think CERN, you think antimatter is dangerous? You have no idea, bro. These things can literally reverse and stop time. It's not a joke.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
What's your encounter with these beings, Darren?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't want anyone to try anything. I'm just saying, bro. Like it's more real than
Gene shit.
Than the realest shit that you've ever seen.
Yeah.
When you see the laws of the material universe just
fabric of matter, yeah.
Yeah, when you see physical objects in a room flip upside down and go flying, it's not a joke. That it's contrary to everything you've ever.
Yeah, we see these
I'd be so fucking freaked out. I'd open the window, sit down, and tell myself it was the wind.
I just told myself that it's something that happened, and I told the things that they're not welcome.
Do you think the elites are channeling these beings as well? Like, I've
Hell
heard
yes,
references
bro. That's
to
what
the
I'm
witch
saying.
and whatnot.
That's what I'm saying.
Show, Archive
And
81.
like
You will
the
see
white
how deep it
goddess.
is.
I've heard Terence McKenna reference that the past couple of days when I'm reading into the archaic revival at the moment and the invisible landscape too, and a lot of what they're talking
I'm
about.
inclined to think that it's not as bad what Terrence was talking about. Like, there's an unlimited fractal universe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Terrence was interested in learning, not like
Well, yeah,
making deals with
he done
demiurges
something
and
with
stuff.
the I Ching as well.
Sure.
I can't
But
remember
I
what it
always
was.
just like it. I always try not to like go into some systems I don't understand because basically that's how fools rush in where angels fear to tread. So you know what I mean? When someone says you don't open the box, you just don't open the box.
It's like the movie when they have to push the button in order to get the money, you know?
Oh, that one, yeah, the box, yeah, exactly. That, I mean, there's all kinds of beings in the universe, but like ultimately, it's up to us, you know, to like they can't do our moral work for us. So when you want a shortcut,
watch this show, Archive 81. You will see what British society used to do. Watch this show, Archive 81. They have shown everything in that. Cool society and everything
Archive
else.
81, yeah. I'll have to maybe drop the link.
Yeah.
And this is our thanks for showing this, Jeff. This is our this is Vivek's masterpiece right here.
Well, is it this one here? Episode.
The Silent War on Your Mind is the first one. It's 10 minutes long.
That's too long. Sorry.
What if your thoughts were not really yours?
Who's that?
What if your desires, decisions, and even your sense of self were being quietly shaped by forces you couldn't see? In this podcast,
Oh, that is
explore
you.
How the modern mind is under siege.
Wow.
Not by bombs or brute force, but by invisible tools of control.
57 beta.
Welcome to episode 1 of Being Unshakable. Your thoughts can be shaped by things you don't notice. That's how manipulation works best. Quietly. Every day we're bombarded by things trying to hijack our attention. Notifications, ads, news stories crafted to trigger emotions, and social media that subtly makes us compare, compete, and feel inadequate. This constant stimulation chips away at our attention span, and over time, it erodes our sense of self. We stop asking ourselves, what do I really want? What do I really think? Am I choosing this or being guided toward it? That is the quiet collapse of clarity. It doesn't come with alarms. It doesn't use brute force. It uses repetition, overload, and noise until your inner clarity fades. And it's not just social media or the news. It's the way workplaces are structured, how products are marketed. It's the framing of political narratives. The goal isn't always malicious, but the side effect is real. You become disconnected from your own mind. And when that happens, you become easy to control. What's especially dangerous about this silent war is that it doesn't even look like a war at all. There are no enemies at the gate. No one is pointing a weapon at you, but your mind is being shaped bit by bit, choice by choice. We tend to think of manipulation as something obvious, like someone yelling commands or giving orders. But the most powerful form of control doesn't look like control. It looks like entertainment. It feels like convenience. It comes wrapped in the disguise of what you want. That's why it works. If someone tried to brainwash you with force, your defenses would go up. But when the influence is invisible, when it comes from the apps you use and the people you follow, the content you consume, it slips past your defenses. It feels like your own idea. Let me ask you something. When was the last time you spent a full hour alone with no phone, no music, no screen, and just observed your own mind? If that feels difficult, you're not alone. We're being trained to fear silence because silence is where self-awareness begins. And if you're aware, you're harder to manipulate. In Buddhism, there's a concept called sati, commonly translated as mindfulness, but it goes deeper than just being present. It means remembering your original intention. Sati keeps you anchored in your own mind, not pulled around by the noise of the world. The world we live in today actively works against sati. Algorithms don't want you present. They want you hooked. Workplaces don't want you mindful. They want you productive. Consumer culture doesn't want you centered. It wants you consuming. This isn't a conspiracy. It's just the nature of systems that value efficiency, profit, and power. And when you're in a system like that long enough, you start to forget yourself. But here's the truth. Your mind is the most sacred space you own. It's your temple. It's your compass. And if you lose connection with it, you lose direction in life. You start reacting instead of choosing. You start living based on impressions and not introspection. And eventually, you start asking yourself the scariest question of all. Who am I really? If your desires, beliefs, and even your self-image were all shaped from the outside in, what part of you is really you? Let's take that a step further. Consider this. You walk into a store, there's music playing, the lighting is soft, the layout is intentional. You think you're choosing a product, but everything about that space, from the smell to the shelf height, was designed to guide your choice. Now think about your digital life. The colors of apps, the layout of your feed, the timing of notifications. They're not accidental. They're crafted using behavioral science to trigger dopamine. This isn't inherently evil, but when you're unaware of it, you're not choosing anymore. You're reacting. And here's the subtle danger. The more your behavior becomes reactive, the more predictable you become. The more predictable you are, the easier it is to manipulate you. Whether it's selling you a product, selling you a belief, or slowly rewriting your sense of identity. There's a term in psychology for this. Learned helplessness. Originally discovered through experiments with animals, it describes what happens when a being is exposed to uncontrollable negative stimuli. Over time, it stops trying to escape, even when escape becomes possible. That's what the modern world risks doing to our minds. When you're constantly bombarded with stimulation, comparison, fear-based news, and expectations you never agreed to, you start to feel like you don't have control over your inner life. You stop fighting. You stop asking questions. You start accepting, well, this is just how things are. That is learned helplessness on a psychological, cultural, and even spiritual level. But it's not irreversible. And this is where awareness becomes power. The moment you pause and observe, you break that cycle. The moment you say, I feel anxious, but I wonder where that anxiety is really coming from, you begin to reconnect with yourself. In Buddhist thought, there's another powerful idea, vikalpa, mental formations or distortions. They're often born from external impressions that take root and become internal truths. But they aren't you. They're like clouds passing through the sky. The sky is your mind, and the clouds are temporary. Now, what would your life look like if you could see those clouds for what they are? What if you didn't grab onto every thought as truth? What if you began to separate your awareness from your conditioning? That's what makes someone unshakable. Not unfeeling, not detached, but clear. Clear enough to ask, is this emotion mine, or was it fed to me? Is this urgency real or manufactured? Am I reacting from fear, or am I responding with clarity? The world will always have noise. It'll always try to pull you away from yourself, but your stillness is your rebellion. Your awareness is your strength. So let's make a commitment, not just to unplug, but to observe. Not just to react less, but to understand more. Not just to survive the noise, but rise above it with wisdom. That isn't meant to scare you. It's meant to wake you up. This podcast is about waking up, not in the political sense and not in a trend or movement, but waking up to your own mind, reclaiming your thoughts, remembering your intentions. In upcoming episodes, we'll go deeper into the tools used to influence you, such as psychological triggers, covert priming techniques, persuasive design, manipulative rhetoric, and the hijacking of spiritual language used by narcissistic systems. But we're not here to fear the world. We're here to understand it, and through understanding, find clarity. Because once you see how the silent war works, it stops being silent. And once you reclaim your inner space, you become unshakable.
Damn.
You need
Sick.
an explosion for the Westerners at the end.
You need the explosion.
America.
Reminds Stephanie Molyneux, you know, the story of your enslavement a little bit, you know.
Stefan Molyneux.
I think, yeah, that's his name.
Oh, does it remind you of that? I've heard the name, but haven't.
There's like a video, the story of your enslavement.
Oh, okay.
Like,
it's a good
you know
one.
what? I need to check that out. I've heard of them, but I've never actually checked it out. But I've heard a lot of people say something about it.
He was cool for a little bit, but then he turned into a douchebag.
Okay. Oh, and there's that one Vivek shared with me. I think I sent it to Allie. It was The Genius of the Crowd by Charles Bukowski.
Yeah.
Amazing poem. Amazing poem at how these things. And, one of these days we may have an offer for the podcast, maybe a members only thing. I can do an analog remaster on high bias Type 2 Chrome cassettes. And, for our number one patrons, maybe, I don't know if it's as cool as a Boza Rock, but this isn't the cheap, Type 1 cassette. This is CrO2. That's chromium dioxide. There's chromium dioxide.
Damn.
Yeah.
So did you know that ore is spelled OAR?
Yeah, he does that a lot. He uses homophones incorrectly, and I think it's intentional because, like, I don't think you can be that dumb and also be like an adult.
So, like, me and Allie, we own gold mines. We're gold miners. We're into precious metals and rocks and shit like that.
Lucky strike.
This rock is worth $2. Even if there's gold in it, if it's showing gold, which you rarely come across specimens that show gold, usually the gold is too small to see or hidden somewhere in the rock. Specimens that show gold can be worth like okay money, you know, maybe $100 or something, depending on how much gold there. Gold right now is worth kind of a lot. But anyway, little pieces of ore like this are worth a couple dollars. So he wants $2,300. And he says here that if you collect enough of it, where is it? It's the same Will, Keller, Logan, Hart. Oh, you know, like you're going to save money by buying this machine. He says that
It's a personal investment.
and business opportunity, because in the end, he says that you might end up with more money than you put into the rocks. But that's like you would need metric tons. Like whatever elements he's saying are in this rock, it's like a speck, you know. It's not. So he he wants you to buy thousands of dollar rocks from him until you have enough to take it to an assayer. Like nothing about this makes sense whatsoever. Wow. It's so frustrating, especially someone who comes from this shit. Like, most ore has like a 1/4 ounce per ton of gold in it. We'll say, right? Which it's not worth. It's not worth pulling out of the ground unless there's an ounce per ton, because it costs so much to take it out of the ground, and then you have to have it processed to actually get the stuff out. Yeah. So this guy's selling worthless rocks for thousands of dollars. And
you
these
just
fucking
collect
morons
old
are probably
electronics and get the silver from it and get more money.
and get more. No, from what you find on the side, you can find more precious metals. Like absolutely out of control. And it's like, look, that's a nice specimen. There's a lot of chalcopyrite. Like that's a nice specimen of a mineralized stone. But it's still worth $2, $3, $10 at the most. This is absolutely nuts. And that's not gold. That's pyrite sparkling. That's what we call fool's gold. Literally fool's gold. He's selling people here.
That's so twisted, and I think he spells it "or" because then it ties back into his Viking narrative, and he's
bullshit.
like,
Yeah,
well,
I got
that.
He's still illiterate, so to other people, to me, it just looks like he's being more illiterate.
It filters out the people who have any like brain cells capable of critical thought, because only a maroon would actually buy that. You see what I did there? You know, like a moron. Only a moron would buy a piece of ore that's spelled OAR. So like it's a vetting process for him. Like only a moron will purchase it from him. Smart people will just bounce from the site.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing about that's the whole thought process behind the multi-level marketing scam.
Why not buy?
No one smart is going to come around. No one smart enough to call out the thing is going to come around. You know, it's only going to be dumb people seeing it. That's why, you know, like I got into Will and Logan's freaking YouTube group, and you get in there and they're just talking.
These are
like
desperate people. They could be helping with actual like.
I made
shadow
a video about it before. I made a video about it to expose this. Because why not just buy gold for that amount than buying this rock?
Click here to buy this sword from Sethikus Boza. A sword, because you need a sword to know morality.
Because he gets them from Temu, probably.
And they attack other people for being this violent.
Yeah.
That's insane. Services.
Where's Mark Passio? Where's
What?
Mark Passio? He cannot see this? He grunts about a lot that violence, this and that. What is his friend selling? He cannot see that.
He can't see it. There's no discernment. The guy who talks about discernment the most. This thing. Oh my God. Talk about
word salad.
Read this for a couple seconds. Don't do it too long because it's going to lower your IQ, but just read this for a little bit.
I have Advil. Let me give it a read.
I stand office and hold practice as a metaphysical transformational psychologist. I am bloodline magi grail shaman magic to the position in service to truth, and it is marked to this before incarnation in this life to my lineage bloodlines. The quest to remember what we required to my position took me to a very early age in this life. What the? Just a run-on sentence from hell. Full caps. Everything's all caps. Run-on sentence. No punctuation. Illiterate word salad, which is
no commas, no nothing.
Nothing. Just absolute nonsense. Give me money. Give me money, please. There's his snake oil, nectar of Athanasia.
Mine is better. Rosemary.
That means immortality, by the way, in Greek.
It
means immortality in Greek.
In terms of tuition and after the initiation sessions, you will also receive discounted 50% off in terms of your credentials. So the more classes you take, the cheaper his snake oil product get.
He changed it, Vivek. He told you it was Amrita, and then you're like, it's not. And so he changed it to Athanasia.
Oh, shit.
This is
he wanted to he was talking in those terms. I don't know what he named.
Essential
He
oils.
says it has gold in it. He sells gold, like drink gold.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you what he says
You can
about
get candy
it.
with gold on it in India. It actually contains more gold, right?
Okay, so this is what he says about it. About what this is. About what this is. I'm not even joking. We are the only ones. We are the only ones of the face of the earth that have this, and we are the first ones to release it into the reality field in our time. This is a major mark in terms of the legacy of what the mystery school actually represents, and the outpour of that will taught during this phase of initiation will also greatly depend. How much does it cost to get through initiation, Vivek? Did he tell you?
He charged me around $800
for initiation.
Now he's charging $1,700 something.
Oh,
How many
85
levels
an
are there?
hour. 85 an hour. Oh, he
How
has
many
an art.
levels are there?
One level, I believe, but he's going to bore you for 8 hours, and in those 8 hours, he's going to talk about
Bore you.
himself. Yeah, about himself, that how great he is, and how great his cult is, and how he's fighting with some invisible people and all stuff, and how he's a dragon.
Well, maybe this was a chat GPT creation with the tone either dragon or stupid.
It's worse.
But his metaphysical celestial physiology reading is currently full, you guys. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is
Yeah,
always
it's like
full.
McDonald's Monopoly.
Always
It's like
full.
seasonal or
No.
something.
Yeah, it is always full.
Marketing.
To
It's
have
a
that.
marketing tactic to make his services look more desirable. If you look at that,
Yeah.
oh, he's selling out. I better sign up for this other one quick before it also sells out and I lose out on the spot. It's all BS.
Scarcity. That's what he tried to capitalize on. It is very rare, very unique, but it is free for all you people, and then you have to pay me.
50% discount.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
World is about to end, and everything is falling apart, and you have to pay this person $1,700.
And you need to buy a sword after your initiation.
Yeah.
I want to buy Sting. Does he have a light up blue sword? No, actually, what's his face? Frodo already got that one.
Swords.
I have a sword.
Is this the person
The
who's making the
swordsmith.
swords? Oh.
Uh,
So who in the One Great Network that people are aware of follow him or are initiates.
Logan Hart.
Yeah.
Will Keller
Derek-
likes them a lot.
Derek Bartolocelli.
Derek loves them.
Yeah.
I think, I'm not sure about Corey.
I think Corey does.
Yeah. A bunch of whoever is like tribal, basically like European
Or like Nordic,
tribesmen.
Any of
the
these Norse idiots.
white ancestral, runes.
Basically covert Nazis.
Yeah.
Brandon effing Martin, the Thelemite.
Yeah.
Did Slav fall victim to him as well? I have a feeling
He had interactions with him, but I don't know if he's still because he already had an experience with one guy, so I think he
I didn't know if it was the same.
talked to him or something, but I think he ultimately realized he was a charlatan. But basically that's what they try to cater to is like your ancestral roots, your ancestral diet, your ancestral this. I mean, in that whole, even the Magna Carta thing that Calv was talking about. I mean, this is all like, we need to go back to our druid roots. And it's like, you don't even know what that is, bro.
Animism. My animism.
My animism, where you got to plug yourself into a hydrogen machine.
And then you got to spill the anima of a spirit out for your ancestors.
Daily.
It's twisted. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly their ancestors running around with, something.
I wonder if the initiation would include something embarrassing that only those in it then just almost like that secret society cult like.
Yeah, there is some of that from what I've heard.
Where they videotape
Will
with
is a
each
new
other.
ager. The first thing he will present to you is Aleister Crowley, and the second thing will be your Madame Blavatsky, the godmother of New Age. And then they will start attacking you, and they will start calling you New Ager or Christian or something, some type of trope that they can use later on to demean you or dehumanize you.
I would call.
Hey,
the
Vivek,
spirit-
what do you think about Marja West?
Hag.
Oh, nice.
Hag. Yeah, he called her a hag.
Yeah, that's what she is. Recently she's coming out and making a video about she's autistic. Now she's
Autistic?
telling people that she's autistic. Yeah. She has made a video.
Yeah.
There's an interesting comment in the chat.
They're all autistic on the network. I don't know if you've noticed.
One great threat.
I think Chris is actually an android.
Chris Nelson.
One great death threat.
He could be one of those SpaceX
One
robots
bum network. That's what I call it.
that Elon Musk is making.
Yeah,
the
one great
SpaceX
bum
robot.
network. Dude,
So-
they love Elon too. A lot of these guys love this right wing and QAnon stuff. And then, as I shared with you, because I here's the thing, people think I'm overstating stuff or I'm getting worked up, but it's I'm not worked up about it. I'm trying to make as big of a ruckus as possible, sounding the alarm so that people can know, you're headed for absolute, ruin. And okay, here's the deal. The more people that fall for this stuff, the more their sorcery, harms the world, bro. That is not a joke. It doesn't give them power. It actually disempowers, humanity. It's epigenetic manipulation of our ability to be self-sufficient. And
by the way, we're at 4 hours and 20 minutes, so everyone smoke, but don't do it on camera.
Yeah. So it really does harm, and it goes Blavatsky, Crowley, Boza, the space program, the military, all this external savior stuff. This is all Skynet, bro. They deployed robots, canine RoboCops on protesters through the National Guard the other day in California, today or yesterday.
Yeah.
And so now people are saying because they don't look like us, bro. I wouldn't wish robots on Crowley or Sethikus Boza, because what that does is, even if they're legitimately people who need to be dealt with, when you take humans out of combat, you dehumanize the entire species of Homo sapiens.
Yeah.
And that is Skynet. And then you have this psychopath, Elon Musk, claims to be autistic. He's not autistic. He's detached techno
psycho
Satanist.
Yeah.
Yes. And Martine Rothblatt, who started Sirius XM Radio, used to be Martin Rothblatt, is a transhumanist, transgender, techno billionaire. And these are the people that are like epigenetically destroying. And in our lifetime, Jeff, you're older than me probably by what? I'm 37 almost.
I'm almost
Like-
10 years older than you.
Okay. So, in our lifetime, we have seen autism go from 1 in 1,000 to 1 in like 60 something, but it's not exactly autism. It's more like just an assault. It's epigenetic manipulation. And so people can't even talk anymore. They speak in like one word, like blips and stuff. And this is the kind of stuff that's being entrained, with these people through their media and the ideologies of accepting everything and embracing this new age stuff. And when I say new age, when somebody who's a multi-billionaire goes on TV or on the internet and says we're going to colonize Mars, people have this implicit trust because they're quote unquote successful. And as you pointed out in your older videos, these guys are fake, bro. Well, you think just a man works hard and makes billions of dollars? No. 100,000 people's entire life salary is what these guys have. There's no amount of work in the universe one can do in a lifetime that would equal that amount of money. It's all fake, and that's how they engineer the consent for this stuff. And who do you think Elon Musk is taking his directions from? Someone who gives him directions, who gets directions from evil beings.
Yeah.
Yeah, the car that Elon Musk put in the space or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
They had a glitch there. There's a piece of footage of that car. The program that was running it glitched, and it showed the actual background behind it for a second.
Yeah.
Such nonsense. But yeah, they're called limited hangout agents. The powers that be make these people famous so they could mind control people. It's Joe Rogan. It's Jordan Peterson.
It was Aleister
Ben
Crowley
Shapiro.
100 years ago.
Yeah.
He was the agent of the crown. See, the Order of the Garter and these guys, like deep state, they only answer to the queen. So if he was causing a real problem, they would have picked him off.
Yeah.
The queen called him. Queen Victoria herself called him the wickedest man in the world. The queen doesn't call anybody a wicked man if they need to be taken out. Okay, they would just send somebody. Pinkerton Agency when he was in America, or somebody would have taken him out if he wasn't there for a purpose. It was to lay the groundwork for this stuff, so that people can make alien friends and usher in techno slavery.
Elon, I've been saying for years, Elon's being be like the next savior president, world president guy, space president guy, obviously.
Yep.
Some of the I don't know.
We're the idiocracy.
Yeah.
See how it works? They're literally dumbing us down to lay this out on us.
Oh.
It's got electrolytes.
Nick George went on Paul and Aaron Belial. Aaron Belial's from Kill Tony. He's one of the Aaron Belial, wasn't he one of the He's the guy. Anyway. Yeah. Fake gay space for sure. The oldest conspiracy we have is the aliens. They fed the alien conspiracy to us real early on, so we believed in all of this leaving here and being saved by the rich people building the space rockets.
Opium.
No,
and then now we have a
these
space
beings
force.
exist, but I don't think they're anything good, man. I mean, they're just whatever you want to call them.
Aliens?
Yeah, I don't think they exist in the way that people think with this. With a
No,
spaceship.
they're not greens. Yeah, they're not
Yeah.
grays.
But they're like more. See, people don't really understand. Like a spaceship flying through space. Like, yes,
You mean a
they can make-
Vimana?
Yeah, exactly. Like Praveen Mohan has talked about them and stuff. And I know it sounds weird, but here's the deal. it's like even like the Bhagavatam talks about this, like Mayadanava.
Hey, Ali's been the Bhagavad Gita.
Okay, Ali, look into Mayadanava in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Look into that. It's the Bhagavata Purana. It's often it's the same events. Some of them are like crossover, but basically the Gita is like one conversation in the Mahabharata, but the Bhagavatam has some overlap with, but also previous and after, because the Bhagavad Purana is like a historical itihasa, and when I say historical, it's not always on this plane of reality, but this is something that was like given by Sukadev Goswami and written down by Ganesh, and like it's complicated, okay, but his guru was Narada Muni and his dad was Brahma. I mean, this stuff comes from like time doesn't mean as much to these beings as it does to us.
Timeless.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so like when we think of a spaceship, you and I have to get into a car. But these beings can mentally materialize this shift, this ship, and move like interdimensionally. Like space moves around them as they think about a place, and they can go at the speed of mind, which is infinitely faster than the speed of light.
Like astral projection shit.
Yes, and to the point where they're not of this realm, but they can literally manipulate physical matter.
उत्पन्न होना, प्रकट होना.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
They materialize from thin air. They will be in front of you. 1 second, they will be having a discussion with you, and in other second, you will be speaking with the wall.
And it can feel like you've been with them for years, and it'll only have been 2 seconds. It won't matter. You could live.
Time dilation.
It's like you could live a life. Yes, you could like. They're beyond that. I mean, it's weird because it's not like a linear time, and that's where people screw up. Is like they think we need to get to this point of freedom in the future. No, you need to get to this center of yourself as the locus of control, and then none of the astrological bodies or other beings will affect your fundamental.
Gary knows more about my culture than me. Yeah.
Well, Vivek knows more about the solution because he didn't waste as much time studying the mechanisms of control. He actually just realized that the locus of control is within. And here's the deal. This whole religion thing, this whole afterlife thing, this whole reincarnation thing is contingent upon desire, a subtle clinging desire for immortality. So essentially, they want you to be either a slave to a god, doesn't matter which one, or they want you to be take an offer to become a god yourself.
Yeah, like a
okay, and the middle path is just committing to the right thing, and that's it. It's like not even like about morality, so to speak. It's about all you can control is yourself, and you know what's right and wrong at any given time for yourself, and therefore you can't be nudged by gods or demons or people, or to be centered in yourself, and also not get hooked into this idea that I'm an eternal self, because if you have a soul, I have a soul, and this person has a soul, but they're all like blank and they kind of carry our karma, it's a psyop to keep you recycling in the cube. So if that's how you want to get out of the hypercube, actually embrace yourself. Don't have a ghost spiritual self and then your earthly self that your subconscious thinks is dirty. Like they want you to think your material body's evil. The Gnostics want you to hate everything you can see and want you to believe in a vacuum. Actually, you want to be fully integrated, spiritual and material. And just because you don't have a single unchanging eternal soul, it doesn't mean there is no such thing as truth or eternal nature, which is like Rita in Sanskrit. Like and then there's like, or you want to call it like, there's nature. So, and then everything else is like pretty much a desire to manipulate that. So, you can't prescribe a list or a template or a matrix of do's and don'ts in a logical web or a logic tree, because that's how they get you with semantics. Then you think one-dimensionally or four-dimensionally. Every time someone mentions numbers of dimensions, I'm thinking like, yes, okay, things
They
can
put you in a
exist.
box.
Things can exist. Like if we didn't have geometry, we wouldn't be able to invent like products or machines. But ultimately, why are you doing that? That's what you got to think of. Like, for what
Imagination.
purpose? Yeah, for what purpose? Like, and if you think about it, every invention that we have created as human beings is a terror management cope, because we know we're not going to live forever. So we just want to get food faster because we know like our life is short. So we have fast food, and walking wastes my time. It's all this subtle desire to like be a god or control nature. And it doesn't matter how high you get in the cosmos, whether you become like even the like a controller of an entire planet or a universe, like it doesn't matter, because it's all like fractal and holographic anyway, and these gods are like miserable. Imagine if you had all knowledge and all power. Do you know how miserable you'd be?
Yeah.
Like it's the worst condition known to man.
I would play along with Keller.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then that's when they get sadistic. That's when they invent morality to like feel good about themselves, blessing certain people and punishing certain people.
I know.
So like the only winning move is not to play.
Yeah.
Just be a person, be authentic, and have
Temptation.
compassion for yourself.
Don't play by their rules. Invent your own.
No.
Yeah. You can do that without being immoral.
Yeah.
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 Learn the rules like a pro, so you can break them like an artist.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really ineffable. That is truly
They're
the
bringing
thing.
new rules actually.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Sam Vaknin was talking about they are bringing this DSM-5, 6, and in that your psychologist, your psychiatrist will be able to detain you like police.
Yeah.
They will call anybody crazy, and then they can detain you.
Re-education camps.
Yeah.
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 And
You
these
might also go back what you posted and then put
Yeah.
that against you also.
Yep. That's what the cloud's doing. It's a wiretap. I mean,
actually what happened is these anarchist communities, they have really triggered these psychopaths. People
they're
had
using
a
us
lot
as
of
fodder. Yeah.
people had a lot of chance, but these people, these anarchists and whoever they call themselves, they got fixated on those feelings. They had all the chances, but they did not see. Now the elites, they thought that let the time pass a little bit. So what they did is they corrupted a lot of people, and they have all the handles and hooks. Like now they have the control of the situation once again. Now they want to go your quantum. They want all the things as a center for them to protect them.
Lock
People
it
have
down.
lost.
Yep.
Yeah. How come your Microsoft is like creating a quantum processor now? Why cannot anybody else do that? Why these same people are using the same ideas? So because people are actually lost also. If these anarchists, if they were like Mark Passio and all these people, if they were any good, they would have focused on those parts. But they don't have that capacity, I believe. So they play bigger, longer game. Like why these people have all these advanced technology? How they have? Why cannot normal people have these things? Because normal people are more fixating on fighting and on emotional outrage or something. They don't even think rationally, and they don't let those people think rationally. So normal people can never come up, even if normal people come up with some authentic ideas, the ideas get stolen by these people. They pay those people, and then they still have the handle. So it's something like that.
Hey, everyone recommend Anonymous Lurker a book that's kind of up this alley. He says, what are some of the best books to read about this stuff and get
Area
accurate
81
information?
is, I believe, a website Vivek recommended, right? Is it the website?
There's no one book or anything. You have to study and have this wisdom over the period of time.
there's a correct perspective that you can use, but I cannot say a specific book. Any specific book has all these things. You have to make sense of all the things after understanding things, how they are
Podcast
integrated.
number 1.
The Silent War on Your Mind.
Something like that. Yeah.
Check out the Being Unshakable podcast.
I can't believe we made this 320, but it was really $3,200 for the rock. So we actually
30? No, he had some for.
he has some for 30,
Oh, they just go
320,
up in
but
price.
they were 3,200 at the top. Yeah.
We did him a
So
favor.
so when I posted this, the meme you made, the symbology meme,
Symbolism.
I posted it on Brandon Martin's page, and of course Padini shows up. But Jeff, Mark likes that symbol.
I shared it
likes
on
the
Michael
anchor.
Tesserion's Twitter.
Like these guys, like what? Like Padini still thinks I give a shit about what. Like it's unbelievably how dumb
Yeah,
these guys are.
Because they are not coming out of this hubris or this labyrinth that Mark Passio has created. They think the highest thing that can happen to this world is Mark Passio. There's no reality beyond these people. So they are stuck in that mind.
They're constrained to the limitation of Mark, basically. Like I can talk all this shit I want. They can't do that. They are within the social hierarchy, and they have to be held accountable by those people. And I don't.
think it's like a perception thing too. I think even if they're not being willfully ignorant, it's part of like the hypnosis and
Learned helplessness.
yeah, it's like, and so they are unable to perceive what the criticisms as anything other than an attack on their family or their team or that or their
network,
the guy they look up to, the network, the whatever it is. It's just like holding something in such high regards when it's like it's misplaced,
and
this misplaced like devotion to something that's not
intoxicating them.
Yeah,
I got the arc drive
Please
right
do
here. Do you know that I was excited to get this, and then I plug in this 2 terabyte drive, and I look at it, and I'm like, bro,
You're like,
I've
what?
known this
Yeah.
stuff since 2005. None of
Literally,
this
we
was
went
not
the
a
same
thing.
thing.
You guys
Yeah.
have been, you've been
The
on
same
the
exact
internet.
experience. I'm like, oh my
We
god,
were
the
like, this
arc,
needs to be
arc.
revised.
Plug it in. It's sitting right here. I'm looking at the external hard drive. We plug
We
it
looked at
in, and
for
I'm like,
2 days, and we're like, eh.
Why does he call it Arc Society? Why does he call it Arc?
Amazing repository of knowledge, but also some kind of priming so that you think it's sacred
No,
and
it's
special. Yeah, exactly.
amongst
But
the apocalypse,
now I
this is
have a way to
surviving information.
Format this and back up my good work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of really dated stuff, and just like a lot of stuff that's like not even in line with any of the stuff we talk about now, and like I don't know, it's okay,
It's
but
outdated.
it's
I'll
definitely
say that.
outdated.
It's very outdated.
We're revising it, by the
there's
way.
a few
We're
cool
doing a vegan
documentaries.
mark.
There's some cool stuff in
Yeah.
there. There's like worthwhile
that
stuff.
we saw years ago on the internet when we were looking up cool stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, oh, I saw this on 4chan like 10 years
Yeah,
ago.
like loose
that's
change
cool.
and
Like-
shit like that, where
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I saw that in '97.
I was on Totsi in like 1999. It was a Bay Area message board, Temple of the Screaming Electron, which was based. And like 4chan really started like as Totsi was winding down, because the feds really shut down Totsi and basically just put a bunch of feds on 4chan.
It's
But, like,
as with everything, it gets co-opted.
Remember the Bel Air meme? Like that started there.
Yeah, like all the memes came from those like alternative message boards. But then there's the 8chans and everything. But it's like as with everything, it gets co-opted and used. I mean, that was a holdout of like the Ron Paul movement on this one board poll, and then it just turned into a neo-Nazi, pro-Trump, Republican, just like retarded, went to shit board.
And now
But
free speech is dangerous and you can't have it. And in England, they'll kick down your door for calling something fake and gay. And that's coming to America, bro. Like it's bad. And this is what they're using actual freedom movements to convert people to like cannon fodder and like news memes, basically to say, you know, I had a neighbor once and he said he didn't trust the government. Maybe you should do a wellness check on them.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
Like,
Yeah.
oh, they're like, you know, there's people who do, you know, school PQs. They
Yeah.
all those messages, but that's how they plan that
Exactly.
stuff, you know.
Yeah, not to mention MK Ultra was the brainchild of Crowley plus the OSS and the CIA.
Yep.
Like I'm saying, like Sirhan, Ted Kaczynski, Charles Manson, the dude who shot John Lennon, Hinckley. These guys
they were
all
all
had their shit
controlled.
scrambled
Yeah.
The
by the
Christchurch-
dark occultists
yeah.
through actual science.
The Christchurch shootings, in the
Yeah.
mosque.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Al Qaeda itself. Where do you think like radical Salafi and Wahhabism came from? Like, did you know that like before the British Empire and the Grand Orient, like, dude, there were secret societies that created the Ottoman Empire. Okay, like the Hashashin. You think that's like normal like beliefs? No, these dudes were like psychopathic killers.
Assassins.
Yeah, assassins. Exactly. They would brainwash people. They'd get them into a suggestive state with breathing exercises and hashish, and they would entrain their minds, sometimes remove their tongues and send them out to do a job. These dudes would topple sultans. Then they would get these that actually had a lot to do with like things like the slave trade, international slave trade, the Ottoman Empire, and then Abdul Wahab, like they had like the radical Islam thing because they were going to keep it on the back burner for when they needed to clear out certain places. Like they need to get rid of like the Buddhists from like northern India and Afghanistan and Kashmir, and they're like, oh, Islam. We need the Mughals to take out, you know, like, bro, like these like the Abrahamic religions themselves are just about fortune and glory. That's all it is. Let's walk around with this gold box and like murk everyone and take their stuff.
My God, my rights.
Yeah, yeah. Montois and Monsieur Montois, my God, my rights. And they put it right there on the British logo and all these societies. My God and my right. And it's like as above, so below. That means what? You murk people down here, and your God loves you, and then you become a god and murk people down here. Like, come on, bro. Oh, but my triangles. Like, come on. L7, weenie.
Didn't the Sikhs save the like protect the Hindus from the Muslims or something?
Yeah, from the Britishers mostly.
Oh, okay.
Warriors of India. Sikhs are basically warriors. Sikhs also, like they also come from the Muslim background as well, but in India they protect Hinduism.
I heard that any Sikh temple you could walk into and they'll feed you and let you stay
Vegetarian
overnight
meal,
and shit.
too.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they're super
for free for homeless people and all that stuff. This is a thing of temples also. But in when you visit any Sikh Gurudwara, we call it. So like if you go to Hindu temple, they will a little bit expect something in return. But Sikhs, you just have to give the service. You just serve. If you are feeding and you have free time, you should also volunteer. Yeah. It's just like that. Yeah.
Krishna temples are cool too. They have got good bomb ass food.
Yeah, but they have a hidden agenda. So I don't speak for it.
Yeah, they built a multi-million-dollar Vedic planetarium. A lot of them, so this is like Detroit history here. Henry Ford's grandson is a Hare Krishna, and Henry Ford. Henry Ford had some like international political agendas and aspirations. Okay, Henry Ford's grandson married Walter Reuther's daughter of the UAW, and so you have the biggest automotive family and the unions, so on the right and the left of the political compass, go into the Hare Krishna movement, and then basically moving massive amounts of like money to these projects, and then like also Prabhupada ended up dead, and some Satanists that were there like left the movement after that. and went back to France and started a satanic cult, but his former ex-wife still is a governing body commissioner like of the Hare Krishnas. And bro, like what's that guy there, I'm sure you know, in the hardcore punk scene, some Hare Krishnas that'll tell you like there was
I don't
actual
follow
like
any of this thing.
evil
I don't
stuff
follow.
going
I
on
don't even
behind the
waste my
scenes.
time. I
Yeah,
don't waste my time on any of this stuff. Yeah, they are doing really shady things. That's all I need to know. I don't even follow any of these things. I don't even bother to follow.
it's organized religion ultimately.
Yeah.
Like I mean, well, like Catholic Church, all like
Same shit.
yeah,
Scientology.
same thing. Yeah, Scientology. Yeah, it's all it's all really the same.
Yeah. So, do we need to? I mean, do we need to research all this shit to know this stuff? To know morality?
What I can suggest is we should make 1 hour video about all this stuff so that people can take something, so that it will be useful, more useful for people. Like we can, like if you have time, you can do this on your channel, research a topic or something in depth that other people don't have idea about, and make these videos so maybe people can interact even more deeper with those.
Yeah, because we were talking
Yeah.
about doing like more condensed
Yeah.
videos like that just kind of are like pretty,
Or even tiered,
thorough.
where like the first tier is like TikTok brain, you know, really short, really quick, and then the next tier is a little bit deeper, and then you have like Darren tier, like tier 3, where it's like way super deep. But you know, like teaching the basics again, you know, like we always get, at least I always think everyone knows everything I know, but they don't. And, you know, like that's mostly what I have frustrations with all these people on the network, is like, they don't know the fucking basics. And have these big egos like they do. It's weird.
Perspective is I think where to start.
Yeah.
Like because like there's things going on locally and far away and on different levels like of media, but honestly like the amount of things that could potentially influence you are completely limitless, infinite, but your ability to be influenced is actually finite, and it is something you can control.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean, like by actually see, this is what people don't realize. The more you look outward, the more control you lose. And if you have someone, let's say when you were a kid, or you know there was an emergency, like, or maybe there was a storm outside, if the adults around you were freaking out, as a kid you would get scared. But if you were scared and the adults weren't freaking out, whether it's a monster under your bed or a sound you heard, you actually were calmed by that. And so basically the more people who are not susceptible to external control of whatever nature, the better off we'll be. And actually we can reverse the psychological tides of the planet, which will ripple back out into a better situation. It's literally from within then outward. And
We
not even
cannot
because you're trying, because it's the result.
we cannot like guarantee anything, but we can at least try. Maybe one day it will manifest into something. Not new agey manifestation once again.
Right. We don't like, it's not something we do. It's just like there's only one thing we can control, and that's only myself. And then you can control yourself. And then like it's not
Yeah, if you
about
want-
like a end game or a long game. It's just the only thing is to be present.
Yeah, if you're complaining that there are no mango trees and I want to taste mango when there are all these bitter fruit trees, so you have to sow that mango fruit tree, so that if you're like that will be a difference, that will be a change in the like reality. If you want mango, just sow mango so that there will be mango. It's something like that.
Yeah. My son, I raised him. He would, we were very rough and tumble. We were out camping, we were out sailing, we were out doing all kinds of shit all the time. So whenever he fall, I'd be like, ah! And so he never, because like kids, when they fall, they'll look to you to see how you react. And so like whenever he'd hurt himself, I'd laugh about it. And like now I've even noticed now when we hang out, he'll hurt himself and he just kind of smiles, and like where like people, you know, like hover helicopter moms and like weird, you know, parents that are like too much. They never, you know, they'll be like, oh my God, they'll go where the kid, and the kid will learn, and they'll learn these wrong reactions to things, and they'll have them the rest of their life.
Yeah.
That's actually good, healthy parenting. Actually, that is
Like-
the definition of healthy parenting.
Yeah.
So that the kid will be able to interact with not only the fluffy side, but all the hard side of
They
the
won't
world.
tell Jeffrey. They won't say that. They will say, "Oh, thank you for that criticism. I will, you know." think about it."
Yeah. No,
Well, they
that's right.
still, like the fear of pain, like the most, like if pain is like you're more freaked out by thinking that the pain's gonna hurt than the pain actually, like you kind of, your reaction, you'll react more, you're like, ah, you'll like have this crazy reaction to something that isn't even doing anything to you, just because in your head you psych yourself out so much. What was it? There was like some movie called like Old Boy, where like the dude was talking about like he was able to like leave, like set that aside and go through super painful things and not even feel anything, because he had like rewired his brain not to react in that way to pain or the thought of pain coming. Like most people are they'll traumatize themselves before they even get the pain, thinking about the pain, just like stress.
Hypnosis.
People will, you know, stress themselves out worrying about stress, you know, and it's just like, stop.
This is what happens in the freedom movement, as far as like when people are attracted to like ET and starseed psyops and all that. What they're really saying is, I'm afraid of life being difficult, so I have to imagine, or I have to teleport to a better place.
What, are you not Indigo Angel?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like Derek's friends, Indigo Angel and all that. See, what they're all doing is they're like literally crying here in a fetal
They're
position.
distorting people's reality, and they have distorted their own reality, and they're living in this delusion.
Yeah.
I'm angel, I'm goddess. It's crazy.
As opposed
insanity.
to just saying life is going to have some difficult moments and then you get through them.
Yeah, you have to learn that life is also difficult, and you have to go through that. You just don't
No
shut
pain,
yourself down.
no gain.
Yeah, I mean, don't do it excessively. Don't do it like, don't hurt yourself. A lot of people like Boza or Passio, they says, do this hard thing. That's madness. But in general, also difficult things happen, and you should be able to go through that. That much is enough. Yeah.
Yeah. That's balance. That's what the whole
It's the
thing's
middle
about.
path. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Whoa, what's up, Jules?
Oh, is Jules still there?
I'm back to shit, bro. I've been smoking hash all morning. Back listening.
He's one with the herb.
One with the herb. Yeah, I actually got my Egyptian broad beans, my fava beans. I planted some of them. They've popped up. Oh shit! The garden's doing pretty good, so we've got some veggies coming on the way.
Yeah, we had hoped to have a bigger garden, but it is hot as shit where we live, and it takes a lot of attention,
A lot of water.
a lot of water, like a lot of water. And we have all this land, but it's so dry. And
We're in
it's
a
so
drought at the moment. We're in winter and it hasn't rained fuck all really.
It's hot out.
And I don't like feeding fucking goddamn plants city water too. Like whenever I do it, I'm like, I feel like I'm defeating the point of growing plants
They
at
don't
home.
fluoridate here.
Yeah,
so-
but it's still,
like
and the
chlorine or
plant
whatever.
through osmosis cleans it, but it's still just like, I feel like I'm contaminating the ground when I'm.
Ignorance is bliss, but I don't think about it too much. Even the rainwater's fucking contaminated.
We got a good tomato plant going. We got zucchinis, cucumbers. We have some mystery plants that popped out of our compost. We have some pretty nice weed plants growing. What else?
Fuck yeah, where you grow? What weed are you growing? What strains?
Just in the soil. Oh, it's just it's seeds we just like collected over the past like 5 years.
One of them
and I
smells
just
like a bubba.
yeah, there's definitely a Bubba Kush. Definitely a Bubba Kush.
There's this one
Oh,
out of
yeah.
That's fake.
there's this one
Not
pure
real
indica
weed, you
variety that I saw in high school. A buddy had ordered them out of like High Times back in like 05.
Yeah.
And it's called Holland's Hope. If you can get a hold of those seeds, because I saw like when he grew them
in Australia,
absolute amazing. If you can get any, Jeff, like they're kind of expensive, but they'll be like 8 feet tall. Pure indica.
Yeah.
They'll be like fatter than like.
Yeah,
bro.
Pure indica.
It looks like a
Fuck,
maple leaf
bro.
almost.
Everything's been fucking hybridized these days. Like, I got some of
Yeah,
these.
everything-
This is a landrace strain from the northern Indus Valley. It's a pure indica, and then stabilized in Holland. Holland's
Yeah,
Hope.
it was like
the Jack
Kush
Bearer that
Bubba.
I'm doing, that's crossed with India Kerala. That's Idiquai Gold strain.
It was like
yeah,
Chem
from
Dog
Southern
and Bubba
India.
Kush.
Strawberry
Kush Bubba. Strawberry cough.
So
Yeah,
Indian stuff is
Holland's
really
Hope
good.
is like the original like Charas plant, like when they actually just rub it in their hands and then they get the good stuff.
Oh shit!
Who are those? Where's
Milano.
that place where they got those old dudes that live in huts and you can go and smoke weed with them on some mountain? Where is that?
Kathmandu.
Himalaya.
Kathmandu.
No, Himalaya. It's in like Himachal
Himalayas.
Yeah. So Indian stuff is really good. I don't know about this thing. Is it really good?
Weed.
Yeah.
Indian
yeah.
weed.
Yeah, I love it. Hash
I've
too.
been told.
Really?
Got some
He's
hash.
got some hash. Oh yeah, because they do hash, don't they?
You had a whole warehouse there.
I lived in Nicaragua for a while. It was really funny because the weed down there, they just grow the weed, and when it's a plant, they cut it down. And they give it to you. Yeah, like before it does anything, they don't know how to grow it, and so it's a plant, and they just cut it and sell it to you, and it's like, what the fuck is this? I haven't
That's
seen
how Indians do it.
elementary school. They press it all together, and it's just like, hey, sometimes stuff like that will, sometimes mids will get you more high than expensive shit.
Yeah, I think the interbreeding and the high THC ratios and the hybridization actually like makes people miss out on the full spectrum of what the plant offers, and then the indoor growing also like messes with that. Like I've never imagine a human that never saw sunlight. Like how would that be good? Sun does a lot of things, and basically these are like the equivalent of genetically modified chickens, but they're genetically modified plants. They're like they're all bud and there's like no stem, and like I just feel like the yield is good, but I think we've underestimated or misrepresented where the actual effect comes from. I don't know if it is the THC because that's just one chemical versus like the actual full entourage effect.
Yeah.
And it's actually endogenous cannabinoids from your brain that are released anyway. The plant doesn't actually put it into your body. Your brain releases it after it copies or it senses the thing. Your brain literally becomes a chameleon for the plant chemical.
I mean, we have endocannabinoid receptors. Yeah.
I don't know. Remember, it was someone's mom. We like showed her weed, and she was like, "What the fuck is that?" We're all, "That's weed," and she's like, "That's not weed," and we're like, "That's weed," and she's like, "That's not what it used to look like in the '70s," and we're like,
"That's what I heard too from an old timer." Yeah.
They're like, "No way, that looks like something completely else." And I remember being a kid, Mexican weed, like it just looked like oregano,
People do. They'll come
up oregano,
try and get land races and whatnot, and then
they didn't even know they needed to bud them at that point. They were it was just leaves. But
Just
the weed in Central America is really, really bad, unless you go to Costa Rica, but then you're paying like California prices. But actually, the weed in Nicaragua is more expensive than California prices, and it's
wild weed's more
garbage.
likely to go hermaphrodite too, as well. And you look at grain
Male.
hunters, them lads got called out for tracking pollen into some sacred areas and fucking up crop and then walking out with seed, so they're the only one with them genetics now.
No.
Yeah, pretty dirty what they did. But
I don't do any of this alcohol or weed or anything, but I feel better like this.
Yeah.
So
Me neither.
yeah,
I just smoke
is it
weed.
not better? Like
It's better to be straight edge for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
I do snake oil.
Yeah.
All of the effects though are already within your brain, like probably even in a better balance. It's just like harder at first, but that's what I'm working towards. Like I told some of you guys, like, you know, I
It's
quit
good to-
cigarettes a
to-
couple months
To
ago.
free yourself from the stimulants is really good. I mean,
How dare you interrupt Darren, Aryan?
sorry.
See, no, they do that shit. Did you hear about the stuff where they're using frequencies to tap into like
Magnetic
doing, like
stuff?
there was some CIA like
Oh.
almost like an MK Ultra thing where some dude was able to like teleport through like
the
certain
Monroe
vibrations at the
system?
brain.
The
brain.
Monroe, was it the Monroe Institute, or was it like a
Or was
light
that
system?
the
Because
staring at
Meg's
goats?
boy Jason Shurka is working on the light system for that using different spectra of LED lights and stuff.
That's weird.
Pretty creepy.
I think it had to do with the whole people staring at goats thing with the military.
That's a real thing, yeah.
Yeah. But they
they make a movie on that, like men who look at goats.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Brad Pitt's in it.
And
It's a pretty
also
funny
ESP.
movie. Brad Pitt's in it.
Extrasensory perception. They did CIA.
But it was the movie's funny because it just shows how fucking pointless the CIA is and how they're just like wasting money and killing people over nothing.
Yeah, it's the same thing with all that. Like when you go to the like any kind of system to try to learn like a particular power, like some people mention on like their podcasts or whatever, like you can do this, you can do that. Like it's always gonna, if it doesn't happen naturally, man, it's almost always bad.
Kassoon, do you drink coffee?
I've cut down. I've actually not even drank coffee every day.
No, I'm talking about to Kassoon in the chat.
Oh, okay.
He's desperately trying to get off anti-anxiety medication. If you drink caffeine, that's first thing I'd get off caffeine.
Listen to our podcast, Kassoon. He said he was in Sri Lanka. Listen to our podcast.
Get hydrated first.
Yeah, hydrated.
Stay hydrated as much as you can.
Yeah, a lot of sugar, a lot of fruit. Sugar. If you're avoiding sugar, that's another big high anxiety thing. Because if you what's the stress hormone?
Adrenaline.
Cortisol. Your cortisol goes up, and that causes anxiety. Caffeine.
Exercise is important.
Yeah, exercise lowers cortisol, but sugar is the best antidepressant, honestly. If you avoid sugar at all, I would totally stop doing that and start going crazy on the sugar. It's pure human fuel. Every cell in your body runs off of it. Your hormone system needs it. If you're on keto or something, I don't know what your diet is, but if you're doing anything like that, that's going to make your anxiety go through the roof.
I used to take stuff for anxiety, but like I didn't really have anxiety. I had just poor coping skills, is what it was.
That's what causes anxiety, actually.
I was just a giant pussy.
Basically. And then also believing that feeling upset is something you shouldn't feel. That's how they're able to market that stuff to you anyway. Do it very
Benzos
carefully.
will take at least 3-4 years.
Very carefully with professional help, because you can have seizures and other problems. You know, like depending on your dosage and stuff. Don't rush it.
Don't get
also
off.
have
Go to
patience
Russia.
with yourself.
Have a minimum like limit.
Don't go to Russia
Don't
like
use it a
Jordan
lot.
Peterson did.
Yeah. And you get KGB'd.
Yeah. KGB'd. Mind controlled. MK Ultra.
No, just do it slowly. Taper off. Talk to a professional, or just
Damn, that sucks.
Vivek was going to say something about that. It's
Sorry.
going to take a long time, but don't rush.
Yeah, you have to change your lifestyle. You have to change your diet. You have to change how you are going to react with the stimulus and all
Yeah,
stuff.
the whole
You have to change what you
benzodiazepine
focus.
isn't an anxiety,
What
it's
you focus.
antipsychotic.
If you are watching news a lot, don't watch them. Reduce all these things, and if you are on benzos, like set a minimum limit. Don't overdo it, and keep it to that level for 2-3 years, and then taper down. Then it will work.
Yeah, I was prescribed stuff
That
too,
sucks.
Kasun, because basically when I was a kid in school, like you're basically told that like, oh, if you have feelings, somebody could have literally just said like, bro, you're a kid, and then you worry about shit. That's all it is. And then I would have been like, okay, okay. But then they told me like, no, bro, this is a serious medical problem. You need prescriptions. But now that you have
You
them in
don't
your
need
system, just
prescription.
take your
You need
time
to.
and get off it. You can do it. But realize that your mind is the locus of control. So
You're
start
being
slowly.
not
And
even. You can change your lifestyle by understanding things deeply and implementing a lot of things. When people they do in day-to-day life, they do it out of impulse or out of reaction to something, because they don't understand the underlying meaning of those things. Once you start to understand the underlying meaning, so you can change your life. But in order to reach there, because people are groomed by these capitalists, they think in terms of capitalism, gain or loss. They don't see past that. They don't they are not able to reach the logic of things. Once they understand the logic behind things, and they start to understand that I don't have to react like this, I don't have to compete mindlessly like that. Even if there is a capitalism and there is a competition, it should be healthy, not like this, right? So that you can grow. Not you are like you should. You are not like people are being groomed to devour things and to increase that competitive behavior and all the stuff. But the true meaning of all these things should be like you should actually truly grow. Yeah, so if you change your lifestyle, if you stop thinking in terms of capitalism and you start thinking more in natural ways, like what my body is, what its reality is, how it is connected with all these things, and you reduce your reaction, your mindless impulses
Monkey
about
brain.
yeah, monkey brain. So
yeah,
you disconnect from those patterns, and anxiety, depression, all these things are actually truly patterns how we are reacting mindlessly. That is what anxiety is.
yeah, you might just be like hypersensitive, but then when you analyze like the actual like patterns of thinking, you just like you'll have more. It basically won't be moved by like your expectations or the things around you. You'll
Ego,
just
yeah.
be more self-centered in a healthy way, as in you don't identify with things outside to the point where they bother you. You're still aware of them.
You better look out, Vivek. Mark's sneaking up behind you.
He's probably rage watching.
Better not fuck with me, boy.
Oh yeah.
My symbolism, though.
Passio.
My symbolism.
You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult.
Oh, you haven't heard that?
We're gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one, boy. We're not in your
Yeah, that
fucking
was about
in the
me.
street propaganda cult.
You
fucking losers. Fucking trash.
When he
apes. There's a song
remember when
for
Mark was like on one of the podcasts, he's like, people are accusing me of being in a cult or leading a cult, and it's like, well, anyway.
You want to see how weak I am? Come and
It's pretty whack,
find
bro.
out.
It's pretty whack, bro.
That's Will Keller.
It's pretty whack, bro.
That's Will Keller talking about this podcast.
It's pretty whack, bro.
Literally.
And
Literally.
now John is saying like, come see me, bro.
Oh yeah. So where does he live? Where does he want this fight to go down? I told him, I was like, I don't think we should like harm our bodies out of ego over this. But how much do you weigh? How tall are you?
I mean, that's where they go to as opposed to have a conversation.
No, not everyone has gone directly there.
And what a
Because
great way
Mark
to promote
goes there,
the
though. Mark goes
school.
there, and I don't know if it's because of him, but he's not helping with that.
Yeah. No, and it's like how what a great way is this how the when you have a disagreement with parents at the school for children that you're trying to build, like is that how you're going to settle the
gonna fight 'em?
disputes? Yeah, they're going to like fight the parents of like the what is it, TLA
Our
school or
schools
whatever?
in Australia just
Yeah.
brought back special powers for teachers to put hands on kids again. So
Whoa.
Jeff
Wow.
yeah, only because of like the
After
fighting.
raising them wrong, now you
it's
gotta
the
be
fighting in Australian schools, and it's getting pretty bad. So
terrible.
yeah.
Corporal punishment.
Problem, reaction, solution. The dialectic. You know. But yeah, Kasun, what do you think psychiatry is, man? Yeah. It's a social control mechanism, obviously.
Oh, they don't want you to reduce by 10%.
We have medications for the human condition. That's your problem, bro. Like you're alive and you have feelings.
They are trying
I
to
got meds for that.
lobotomize you actually with
Yeah.
these drugs.
Yeah. Neuter.
They're not trying to fix you.
Neuter your brain.
All of that. Yep. This is epigenetics. It's not from your genetics, but it is manipulating your whole.
Yeah, start doing some pranayama. That actually helps with all this anxiety and stuff. If you
They
start doing
create
some
the
pranayama,
anxiety and they give you the solution like this in the
there's no easy road out of this. You have to go through a lot, but it's up to you if you want to reduce it. Do more natural things. Process your things through your natural means. No
pull-ups,
shrink. I don't think they
dips.
can help.
I don't know how you found out about this, but I mean, you're obviously looking for truth, and you realize that maybe the mainstream stuff is just not working for you. So just look into our podcast and just have some patience with yourself and make proactive like decisions. Don't rush it, because that's another thing. Everyone goes through hard times, and we also want a quick fix, and then we ask one time for some help, and then we get hooked on a drug. Yeah.
That sucks.
But if you don't want to get hooked on a drug, I recommend DMT. That's a good little reset. But it comes with risk. Comes with risk, of course. Like you might get completely obliterated, come back sucking on
DMT
your
won't
thumb.
be good for anxiety, would it?
Psilocybin.
Look, this is the thing. I've had chronic
mindfulness
anxiety
Yoga.
for a bit. You know what I mean? Going into that DMT trip, I was freaking the fuck out. I had Valium in my left hand in case it was too intense, and laughed at myself after the fact for it. But look, I think, the reassurance from all that and being silenced, all that chaos in my mind, just being proper silence for the first time, and that calmness, and it was
Culturally, yoga and
something
meditation used to do that for people, like without having to
right, but
resort to
reality
a
now is
brutal.
just too,
Yeah.
there's
No,
too many
it's rough, man.
distractions. People get so caught up, and I think with plants, it's instant access. There's no fucking around. You don't have to train up for 10 months. A lot of people,
Which is why a
they
lot
get
of things
trained.
are illegal. And
Yeah,
then
yeah, of
also
course.
also more dangerous, I guess, because there is a chance that like someone may not integrate the experience. Right. So it can be done without it. And I'm not saying, dude, because I know like people have had therapeutic effects, but I'm just saying for someone to go from one extreme to the other is just I'm not saying it can't help, but it would be inadvisable to recommend that to somebody. It'd be like
Yeah,
reckless
especially
because
on
it doesn't solve the
antipsychotics,
thinking
but-
problems. Because some people do them. Like, okay, Mark says he did DMT. Does it help everybody or no? Like,
Yeah, no,
seriously.
no.
So-called, meditation Manny said it too. Like, okay, bro, like you do drugs in the forest,
Yeah.
That's not actually somebody who knows what they're talking about.
Good night, guys. I have to go.
Yeah, he's had enough. Thanks, Ariane.
7 a.m. I have to rest.
Damn.
Thanks.
Good seeing you, man. As always.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
I think we want to. Sometimes we want to like worry about the big picture so much, and I think that's just an incorrect view. The only picture you can control is like yourself, and then like you just hope for the best. And
Take
you
care
try
of
to
yourself. You don't even have
take
to
care of yourself.
control it. Just take
Yeah.
care of yourself day
That's
by day.
true.
That will be enough. Yeah.
Being instead of becoming.
Yeah. Being unshakable.
Being unshakable. Well, I think that was it's 5.5 hours, just about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Another great show.
Amazing.
I think. Whoa! What was that weird sound?
That was me. My bad.
Oh, that was you. Yeah. I think we're gonna watch some of Will and Logan on slow mo.
Close it out.
Just to close things out.
Number 2. My name is Logan Hart. Here with Wilt Keller. And in this episode,
number 2.
Number 2. So feedback.
More about.
So we were on the show watching Logan and Will do an interview, and Logan had his house, his chairs completely in a different area, and you could see behind him there was literally poop stains all over his floor. And we were like, oh my God. And the next time they podcasted together, he had moved his furniture to cover everything up after the episode aired.
Yeah, so what is wrong with this person actually?
Yeah.
Why is he like this?
Why is he like that? Why is that? That's something wrong. Animals, most animals, even most beasts won't do things like that.
I can't believe he said number 2, right?
Number
We started
2.
playing it. Like I can't just get over that. I'm sorry.
He was one of those Beatles in his past lives, bro.
Oh,
hello everyone, and welcome to the next episode of the Healing with Hydrogen podcast.
Number 2
podcast episode number 2. My name is Logan Hart. Here with
Whoa, what was that click?
Will
that was
Keller. And
they're using
this episode,
same software.
We're
autoclip and make them sound like they're actually articulate.
Talking more about hydrogen.
I should also leave.
Yeah, I'll see you.
Have a good one, guys.
Bye bye.
We'll see you guys next week. Yeah. It was fun hanging out.
Peace. Big love.
Later.
Take care. Bye.
In our first episode, we introduced the concept. What is hydrogen therapy? So, as a quick review, it is the administration of the H2 molecule through the various mediums such as inhalation, water, within a therapeutic threshold. that gives a wide range of benefits to the human body. And so, what are some of those benefits? Well, that's exactly what we're gonna get into in today's episode. So, let's go ahead and get into it. Alright, so if you're new here, thanks for joining us, and make sure you subscribe and follow us along in our journey. If you're not new, welcome back. We're excited to continue this on, raising awareness, educating on this amazing and powerful and natural healing modality. So, that's a good introduction there. Will, would you like to kind of get us going into the topic for today? Yeah, absolutely. Today we're talking about the therapeutic benefits of molecular hydrogen. And, there's some buzz on molecular hydrogen H2, and that's great. And, kind of one of our missions is to increase that awareness through education. And today we're getting into kind of a little more juicy topic. We've laid the groundwork on what molecular hydrogen is, what is hydrogen therapy, and its modalities. Let's talk about what it can do for you. And I think this is why it's the buzz and the awareness is starting to really pick up. You know, the mode and the vector of that is, you know, something we'll get into in later episodes. But people are talking about molecular hydrogen therapy, and that's because molecular hydrogen has a vast variety of benefits, and I think it's more about H2 does a certain thing, and the effects of that leads to the numerous amounts of benefits that an individual can experience. People with pre-existing conditions can understand. They can see those significantly change in their conditions, and even those that are just maintaining their general well-being, and the upkeep of the body can also experience a wide range of benefits. So I think it might be good if we let's just list what are the benefits of molecular hydrogen. And H2 is antioxidant like anti-inflammation, anti-allergy, anti-obesity, anti-diabetic, anti-tumor, anti-cellular death. It decreases oxidative stress. It improves the immune system. The upregulation of antioxidants. It's neuroprotective. It's radioprotective. It protects the mitochondria, and it increases cellular Jeffrey Phillips. How do we hold bad actors in our community accountable if the social hierarchy of the community is protecting them? Oh, Jeffrey. So you want to police the people that are activating and taking action? I would say you would need to focus on yourself. Truth always prevails, and patterns speak volumes. If there's a bad actor in a community, discernment, logic, and reason will expose the bad actor indefinitely. People need to observe and judge actions of individuals, right? So if there is a bad actor, it would become obvious to people by what they talk about, how they act in the world, etc. So, that's my answer to that guy.